in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Interpreter, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Los servicios de interpretación en español van a estar disponibles el día de hoy de una manera simultánea. Para tener acceso al servicio, a favor de localizar el globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla, en medio de la pantalla, pueden hacer un clic a favor de elegir el idioma de español. Después de hacerlo, pueden ustedes cerrar el audio original. Ahora, si ustedes están teniendo acceso a esta junta por medio de su celular, por medio de su iPad, tableta, entonces pueden localizar 3 puntos en la parte superior de su pantalla a mano derecha o también inferior a mano derecha. Abajo de ellos van a notar una palabra que dice más o more, a favor de hacer un clic. Y de nuevo se les va a lanzar el globo terráqueo a favor de elegir el idioma de español. Y también seleccione Done o finalizar. Este último paso es importante para activar la interpretación. Muchísimas gracias. Estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Welcome, everyone. The time is 12:02, and we'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Stepp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. And we will do a quick explanatory note about remote participation under AB 2449. Madam City Attorney?
Yes, we do have a council member who is participating under AB 2449, and I will hand it off to the clerk because this is a new meeting from this morning so that she can facilitate the information we need from the council member. And then, as I'm understanding, once we get beyond that, based on what I understand, the reason is for the remote participation. We will be taking public comment by Zoom for the duration of this meeting with the council member present on Zoom. So I'm going to hand it off to the clerk to facilitate having the council member explain and provide the disclosures that he's required to provide under the statute.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Okrepke, can you please state the provision under AB 2449 of the Brown Act under which you are participating today, either just cause or emergency provisions?
I will be attending this meeting remotely under AB 2449, applying the just cause provision because I have a contagious illness and cannot attend in person. I will participate with both audio and video turned on throughout the meeting. In this room, I'm accompanied by no one over the age of 18.
With that, Mayor, we can proceed.
Thank you. We have no closed session items for this session, or this afternoon, rather. We'll move on to item 4.1, our review of fiscal year 2025 and 2026 operations and maintenance budget and capital improvement program budget. And with that, I'll turn it over to Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So today we begin our day one, the budget presentation. So you'll hear from various departments, beginning from finance, to discuss ongoing budget reductions. What is going to be important by the conclusion of this meeting is we would like clear direction on budget cuts that council would like to implement. While several options have actually been presented to you, some of these options actually necessitate further conversations with labor to discuss some potential impacts. So I want to make it clear that if there is direction, there will still need to be some ongoing discussions with our labor representatives. Today, we have staff from each department and some additional staff members in the chambers that are available to answer your questions. Just like we've done in previous years, questions that do not have immediate answers, we will compile and send you, we'll put on the website and send you a council FYI to provide you some further information so that you're able to make the best decision possible for this budget. I would like to express my appreciation to the staff and everyone involved in compiling the budget. Actually want to also express my appreciation to the labor unions who have reached out and continue to have ongoing discussions regarding some of the budget reductions. We know this is not an easy challenge, and we appreciate the ongoing dialogue that continues to happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Veronica to start the presentations. Thank you.
Actually, one other housekeeping note. Ms. McDonald, I believe, has a note on recusal before we begin.
Thank you, Mayor. Out of an abundance of caution, I'll be recusing myself from certain parts of the Park and Rec's budget in CPI, and as well as the entire presentation of Parks and Rec on the second day of our budget study session due to a personal relationship.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam City Manager. We're going to start our discussion today on the fiscal year 25-26 City of Santa Rosa budget by just taking a snapshot look at our general fund. We're bringing forward today a proposed budget that has $217.5 million of revenues and transfers in, and $224.2 million of expenditures and transfers out. This results in a $6.7 million deficit. This deficit does include all items that were considered at the April 15th study session that we received direction at that time to continue moving forward with those items. So they have been built into this budget. They're no longer estimates. They are formally built into our system, and the final results are here for you today. So taking a step back from the general fund, our citywide revenues are presented on this slide. This includes all funds, all entities. The top line of general fund, this is our largest fund at $215 million. We will cover this in depth in the next section, so I'm not going to spend much time on this here. But moving down the line, our enterprise funds have an increase of $13 million. This is mostly due to our water enterprise funds. Per their rate study, we are anticipating increases in the water and wastewater funds. Our special revenue funds have a large increase of 33%, or $11.3 million. This is largely due to our new fund for the Fire Measure H revenue. This is revenue collected from the new tax measure, and this is the first year we have this included in our annual budget. So we see an increase of $8.8 million in that line item for anticipated revenue. On the other funds line item, we see a significant decrease of $4.7 million, which is nearly 90% of that category. This is an item that will pop up a few times throughout this presentation and represents our pension obligation bond that was paid off last fall. We're no longer needing to collect revenue for this bond, which we did so through payroll, or make the expenditure. So from time to time, you will see this item show up as a variance, but that's just representative of the debt service being complete. Our Housing Authority budget will be discussed in the Housing and Community Services Department section, and they have a modest increase of $4.6 million in revenue. And our successor agency, which is our debt service paid on the former redevelopment agency, has no significant changes. So all told, the $517.7 million represents the resources that run the city. So looking at the expenditure side of all funds, all departments, all entities for the city, again, the general fund is our largest spending source, which we'll cover in the next section. Our enterprise operating budget increased by about 12 or 13 million, that's 8.1%, mostly due to personnel costs, salary and benefits. While we are looking at reductions in the general fund, our enterprise funds have their own funding sources, so they were not held to the same reduction strategies that we've been looking at in the general fund. Our enterprise and non-enterprise CIP, that's our capital improvement program, that will be covered in detail at the very end of this presentation tomorrow. But they have both seen increases as we are budgeting what resources we have to put towards projects that are needed. The special revenue line item increased by 53.8%, or $10 million. Again, that is the Fire Measure H fund that's new this year. So I believe it's $6.8 million in expenditures is driving the majority of that variance. The other funds line, similar to the slide before, that major variance is from the pension obligation bond being paid off, and Housing Authority and the successor agency have no significant changes. And this pie chart is just an illustration of the previous slide. This shows all of our funds here at the city, all entities. As I mentioned, the general fund at 39% is our largest operating source, followed by our enterprise operating budget. So moving into the general fund discussion, this pie chart is an illustration of all general fund revenues. These are the resources that allow us to fund our operations. Sales tax and property tax are our two largest sources. They make up over 50% of the general fund available resources, followed by other taxes at 15%. So this table is the same data as the previous slide. We just saw the pie chart, but this is just broken out in table form. So the highlighted column down the middle is our 25-26 proposed general fund budget. For revenues, we are looking at $215 million of projected revenues for next year. This is a $2 million increase, or just 1% over the previous year, which is not a typical year of increases. We usually see a year-over-year increase of more when we look at our revenues in the general fund. Driving this very small increase is our sales tax line item. We have discussed this at council before and at our finance subcommittee that we have reduced our sales tax budget this year to be more in line with expert predictions. We've had a very high sales tax number for the last few years, hoping that the market would turn and our actuals would start to trend higher and meet where our budget was, but it's not happening, and in order to be correct in our budgeting and to have best practices, we needed to drop that amount down by $5.5 million. The first line, property tax, shows growth of 6.2%, or $2.4 million. Property tax continues to be strong in Santa Rosa. Our utility users tax is growing modestly at about 1%. We have growth in utility users tax for energy costs, but this is offset by decreases in UUT for both telephones and cable, so there's competing factors in that line item. Our vehicle license fees tends to grow in line with property tax, which is why we see strong growth there. And other taxes, we have an increase of 11%. That's indicative of those two tax measures that went to the ballot last fall, business tax as well as TOT. We have about $3 million of increases between those two items in that line item, which helps our general fund. Permits, fines, and charges has a very slight decrease. This is mostly our PED revenues. PED had a new fee schedule come on board, but what we've found is that as permits are making their way through the process, that can be a very long process, and many of the permit fees that we are realizing at this time are still grandfathered in under the old fee schedule. So we had to back off some of our projections for the year while we are waiting for those older permit fee costs to make their way out of the system, and we will see that line item increase in future years. Interfund charges, that is the cost of getting reimbursement from other funds for general fund overhead costs. And our recreation revenues also are decreasing just slightly. This is as a result of council action taken back in January to discontinue the concessions at some of our City of Santa Rosa recreation sites, as well as the Pony Express contract that we have at Howarth Park. And then moving on to the expenditure discussion, this pie chart is an illustration of the expenditures in the general fund. Salaries and benefits are the largest. They make up 77% of our general fund budget. We are largely a public safety city here, so that is personnel costs, administration. So our smaller 23% piece of the pie there is all of our service and supplies costs. And this table is a more detailed look at the pie chart on the previous slide. So we're still talking about expenditures. The highlighted column for the 25-26 proposed budget of expenditures is $213.5 million. We are decreasing overall from the previous year. Again, we have built in all of the reductions that we brought to council at our study session in April. And as a result of removing all of those items, our budget has decreased by $6.7 million or 3.1%. Most of these decreases are occurring in salary and benefits. Between the two of those, that's $5 million of a decrease. That represents, 58.9 FTEs in the general fund that we are removing. Those are offset by costs that are rising in our CalPERS UAL, our healthcare, our workers' comp. We also have a 4% COLA built in as indicated by our labor agreements, as well as a 5% equity adjustment. So those are significant increases that offset a very significant decrease in staffing. All of our other services and supplies from professional services on down, departments have made every effort to reduce where they can. Some of these are formal reductions that we will cover in the future slides. Some are just trying to conserve where we can or truly evaluate our budget. But overall, we're looking at a $6.7 million decrease as compared to last year. And so this pie chart, this represents the same cost as on the previous slide, but instead of broken out by category, we're now looking at it by department. So police and fire are our two largest departments. They make up 63.8% of general fund expenditures. We are a very large public safety organization here, followed by our administration at 10%, and we also have our rec and parks, public works, planning departments, and a very small piece of Santa Rosa Water. Our expenditures by department are broken out on this slide. Administration makes up $11 million, which is a decrease of $4.2 million from the previous year. Part of that $4.2 million is a placeholder for furlough costs. If furloughs went forward, that would be distributed throughout all departments. So right now we just have it as a placeholder, so it looks a little artificially impacting the administration department, but it would impact other departments as well. Housing and Community Services has a very small general fund piece of their budget. This is not our homeless services or our housing authority. I want to make that clear. When we show $0 of budget for 25-26, that is because we've removed a couple contracts that we presented to council back in April for legal aid and Secure Families Fund. So our homeless services budget is still robust and still intact, which will be covered in future slides as well. But overall, we are seeing decreases in all of our departments with the exception of police and TPW, and that's just because we have tried to distribute these cuts as evenly as we can. It's not a perfect science, and there are competing increasing costs that are reducing the effect of those decreases in other departments. And transfers out. not to be overlooked, but sometimes a confusing subject that also are contributing to our deficit in the general fund. Transfers out are not department specific, and they are not a salary, benefit, service, and supplies. It's funds that we transfer to other funds where the spending occurs there, or to other agencies or resources. So the top line, Bennett Valley Golf Course, we have been transferring $500,000 each year to help the Bennett Valley Golf Course with their operations. We also transfer $1.9 million to our capital improvement program every year. 1.2 of that is for ADA projects, and about $660,000 of that is just pass through of revenue we receive from the county for the Roseland annexation. So that goes to our CIP projects as well. Our parking fund, we transfer $1.6 million to them for the cost of parking enforcement. That's because we receive our parking violations revenue in the general fund. So we receive the revenue and then pass on that benefit to the parking fund to be able to pay for the operations. In RPTT, I apologize, there's an error on this slide that I need to speak to. Last year, we transferred, per council policy, $2.2 million of RPTT. And this year, in 25-26, we say 1.1 million. That should actually read 2.2. That amount should stay flat. So our council policy requires that we increase slightly more each year of our RPTT, but our real property transfer tax revenue is actually decreasing. So as the revenue decreases, but the portion required to transfer increases, it's remained flat, and we do have an error here. So I just want to make it clear that we are not decreasing our RPTT transfer. The next line down, homeless services, we erroneously put the 1.1 million in there. So we transferred 1.5 million of general fund resources to homeless services for 24-25. And in 25-26, we'll be transferring 3.6 million. That's an increase of 2.1. The reason we have such a jump is because in 24-25, ARPA funds were still paying for part of homeless services. So with the expiration of those funds, we had to increase our general fund transfer. So I apologize for the confusion on that one. We just got 1.1 million in the wrong line item and caught it too late. The bottom line total is correct, that 10.6 million is being transferred out of the general fund, and that is also a contributing factor to our deficit. And I will mention our miscellaneous line item. Those are various small things, such as we transfer funds to our transit fund for free rides for veterans. We also have to transfer a small amount to our art in lieu fund, etc. And our public safety and prevention tax has a very clear baseline ordinance in there that requires us to keep our general fund, police, fire, and violence prevention programs above a certain funding level. So this represents general fund dollars. The top line shows what we have budgeted in fiscal year 25-26. The baseline calculation shows what we are required to budget per the baseline requirement. And so our bottom line shows that we are well over baseline for all of these. We are funding in accordance with what we need to. And then taking a look at our long-range forecast. The red box is fiscal year 25-26. We saw this figure on an earlier slide that we are proposing today, a $6.7 million deficit. This is inclusive of all those reductions from the April 15th council meeting. And we do see that for 1 year, we are trending in the right direction with revenues increasing and expenditures decreasing and that overall deficit decreasing. But we can also see in the out years that that deficit continues to grow. So while we're trying to make measures to correct this year and close that deficit as much as we can, the out years still remain a major consideration. So the next section is going to talk about the proposed reductions that we have built into this budget. We're going to discuss all departments' reductions all at once here at the beginning section of this presentation to have kind of a concise discussion around it. And most of these were already looked at in April, but I will call out the areas where we have differences. So in April, we brought forward $13.1 million of reductions, possible reductions to move forward with. That final column that's green that says proposed reductions totals just about 13.4. We had a couple small changes, and also when we put things into our actual system, some numbers bounced around a bit, so I will call those out. I do want to mention in the following slides, so one change we are showing in this presentation is all of our filled positions that we are proposing to eliminate are named. At April, they were asterisked, they were considered confidential. So there is a process that goes along with eliminating filled positions per our city policies, per the labor unions. We are following that process. HR is taking all the necessary steps, and they're here today to answer any questions on that if need be at the end of the presentation. Couple changes just to call out, and we'll get into the slides as we move forward, is in TPW and police. We'll look at those in the coming slides, sorry. And then finally on the furlough line item, I want to mention that staff has been looking into furloughs. At this time, it's unclear if that's something that can be implemented in the coming year or not, but we do have $1.4 million of savings built into this budget. So if council would like to keep that savings in there, our deficit will stay where it is. But not knowing the future of that, if it were to be removed, that $6.7 million deficit is going to be increased. By leaving it in there, we can keep our deficit where it is and continue to monitor our situation as the year goes on. If furloughs come to fruition, then that savings could be realized. If they don't, then we would have to monitor our payroll monthly to be sure that we aren't putting ourselves in a bad position. And so as we move through these slides, I won't be reading off line for line because we've covered most of these in April, but I just want to be clear. I've said it before, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but I just don't want any details to fall through. These are all built into our budget that we are presenting. So if council wants to change direction on any of these, that is going to increase that $6.7 million deficit that we have. So in the city manager's office and city attorney's office and finance, there has been no change since what we looked at in April. And same with our planning and economic development department. We do have the positions named here, but the impacts and the items and the costs have all remained the same of what we saw last month. Same with this slide, there's been no change to any of our other PED proposals. In Rec and Parks and HCS, we have not had any changes. In TPW, our TPW department was able to identify funding for the materials lab through gas tax, and so they are proposing to take that funding source to offset materials lab costs instead of an additional filled position. In April, there was one more filled position that we have taken off the list and replaced with this other item. In the fire department, we have not had any changes since April. Council did have hesitation over moving forward with the blackout of the truck company, and we did hear that. So in the coming slides, we do have some alternatives to propose if a brownout was a more favorable option where we could still be able to hit this dollar target. But at this time, we have built in the blackout of a company into the budget numbers you'll see today. In police, these top three positions, the field and evidence tech, the police tech, and the communications dispatcher, these were not presented in April. We have added these instead of a records supervisor and a communications supervisor. The positions shown in April and the positions shown now are all non-sworn and they are all vacant. Police just felt this was more optimal for them to propose eliminating these instead of the records supervisor and the communications supervisor presented last month. And the remainder of the police sworn positions have had no change. So in the next few slides, we do have some additional considerations of reductions for council to consider. So again, to be clear, the previous slides are already in the budget numbers, and changing those will increase our deficit. The next few slides that I show you, these are not built into our budget. These are additional items for council to look at, to ask questions about, and if council wants to move forward with any of these would decrease our budget. So the first few items in HR, there's a position that could be proposed to eliminate, the DEI and EEO officer. The two programs, the PG&E funded DEI and Seed Equity Plan programs, these are one-time savings. So these would not reduce our deficit, but these would increase our reserves. And these projects could be released back into our reserve balance. In CIRO, a community engagement manager has been identified. In fire, a deputy fire chief. In police, a police lieutenant. And then in all departments, it's been proposed to forego the equity compensation for exec staff. Altogether, the total is $1.2 million of these options of ongoing costs that could reduce our deficit. In our homeless services program, our homeless services team has identified some areas to reduce their programming. And I believe, is Megan going to come down and join me? Thank you. Thank you, Megan. The Director Bassinger will be here to explain the impacts of these items if we were to move forward with them.
Good afternoon. I'm Megan Bassinger, Director of Housing and Community Services. So as we were looking at the expenses associated with homeless services and the roughly $2.6 million in general fund that Veronica highlighted in prior slides, we were looking for areas where we could reduce or eliminate contracts to achieve additional savings for the general fund. So some of the programs that we identified were eliminating the city's funding for the YWCA. This is a $50,000 annual contribution that we give to the YWCA. Eliminate $60,000 for the Seasons of Sharing Fund. This is a program operated by CAN Sonoma. It provides tenant assistance for renters. Eliminate funding for the Warming Center. This was a recent addition to the homeless services budget. It provides funds as needed to activate a warming center at the Caritas drop-in. Reducing the host contract by $500,000. It's currently identified as a $1,035,000 contract. And then we go through reducing funding for the Family Support Center. This item, along with the drop-in center, are coupled with federal funds that we use to assist Catholic Charities in the operation of the Family Support Center and the drop-in center, both located at Caritas Center. Reducing the Sam Jones Hall operating funding by $100,000. It's a little over a $2 million program budget that does also receive funding from the County of Sonoma, Community Foundation of Sonoma County. And again, this is a city-owned, and then we contract directly with Catholic Charities for operation of this 200-plus bed facility. And then finally, closing safe parking at the end of the grant. The city received an Encampment Resolution Fund grant. We have approximately $500,000 left, and we think we can operate through December. Previously, we had proposed $500,000 in general fund to provide us with a year of service through June 30, 2026.
Thank you, Director Bassinger, and we will be able to take questions on any of these proposed reductions at the end of this section. So again, this $1.46 million coupled with the $1.2 million on the previous slides are options for council to consider to move forward with, which would continue to close our deficit, or move forward with in place of any other items that are already in the budget that they may want to pull back on. And then finally, we are identifying some recreation and parks, some recreation programs that do have an impact on our general fund. The final column in green is the net budget impact. That is the final cost when you consider revenues minus the expenditures that it costs to run these programs and the staffing associated. So these are subsidized by the general funds, the swim center, sports programs, and Howarth Park, as well as contracted classes, the person's senior wing at the Finley Center, and traditional day camps. Altogether, this represents about $927,000 of general fund resources that is contributing to our deficit. There is a potential here for, if council wants to direct staff to look into increasing fees to make these budget neutral or cover the costs. We wanted to identify some places within the recreation programs that could possibly help close that deficit. So our final section today is the staffing summary. This is a summary of all staffing changes in all funds between last year and this year. So you'll see items in the coming slides of things that have already been acted on at mid-year. That is because at mid-year we took an action forward to reduce the budget, but here with our actual budget adoption, we are changing the salary and classification plan. There are also several other changes that I'll highlight for you that are separate from the budget reductions that council has already considered. Citywide, we are looking at eliminating 38.9 FTEs. That covers all funds in all departments, and the detail is in the following slide. I won't read through these line for line. I will highlight anything that hasn't been covered either at mid-year or on April 15th. Particularly in City Attorney's Office, we are increasing a paralegal position that for many years has just been 0.9, and we are increasing it to a full-time position to be able to help with recruitment. In the fire department, we are replacing a building plans examiner with a fire protection engineer. This has been a long-running underfill that we are just making a correction of here in our salary plan. All other positions here were the 4 firefighters at the very top were acted on mid-year, and everything else is part of our budget reductions. There's been no changes here aside from what occurred at mid-year and our budget reductions. There was a number of TPW positions that were eliminated mid-year as shown. And then the positions on this slide as well are part of the budget reductions that we went over in April. So in total, we are looking at 58.9 positions to be eliminated from the general fund. Some summary numbers for you is that of those 58.9, 16 are sworn in the fire department, although 4 of those occurred mid-year. So we are looking at 12 sworn positions in the fire department, 9 sworn positions in police. So in total, that's 25 sworn positions and 33.9 non-sworn. 14 positions of these 58.9 were already acted on at mid-year, and 21 positions are filled. So in total, again, this is just within the general fund. Our only non-general fund position changes are occurring in the Fire Measure H fund, which I've mentioned a couple times. Now that we have tax revenue coming in for its own funding source, we are adding 20 positions in the fire department to be funded by that Measure H tax revenue. So the 20 positions in Measure H, coupled with the 58.9 reduction in the general fund, altogether brings us to a total citywide reduction of 38.9 positions. So that concludes the citywide presentation. The next section covers all the department and enterprise funds, and there is no new information in the department and enterprise fund sections regarding any reductions. We've covered everything there is, including the April 15th and any additional considerations for council. So this is a good stopping point for council at this time to ask any questions about the previous slide. We do have all department heads here to answer any questions. And what we would like to know from council is what are we moving forward with these reductions? Is everything from April 15th still on the table? If not, specifically, what should we take out? And of those additional considerations, are we moving forward with any of those, and if so, which ones? We will come back in June with a final budget to adopt, but per city charter, we do have to have a draft of our budget published by June 1st. So we have to have our numbers wrapped up sooner rather than later to give us time to get that draft out to the public and to council to meet that charter requirement. So today we are hoping council has the opportunity to ask any questions they need and can provide staff with direction on how to move forward. Thank you.
Ms. Connor, thank you very much. And thanks to the entire finance team. It has been many months of work on this, and you presented our situation very clearly and very succinctly. And with that, I'll bring it back to council for questions. We'll start with Ms. McDonald.
I have quite a few questions for you, Veronica, but I'll just go to the last slide. Can you explain the last slide of how fire is? Are they reducing the 20 positions but then having them funded under Measure H? I'm not clear how that reads.
So Measure H is its own funding source, and it requires us to bring in additional funding to hire additional staff. And our Deputy Director is going to chime in on this one for me. Thank you.
Scott Wagner, Deputy Director of Finance, for the record. Councilman McDonald, thank you for your question. I would say one of our challenges here is onboarding a tax measure at the same time when we're doing citywide reductions. Our process through collaboration with the fire department, city manager's office, and finance, first and foremost, is to follow in accordance with the measure of what the city legally needs to be required. Secondly, we have developed a plan to implement Measure H independently of the general fund by locating it in its own special revenue fund. So it lives on its own. I think a good characterization of how we've developed that is it's almost its own little firefighting unit outside of the general fund. I would also say that how that is going to be actionized from an employee standpoint has not been fully developed. I think we all recognize that there needs to be a lot of consideration made towards potentially cutting firefighters from the general fund while onboarding additional positions as well. Does that help?
Not really. Let me ask it maybe a different way. Are the 20 positions that you're proposing to cut right now currently being funded out of Measure H money?
No.
So why are they listed under Measure H in this slide? I'm curious how we're making a cut to something that isn't currently funded under something.
So Veronica can pull the slide back up for us. I think that might be helpful, but that slide specifically is showing us adding the 20 positions for Measure H.
So, yes, sorry to interrupt. The slide here that shows a reduction of 18 positions, 4 of those were already voted on at mid-year. Several are non-sworn, and 12 of them are associated with blacking out a fire station. So those are separate from onboarding a new fire station that we show here being different positions that would be added and need to be recruited for, that are funded by that tax measure.
Yeah, let me see if I can make this a little more clear. Part of the budget process, in order to add positions, we have to have direction from council. So normally mid-year, we would bring you a recommendation to add positions to the table of organization. So this chart here just shows the 20 employees that the fire department and city manager's office have agreed, along with the union, to add to the table of organization. So what you're seeing here are the 20 employees that we have agreed to add to next year's budget. Now, you see the reduction because we're just taking it from the total of employees that are being reduced citywide. So if you were to make a recommendation to add the 20 Measure H employees, then our total reduction would be 38.
That is helpful, thank you. I apologize, that was a really blonde moment. So, okay, I have a couple more questions on this. Can you walk me through the reserves growth budget? I think that that's really confusing for me when I'm seeing year over year that we have a reserves growth and long-term projections that are growing, but we're saying that we're continuing to reduce. So can you tell me why our reserves budget is so high still and continues to grow when we're asking for all these reductions?
Thank you for your question. What we would like to do in finance is give a more thorough answer towards the recent and medium-term history of the city's reserves. That's not presented here within these slides, and we'd like to do so and give a thorough presentation and report back to council. But what I would say is this. It is an absolute fact that we have experienced over the past decade periods of the general fund outperforming our revenue and or underspending with our expenditures. That is something that the finance department has brought to council. Council has acted on those surpluses over the last 10 years by appropriating mid-year surpluses. So it is an absolute fact that that has happened here within the past 10 years. What has also happened that as of the last year of closing our books, our reserve balances have gone down. That is a fact. We had a total reserve number of roughly $88 million as of the end of 23. As of the end of 24, which is what we reported to council as part of our last council item, it was around 68. So our reserves are going down. But again, I think I'd like to have a more thorough, detailed response to kind of address some of the certain details that have been questioned.
Can you tell me how the long-term liability gets calculated in the reserves budget as well?
Council member, when you say long-term liability, are you speaking to CalPERS?
Yes, specifically
Absolutely.
that.
So we get an annual bill from CalPERS for our long-term liability payment. It's a fixed amount. Those of us who have been here for a while can remember a time when CalPERS used to just give us a percentage of payroll that was associated with our long-term liability payment. Now it's just a fixed amount. And how that's incorporated into our budget is with every single employee in the city, they carry a burden of that unfunded liability. That is a standard and best practice throughout California and frankly nationwide towards position budgeting to have a unfunded amount tied to an employee. Fundamentally, there is a nexus between any employee in the city and their benefited retirement. For them to receive a retirement, we need to pay down our unfunded liability.
How many vacant positions do we have citywide?
All right, Dominique Blanke, Human Resources Director. So currently we have about 61 positions that are held that are vacant. Overall, we kind of have a vacancy report, but it's kind of ever moving and shifting. So there's 138 positions within that vacancy report. 42 of those are on various status of being filled or in recruitment, backgrounds, and 17 of that 138 are currently defunded from the mid-year.
So if I heard you correctly, I apologize. You're telling me there's 61 vacant seats currently citywide?
Correct.
And in our long-term projections and our deficit, are you projecting that long-term liability if those 61 seats were actually filled?
That's a great question, and that's one of the challenges with CalPERS, is that if we had 0 city employees, our payment to CalPERS for unfunded liability is going to be exactly the same. It is a fixed amount. It's the same as a mortgage amortization. We are on a schedule with them.
So when we hear that the term our long-term liability, I'm just trying to get to this, on CalPERS, it doesn't change at all for our deficit when we're looking at layoffs. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
Because it's a fixed amount.
Correct.
So if we have 61 more, it doesn't go up.
Correct.
Or if we have 61 fewer, it doesn't go down.
Correct.
That's interesting.
It's very challenging for the city.
I could see that would be, because it doesn't make any mathematical sense at all to me.
Yes,
So,
and unfortunately, with all areas that are challenging and frustrating for the city with CalPERS,
that's got to be one of the big ones.
These are decisions that the city was not party to make. They were enforced upon us.
Okay. Can you go back to the slide where we're talking about blacking out the fire department and that recommendation that I guess was taken from the April 15th meeting? Is that calculated in this current projection that you automatically were blacking that out, and then that would take a reverse decision over the next 2 days from council to not have a blackout versus a brownout? And maybe you could answer the differences in those and how that affects the city.
So yes, the $3.582 million benefit of blacking out a fire station is built into these budget numbers. So that $6.7 million deficit is a result of closing a fire station and blacking it out. If council does not want to black out the fire station, that's what we are asking for direction on today. And if the option is to instead brown out a fire station, the cost of browning out a fire station, I believe, was around $950,000. So that would be, so the difference there would be something that would impact our bottom line and would increase the deficit unless council wanted to move forward with other proposed reductions.
Thank you for that answer. For Bennett Valley Golf Course, this is going in a little different direction. We are transferring out money, but I know there's an item coming later on the agenda tonight about that. Can you tell me about how much those fees would have to increase to have a flat budget?
We are going to work with the consultant to try to come up with, I think, a break-even rate to just understand what would be the rate impact of a $500,000 gap that we're working on, that we really need to work with them to do so. They've been a very engaged partner in us raising our rates in a way that we've been more aggressive than in the past. And yeah, we can come back with an understanding of how high it would need to go. Like any market, there is a breaking point in what the market is going to bear towards a sudden dramatic increase in rates, where like any economics, once you can't just unlimitedly raise rates because it'll hurt total revenue coming into the course. But yes, I think it's wise of the city to understand what that market can bear in this, given our total circumstance.
Right. I'm looking for that flat budgeting on things like this when we're looking at cuts to employees versus funding golf courses and other, recreation activities. There's a lot around recreation. What my question is specifically around recreation is, what do we have as income from our recs department versus outgoing? And is this reflective of money that's going out to cover the expenses of the rec department? And where is that savings? So what Veronica is presented is essentially a net number. So any of the programs listed here show an offset to revenue, which is the net loss of those programs, is maybe one way to put it, on what the general fund subsidy net amount is going towards them. That can be something that we can bring back to council to have a general understanding of all of our rec programs, how much for $1 we spend, how much do we bring in revenue? But yeah, those are specific to those programs. The preschool programs, the camp is at Watam, whatever one that one is. I just know it like sells out instantly for parents. So when it showed a deficit, I was curious, is it really running into a deficit or is that a flat program?
It is. Either Jackie or Deputy Director, if you want to come down and speak to this number.
Good afternoon. Jeff Tibbetts, Deputy Director with Recreation and Parks, and Jackie Hammond, our ASO, is with me. While she digs through her notes, just to generally address the question. So yeah, these are reflective of what we're not recovering through fees. So each program area does reflect where there is some loss or subsidy provided from the general fund for the program. We've taken a brief dive into some of the aspects in terms of like fee increases and what some of those things are that are capable. And I know Jackie has a little bit more detail. And I know you asked about the camp one. We do have a figure for the amount that would be needed to erase that gap of increase in fees.
To make it more flat.
Correct.
Great. Thank you for explaining that and letting us know that we have an option to raise those fees to make it a flat program budget for us. So it's at least a break even for us.
And again, just to clarify, that's going to be different in each area, right? Some areas that's not going to be attainable because you're going to reach a point where now you're pricing people out. And then it gets into the strategy also of we have a subsidy program, and we're also having conversations, how do we build on that subsidy program? But subsidy programs often leave a portion of your population out as well, right? That more middle income area where they're not eligible for subsidies, and we start pricing them out. Just to note on that, there is a new financial sustainability program, offered training program and kind of philosophy specifically for recreation and parks, offered through the California Parks and Recreation Society. Some of our neighboring cities have been participating in it, and conversations with them. They're kind of adjusting their whole philosophy around fee collection and recreation. So we've had conversations with them, and we're looking into upcoming options for that to participate as well, to in the future bring you potentially kind of recreating what the fee model is for recreation and the goals, and then kind of setting cost recovery goals and all those types of things by different program areas.
Great. Thank you for the explanation. I just have, I think, one more question for now. Thanks, Mayor. Could you tell me how the parking fund works when we are running money out of the general fund for an enterprise district? You probably can't. Thanks.
Sure. So the parking fund, for parking operations, they receive their own revenue through metered parking and garages, et cetera. For parking enforcement, our ticketing operation, we receive the revenue for parking tickets in the general fund. And then we transfer the resources to pay for parking enforcement into the parking fund. It's usually a wash. Some years the general fund comes out a little bit ahead, some years we come out a little bit behind, but overall it's a one-for-one in the grand scheme of things.
That's helpful. Thank you. I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Ms. Fleming?
Yeah, most of my questions were answered, but I probably should have kept Mr. Tibbetts down here to dig in a little bit more about how we could manage our fee schedules for the parks and recreation services. I'm interested to hear that you have some potential sources of information about how to manage these fees, but I'm just curious to know what sort of philosophy we would bring to adjusting the fee schedule.
So having not gone through the full program, one of the examples that another city has used with me is oftentimes you look at programming like senior center programming, and that's kind of how we categorize things, right? Aquatics, senior centers, youth programs, and then your cost recovery goal kind of goes based more off of the recipient instead of off of the program that's being offered. Whereas if you looked at like lifelong learning or taught development or those types of things, so it's kind of flipping. The philosophy is to flip that and to look at more the service than the recipient, because often what happens in senior programs, again, an example that's often used is we know there are many seniors in our community who need subsidies because of the impacted budgets, and so when we look at it as a program, we program it with a certain subsidy model in mind, whereas if you look at there could be participants that wouldn't necessarily need that same level. So we're subsidizing for the lowest level recipient of the service, and then in those cases, then you're missing opportunity to recover some revenue.
So the new model would then be to try to recover as much revenue as possible?
The new model could be developed. It's really, again, haven't gone through the full training. It's 4-day training. So certainly a lot to learn on it, but the idea is we would be able to bring different options to this council to say, hey, this area of programming, what would be the subsidy goal? And then looking at those overall costs again, because a lot of times, historically when recreation looks at recovery, it looks at the direct costs of the program. So how much are you paying the camp counselors? How much are you spending on the art supplies? How much are you spending on field trips? And it leaves out some of those other citywide, and that's just kind of been the built-in subsidy is the coordinator to oversee the program, and the infrastructure of the department is always kind of not always been calculated as part of that. So this is a whole different philosophy to approach the whole thing differently and work with your local council to decide where are our priorities and what is our intended recovery on each of these. And then as those costs change in the future, it's a formula that we're bringing to you that says, hey, based off of this formula, this is what the new fee should be.
Okay, well, it sounds like it's complex, and I certainly don't understand it all that well at this point. But I just would add that, going forward, the idea that I would come to it with is, if we can maintain the programs during a difficult period of time through whatever means necessary in terms of fee increases, then that way, when times are better, we have the human resources infrastructure and the programming infrastructure able to come in. Whereas if we let them go, it's a lot more difficult to spin them back up. Okay, thank you. I think that my last question is for finance. Hello. Would you just remind us, I know Councilmember McDonald talked a little bit about the reserves. Would you remind us what percentage of our general fund budget is required to be in our reserves?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. So our council mandated policy is 15 to 17%. And when we looked at that in our prior meeting, it was right around $35 million. And I'll add, as a frequent talking point towards that, is that the purpose of that money is to create a fund for the city to operate during unforeseen circumstances. Most commonly is disaster and fire.
I appreciate it. I just want to get the number.
It.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have our 15 to 17% in right there, and you said that it has been declining in the last year. As a percentage of the general fund, do you have like a 3-year, and if it's okay if you don't, but just what it's been at in terms of the decline?
Yeah, I don't have that right off the tip of my fingers. I could probably have it before the end of this meeting. I'll try to. If not, what we can do is we can provide just a history of that number. I think that would be helpful for everyone.
Okay, and I think that because it's an easy target to look at as a pot of money during really difficult times, it might be helpful, since many of us were not here in the reconstruction immediately following the Tubbs fire, to do a little walk down history lane about what happened with that fund and what kinds of uses it was put to. So
great.
It could just be a few minutes of conversation later on down when you have the projections of how it's been going.
Thank you for that direction. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to our online colleague next, Mr. Okrepke, if we could pipe him in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions, just to refresh my memory. So when it comes to homeless services, we started Sam Jones Hall in 2002 and didn't ramp up the rest until 2018-ish. Is that correct?
Thank you for your question. Sam Jones Hall was opened in 2005, but the city did have another homeless shelter that was opened in about the year 2000, the Brookwood Homeless Shelter by the police station. We started the host services, I believe it was around 2016-17. And since then, as we saw an increase in the visibility of encampments and homelessness, we've added safe parking and additional services, which include the warming center. I would like to note that the city's support of the Family Support Center and the Homeless Services Center goes back to the early 2000s, if not late 1990s.
Okay, and then how were all of those services originally funded? Was it always out of the general fund?
When the Brookwood Homeless Shelter and Sam Jones Hall were initially acquired and started, they were acquired through CDBG resources for Brookwood, funded by the general fund. Sam Jones Hall was acquired with a state grant and then funded with the general fund primarily, although it is offset by funding from the Community Foundation and from the County of Sonoma. And that model, that financing model, has not changed over the last 20 years. HOST was started as a general fund program. As Veronica noted in her presentation, it was offset by ARPA funding for the last few years, which is why we're seeing the slightly dramatic increase in general fund spending.
Okay. And then, sorry, I'm trying to scan through the presentation. So the YWCA, Seasons of Sharing, all of those, have those always been funded by the general fund?
YWCA is a general fund program, and that was added within the last, I'd say, 5 years or so at council direction. Season of Sharing is a program that was recently added, but that was to replace another program that Sonoma Can offered, and that has been in place for, I'd say, at least 15 to 20 years, if not longer, and that has been traditionally a general fund contribution. Historically, we have offset some of these expenditures with our community development block grant, and we pivot between CDBG and general fund to assist these programs.
Okay, thank you. Most of my questions for recreation were already answered. I will just reiterate that what some of my colleagues have already said, that I'm in favor of looking to increase fees to cover some of those costs versus cutting those programs wherever possible. And then for the fire department, since we already talked about Measure H, to clarify, Measure H we cannot supplant, correct?
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Westrope, Fire Chief of the City of Santa Rosa. Councilmember Okrepke, to answer your question, Measure H is a enhanced not supplant sales tax, meaning that we can't supplant general fund expenditures with Measure H funds. Like Mr. Wagner said, it's an addition to what we currently have, and we have to live within a baseline and maintenance of effort with Measure H through a county COC. So we cannot supplant general fund with Measure H positions, if that answers your question, wherever you are.
I'm omnipotent. Let's see. Okay, so if we were to black out a station, we would lose our SAFER grant, and that would mean our squads. Is that correct?
So, yeah, and I just want to clarify, Councilmember McDonald asked the question earlier, and I just wanted to be very, very clear that the difference between a brownout and a blackout is what we do with the people. It is a station closure or company closure one way or the other. With a blackout, we would lay off the personnel, and they would, we could technically roll them into other roles. But with a brownout, they're rolled into suppression, and the savings it's actually savings in our expenditures in non-contract overtime. So either way, it's a station or company closure. Your question is in regards to SAFER is tied directly to that, in that SAFER is tied to a staffing maintenance level, and SAFER is a grant that we received from the federal government for $2.93 million a year. It's 12 personnel are tied to that, and they are on advanced life support squads. So our staffing maintenance level, should it drop below a particular number, we're going to have to go in and work with FEMA on a waiver. And as we discussed last time, it is feasible. However, it is working with a different administration at the federal government to try to maintain federal staffing for firefighters. So I would say it's an uphill battle to do it, and that would happen through a blackout. If it's a brownout, our staffing maintenance level remains the same, if that answers your question.
It does. So just to summarize that, if we were to black out a station, we would have to rely on the federal government and their good graces to keep our SAFER grant.
Correct.
Okay.
So the threat there is obviously that we could close a company and lose both squads. So it wouldn't be a reduction of one resource, it'd be a reduction of 3 if the federal government didn't sign off on our waiver.
Well, they seem so efficient so far. And then my next question is, one of the things that was on the alternatives was a deputy chief. Have we always had 2 deputy chiefs?
So we have not always had two deputy chiefs. We had two deputy chiefs prior to the recession in 07-08. And a lot of what we're talking about here is work that we've collectively done over the last 2 decades to come out of the recession. And then, of course, we had the Tubbs fire and COVID. So we had two deputy chiefs. In 2022, we did a reorg in which, at which time what we did was we gave up our ASO and research and program coordinator and brought in a second deputy chief and 2 analysts. So that's how we created it. It was in 2022 based on the size of the organization, the workload, how we were trying to grow. We brought that second deputy chief in, and it's been very, very effective. So currently we have a deputy chief of administration, which oversees emergency management, fire prevention, and fire administration, and a deputy chief of operations who oversees suppression, training, EMS, and support services.
Thank you. And then I'll start with you, and this will probably lead into Chief Cregan as well. With some of the cuts that are proposed, and not to get into specifics, but I know for succession planning and strategic, going forth strategically, fire and police have very open discussions about retirements, who's expected to retire at one period. So my question for you, and it's going to be the same for Chief Cregan, is can some of these cuts be achieved via retirements? And I don't mean on July 1 exactly, but over the course of the next couple months.
So for the fire department, it's a little bit different. We've been talking about this since the budget reduction scenario meeting. Is the fire service has a very different culture. That's information that's typically kept very close to the vest. So we have a prediction based on age and tenure in the department or tenure in the PERS program that we could see 5 retirements in the next year or so. But we don't have, right now, we don't have any official notifications of any retirements between now and the end of the fiscal year or the end of the calendar year.
All right. Thanks, Chief Westrup. Chief Cregan, same question to you.
John Cregan, our Chief of Police, and thanks, Councilmember Krupke, for the question. So for us, I've had very candid conversations with our labor groups on this as we've been preparing for the last couple of months of the upcoming cuts. And we had an additional officer retire on Thursday, so as of now we have 6 sworn positions that are vacant with it, and we're estimating by the end of the year that we'll potentially have 5 to 6 other ones, and even by the end of the summer that we'll have additional 4 officers. So we have several. We lose through attrition. We average 8 to 10 officers a year through retirements, through medical, through moving on to other organizations. So that's our average of 8 to 10 officers a year. And right now, having those conversations, I wholeheartedly expect that we'll have at least 5 more retirements within the next 6 months of our sworn staff.
Okay. I guess my next question would be for a combination of the city manager and finance. In general, with some of these positions, specifically as we just talked about with public safety, instead of cutting July 1 at the beginning of the new fiscal year, is there an appetite, or are you okay with, say, one of the sworn officer positions is retiring in October, for example, to be okay and waiting till October for that to be taken care of via attrition versus a cut on July 1?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Overall, our goal is to make certain that we really would prefer layoffs not to happen, so we would definitely consider it and be agreeable to making certain that we replace people, whether it's through retirement or some form of attrition.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions. If we're okay giving direction now, I'd say that my directions for me personally would be in all departments to look for any cuts that could be happening through retirements first. When it comes to fire, I'm opposed to a blackout, and I'm very hesitant of brownouts. I would also say that, as I already said, when it comes to recreation, increase of fees to try to get to net neutral on those is my preference. And then I guess part of my direction and question would also again go to the city manager, which would be, I know in these kinds of times, creativity comes from, a need, right? When cuts like this are faced or proposed, that there's a level of creativity that comes. Would it be possible to maybe after July 1, come back and let's call it Q2, beginning of Q2, October 1st, with any proposals that may come for possible further revenue increases or departments that may have new ideas to help offset some of the cuts that are being proposed? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, that's a possibility, and we actually have some departments working on some revenue measures now. I know Fire is working with a consultant right now, and they have some other ideas that I believe are potential revenue measures that will be brought forward. And I've been working with Finance as well on some additional revenue measures, and we can work to bring those forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you, City Manager. Yeah, I guess this is going to continue to be a fluid situation, and so I want to be as nimble as possible on this, and not to be too draconian too quick. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a note on process here. We have an unusual and complex discussion today. We're going to limit this stage to questions, but then at the end, we will come back for preliminary guidance. And we do have some conflicts here on the dais, so we'll have to handle those conflicts in different ways. But right now, let's limit ourselves to questions. And with that, over to you, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a few more questions about Fire in the process so I can have better clarification. My first question, while you're coming down, is brownouts. It's a rotating of different stations that we have, and are we taking into account when we have those brownouts, the service areas that they are servicing?
So that's been sort of the pressing question of if we have a station closure or company closure, which company would it be? We've committed to working with our labor group and within our own team to figure out through a data-driven analysis whether it should be a rotating type of situation where it would impact everybody the same throughout the city, or if it would be one particular station. Coming out of the 07-08 recession, we did a rotating brownout of 2 different stations, Station 11 in the Junior College District and Station 10 in the Southwest, and it rotated between those 2 stations, which one was browned out on a particular tour. Regardless of what station it is, there is going to be a very significant system-wide impact with a brownout, namely because an engine is 10% of your effective firefighting force. The last time that we added a new station, or if we closed a station or closed an engine company, we'd be receding back to the service levels we were at in October of 2007. At that time, we were responding to 18,761 calls for service and a population base of 155,000. Last calendar year, we ran over 28,000 calls for service and a population base of 178,000. So in that time, since we were at those levels of engine companies, we've seen a 51% increase in call volume and a 14% increase to population. Associatively, with the truck company, if we were to brown out or close a truck company, the last time that we had one truck company was 2001. And using sort of commensurate statistics there, we've seen a 73% increase in call volume since then and a 17% increase in call volume. So there is a very significant system-wide impact to any station closure at all.
What is a truck company?
Okay, so typically what we operate on a day-to-day basis is we have 10 fire engines, which is the small pumping engines like engine 1 that drives by here all the time. In fact, it's right there. But it's a small pumping engine. It's staffed with 3 people. We have 2 ladder trucks, which are a 107-foot articulating aerial. So it's the fire trucks you see with 2 drivers on the front and the back. We have 2 of those in town, one here downtown and one on the west side. And then we have the 2 advanced life support squads. So on a day-to-day basis, this community is protected by 10 fire engines, 2 ladder trucks, and 2 squads. There's a difference in what they do on a day-to-day basis, but particularly in special events such as structure fires, vegetation fires, extrications. We have a very sound and solid operation on each position on those resources, knows exactly what to do on those incidents. So the engines are 3-person, the trucks are 4-person, the squads are 2, but the trucks have very specific functions. They don't have hoses, but they have chainsaws, extrication tools, rescue equipment, things like that.
Okay, let me see. I just want to say 10 is in my district. I don't look favorably towards that. But so layoffs, personnel, what's our current response time with the stations that we have open, or does it depend on where we're at in the city?
So council has a response time goal for the fire department of 5 minutes from dispatch to arrival 90% of the time. And to give you sort of a litmus test here of where we're at, in 2014, our achievement to this goal was 76.51% of the time. In 2024, it was 60.81. So conceivably, and I do believe this is very much the case, is that we've had an increase on demand for service with without the commensurate growth in our resources in our organization. In other words, we're running more calls with the same amount of resources we were in 2014. We've, just so you know, and I just want to make sure that I'm giving you all the information, is we did an internal response time analysis looking at our current deployment, what we have, all the factors that we could come up with to determine what factors we could mitigate aside from adding additional resources. So we did this analysis and we've instituted all those changes. So things like technology upgrades, traffic patterns, training, monitoring, and accountability. So we've done everything that we can do to take away those seconds that count towards that compliance. But we're going back in time is just going to make that worse, quite frankly.
I mean, I know you don't know, but what would you propose or think that the increase in time would be for response?
Well, it would be on EMS calls, which is largely about 70% of what we do, it'd be an 8% reduction in resources available. So I'd say there'd be a commensurate 8 to 10% raise in response times. Again, it's very, very hard to predict because the closure of one company impacts the surrounding district. So, you know, if engine 10, for your example, I'm not saying this is the case, if engine 10's closed, immediately engine 8 in Roseland, engine 2 on Stony Point Road, engine 1 downtown, it's going to draw those resources away from their first 2 areas. So that's why I'm saying that one closure is going to have a domino effect on the rest of the system and the rest of the city.
I think that's all my questions for fire. I had another one if I remember.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, thanks. I think this is for finance. Is it a coincidence that the COLAs are very close to what we're asking for the reduction? This came up, and so I was like, oh, I never thought of it that way, but is it a coincidence or?
Yes, it's a coincidence that 4% plus 5% is 9%, and we were estimating roughly a 7 to 8% cut. So, yes.
All right, and we are not giving the rest, so those are my questions.
Not quite yet. We'll come back to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm wondering if the fire chief could come back once more, please. Thank you.
Of course.
I know we've talked a lot about Measure H, and I just want to say that just so folks understand, we've had like over 1,000 inquiries about Measure H. So I want, for the purposes of the public especially, even more than myself and the rest of the council, would you talk about how Measure H applies to the city of Santa Rosa and if there are any restrictions as how it can be utilized?
Absolutely. So some history on Measure H is actually in 2023, there was a sales tax measure floated that was Measure G, and it failed by 1.87% at the 66% margin. So we went back to the drawing board and started over as the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association, working with our labor partners and partners throughout the county to develop Measure H. Measure H is a half-cent general sales tax that supports strictly the fire service throughout Sonoma County. So through the allocation of that sales tax, the city receives 14.4% of the sales tax in direct costs. The initial plan when Measure H was built in 21-22 was for it to pay for salaries, benefits, and infrastructure. The original plan, and the plan still today, is to build 3 stations, add 35 personnel, and 3 new companies. So that was the intent. Over the course of the last couple of years, things have changed, and namely it's been there's an increase across the board. It's not just Santa Rosa, but everybody's feeling it. The increase in personnel costs, the increase in infrastructure, all of that's gone up, coupled with the fact that after the fact and how it was costed, there was precedent set by an attorney that Measure H could be spent on anything. So while we only costed people and infrastructure, now, as Mr. Wagner stated, it's its own little fire department and lives within its own funding mechanism. So things like the fire engine for the new resources, turnouts, uniforms, overtime, administration, all those fees are in there. So what you saw on the slide up there, the 20 people, that's where we had to essentially stretch those dollars out to try to make that fund solvent in and of itself for at least 10 years, because the general fund is not in a position to augment Measure H. So as I also stated, Measure H is an enhanced, not supplant tax, so we have to be very cautious with that. There is a county citizen oversight committee that'll be much larger than PSAP, but where we're going to have to go in and justify our dollars spent, making sure we're in guidelines of the ordinance. So there's still a lot of flexibility, and we have agreement with the city manager, with finance, and with our labor group that we're fluid and flexible of what we do with those positions, but the end goal is to continue to add fire resources to the city of Santa Rosa. There's a subset to that, in that that's the direct funding. There's also indirect funding, in that our dispatch fees are now covered through Measure H. So what used to be a $1.5 million allocation to the general fund is now covered by Measure H, and the funding going to Sonoma County Fire Chiefs. They pass through those dollars for us. Our Lexipol fees, which are about $25,000 a year, those are indirect costs that we're saving because that bill is now being paid by the sales tax. Training and technology is also in there as well. So there's a lot of benefit. It's not what we thought it was going to be, and at least from my personal take as the fire chief, I wanted it done now. I wanted to build right now, because we have studies going back, the grand jury report in 2004, our strategic plan and standards are covered in 06, 16, and our current one all show that we need to grow. You all know we need to grow. And so that was our catalyst to grow. And so now we're in this difficult place of the general fund, we're looking one way, and Measure H, we're looking the other way. So I don't want it to be taken as a fail-safe. It was meant to grow onto what we had. My fear is that we're going to end up at a net zero at the end of the day, but Measure H does give us the ability to continue to add resources. It's just not going to be as fast as we all want. Was that helpful?
Very. Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
So thank you. That was very, very helpful. So in terms of the blackout and the brownout, first I want to say, just with all due respect to the finance team, I think if I recall, the majority of the council, we didn't take a vote or anything, were leaning toward brownouts. I don't think anybody was in favor of blackouts. So I was kind of surprised to see it on this presentation. But even beyond that, what I'm hearing in the community is that there's not a whole lot of difference between a blackout and a brownout. And I wonder what you're feeling about this, Chief, if that is the case, and if it were up to you, what would you rather see? I'm really not in favor of a blackout, but sure. Is there much difference in a brownout?
So operationally, between a blackout and a brownout, there is no difference. It's the closure of a company. Like I said, it's what we do with people. Yeah, absolutely, I'd rather maintain the 12 positions and be able to put them in suppression, because on top of, you know, the litany of impacts that I have listed here, one of the big ones is our ability to recall personnel or to hold personnel over in case of a major disaster. If you look at our history with that, in 2017, we did a full department recall twice for the Tubbs fire and then for the Oakmont fire on the 14th. We did it once in 2019 for the Kincaid fire, and we did it twice in 2020. And we just saw what happened with LA with their ability to recall or hold over staffing. So, so we've learned a lot since 17, and we upstaff. So it gives us more bodies to be able to upstaff. So it gives us more resources to be able to put on the road. So being able to retain those employees is priority one. Priority 1A, and these are interchangeable, is not changing our level of service to the community. We're already lower than we should be. We need to grow. You know, the change in the threat matrix, the change in infill housing, the change in our population, all leads to the fact that we need to grow. So I'll leave you with this, is the fire department understands the financial situation the city is in. You have a very difficult decision to make, and we are willing to work with you and work with the city manager and finance and our labor group to find ways that we can maintain our level of service. There is going to be impact somewhere, but maintain our operational level of service and still give what needs to be given to make sure that we're being good partners and good fiduciary responsible employees of the city. So we have some ideas that we need to vet through the city manager, but you know, we're kind of waiting to see where these presentations go, but we have been brainstorming collectively as a department and as a labor management group on ways we could find other areas to cut. You know, there could be a reduction in service on the customer service side in admin. You know, they're a very small staff of, really it's only about 4 in admin that handle all the customer service, permitting, plan review, all those things. It could be an emergency management. You know, there's an emergency manager on there. That takes away our redundancy in emergency management and our ability to do alert and warning notifications, evacuations, things like that. So, you know, being given the direction to focus on core services, my problem with that, and I always kind of laugh with the city manager, like, I think everything we do is a core service. Every person in our organization, all 165 of us, have some mission of a core service, and we all share the same mission to serve the city. So we have some ideas, but I want you to understand that the way that our budget's set up, we're like 85 to 87% salaries and benefits. As we go through this exercise and we start looking at big numbers, somewhere there will be a service impact, and we just have to balance what that means. But we're willing to help. We're willing to find alternative ways, working with my boss and with finance.
Thank you. I think the next question I have is actually for Megan, I think. There she is. Thank you, Chief. Oh, you're there so quickly. I'm looking for the slide on the homeless reductions, if I can find it really quick. Oh, I found it. I think my main concern, I mean, I'm looking at this and it's alarming, but I'm wondering about impacts. Overall, what do you think some of these, making these kind of cuts on these programs what kind of impact that's going to have on the programs themselves. Are some of them just going to go away altogether, like looking at the safe parking in particular, but some of the others as well?
So I think we do have to have a little bit of a recusal here on part of this conversation. As I'm understanding, we have a council member who sits on the board of directors of, is it CON? I may be saying it incorrectly, which impacts the seasons of sharing.
I like to recuse myself. Wait, I have to recuse myself from the entire conversation?
We're just, what I'm going to suggest, the only issue, she's a non-paid member. There's still a conflict. It's not a conflict under the Political Reform Act because she doesn't have a financial interest. She has a different kind of conflict. And so what I'm going to suggest here is that the council member recuse, that she listened to this conversation, and then she can come back with any questions or items that pertain to any of the items on the list other than the seasons of sharing, which is the one where she has a conflict. So maybe we can just take a brief pause and give her a moment to run up the steps so she doesn't miss out on this part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers and Ms. Benuelos. We'll be back to you.
Okay, so I'll just go through the list as presented on the slide. So again, this is the $50,000 contribution for the YWCA. We are a portion of their operational budget. I know the YWCA will be making public comments when that is open tomorrow, but I would anticipate they are still able to operate their facility. It would be a budgetary hit, but they could address that. With Seasons of Sharing, this is a new contribution to this particular program. We support the administration of what is a fundraising campaign that is done annually to provide tenant assistance. It likely will impact the program, but it is, again, a small component of their overall program. Yesterday, Homeless Services Manager Kuykendall and I met with Jenny Lynn Holmes, the CEO of Catholic Charities, to walk through the impacts to Catholic Charities programs. So specifically on the remainder of these slides, with the warming center, we could eliminate this aspect of the contract. It's essentially like an on-demand service. We would eliminate the ability to stand up a warming center when our weather dictates. So there would be an impact to our homeless population, but they still would have access to our homeless shelter and associated services if they choose to engage in those. The most significant impact would be to the host program, and this $500,000 could compromise our ability to continue to make progress on homelessness, and we have made significant progress over the last few years, and our upcoming homeless count is going to indicate that we've made even more progress over the course of the last year, achieving a drop of in excess of 15%. So this would be half of the city's contribution. These are the individuals that are out there engaging with the homeless population, trying to bring them into services. Additionally, with cuts that the police department is incorporating for DET, this will have more of an impact in that there's fewer individuals that are out there engaging and trying to entice individuals to access services. The support from the Family Support Center, again, this is one that Catholic Charities feels they could absorb. The Family Support Center does have other aspects of funding and could accommodate this $100,000 cut. The drop-in center, again, is one of the areas where it did give Catholic Charities pause, in that this is the facility located in downtown Santa Rosa that is open to the homeless population, provides them with a place to come in off the streets, access services, engage with housing counselors. It also could create, through this reduction, additional impacts to our downtown businesses. So I'd anticipate we might hear some concerns expressed from those organizations if this one was to proceed. The reduction to Sam Jones Hall, we believe that can be absorbed. So this is one that we could certainly proceed with. And anticipate there would be minimal impacts to the overall program. And then finally, with closing safe parking, as I noted earlier, we do have grant funds available to take us at least through December of 2025. We plan on looking for additional funding sources. If the state was to reopen the encampment resolution funding, which they've indicated they will, we will pursue that to try and continue the operation of this facility. Again, this is located on city property and has proven to be a valuable resource for reducing vehicle encampments throughout Santa Rosa, and then the associated impacts on the residents and neighborhoods. Be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. Thank you, Megan. I think my last question was around furloughs, and I don't know who, oh, maybe, yeah, HR. Thank you. Just in looking at the way it's listed on one of our charts, I'm not going to try and find it right now, but I'm wondering, since I think furloughs may not be appropriate for certain groups within our employees, I'm wondering, to the finance team, if it's realistic to have an amount there right now. Or maybe you can address that.
Yeah. Dominic Blanke, Human Resources Director, and feel free to cut in finance. The furlough number was based off of just general fund positions, so it didn't include enterprise or sworn positions. And it was more or less just kind of give council a ballpark of an option. Again, furloughs, that's not something that we can impose onto the unions or our membership. So it's something that as an option they could discuss with us, but it's not something that we can enforce.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald, did you have a clarifying question?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is specific for police and fire, so I apologize. You guys should have wore your running shoes. So I have a question on the cost for staffing, specifically police or firefighter. What's the timeline, Chief, or what's the cost to the city when we hire somebody out of the academy, and how long does it take to get them actually in their own patrol car, and what's that investment?
Thank you. And for the police department, I'll speak specifically, it's a long process. So we have about a 4-month background process where you're going through, we have a dedicated background investigator. They're going through doing a comprehensive review of that person's background. Then we have a series of tests of a oral board, then a physical test, a psych test, a lie detector test, a chief's interview. So that's about 4 months of staff time that's going to in-kind services. Then we go to the 20-week police academy through the junior college, and with salary, benefits, equipment, uniforms, it's $87,000 for them is our total commitment for that 20-week academy with everything included. Then they finish the 20-week academy and we do a 22-week field training program internally where we have a senior officer training with them, so adding like that. So it's over a year process. So all that combined with staff time in there, we're looking just over $200,000 that we're putting of internal staff time with a dedicated direct expense of $87,000 that we're putting for that training. So a pretty significant investment from the time they start their application to their driving a patrol car by themselves.
So the investment just to get an officer ready to go out there is several $100,000 just based on how long it takes. And the reason I bring this up specifically is the difference it maybe is for staffing a firefighter or a police officer versus maybe somebody else in the city because of the long-term investment we've made on current officers. Is that right?
Yes, and for the officers, it's mandated by post, by the California post and like that. And that's the police officer standards and trainings with it that has those mandates, not only in the background process, and the academy is mandated the 20 weeks. It's just over, I believe, 768 hours. And then through the field training program, those are all state mandated programs that are very rigid with the guidelines that we must follow.
Same question for you, Chief, but Chief Cregan, will you stay here? I have a question for you as well.
So for the fire department, it's a little bit different. Our prerequisites for even accepting an application, you have to have the basic level of certification and training before you apply, meaning you have a general education and background in the fire service. So when we give somebody a conditional job offer, they go through very much a similar background process, physical, psych, polygraph, all those things. That runs us between $3,000 and $5,000 per employee to go through that, the entirety of that process. Because of where we've been with staffing, we have that timeline whittled down to about 6 weeks. So it's pretty quick to get them through the background process versus it was 6 months a few years ago, just because of the impact that we had with hiring. Then on top of that, we have to equip them. Once they get through all that stuff, we give them an unconditional offer. We have to equip them with new turnouts, which are $6,000 a set, boots, uniforms, things like that. So there is a front-end investment. And then they go into an academy for us, and the academy is they have a general basis and background education. They may have worked somewhere else, but the 12-week academy is teaching the Santa Rosa way. So when they hit the floor, they're ready to go right to work. So our process is a little bit shorter, a little bit less expensive because we require that academy before they come into the fire department.
Okay, and this is a general question, but related to this, if you guys could just stay there. Do we have any other employees in the city that take the same type of like psych evaluations or additional classes that have to be maybe paid for by the city? Does anyone know that answer? No, thank you. As far as some of the considerations I see on the proposed budgets, just to go back on the browning out under, or actually, excuse me, let's go to slide 17, where it talks specifically about the minimum baseline calculation. What does that mean exactly on baseline calculation versus us being over?
So baseline calculation is written into our ordinance for the public safety and prevention tax. That's a 1/4 cent tax that we get on all spending in Santa Rosa that goes to public safety, to police, fire, and violence prevention. That ordinance requires that the police department, regardless of the year, funding general fund police department budget is at least 34.3% of our total general fund budget. It requires that the fire department is at least 23.7% of our general fund budget, and that violence prevention is at least 4% of our general fund budget. We have to maintain those funding levels. Even if we reduce our general fund or whatever else happens, we have to maintain those funding levels in the general fund.
It has nothing to do with how many community members they serve, how many calls they go out on, how many people that were growing the city by. It's just based on language and a measure.
This is based on language and a measure that was, at the time, this was where the funding stood. The police department at that year was 33.3% of general fund. So the assumption was, as things grow and change, we do not want these funding levels to drop beneath that and perhaps be relying more on this public safety and prevention tax than the general fund was originally.
In my brain, it was just a little misleading. It felt like it was saying, this is what we have to do, but we're doing more than that. And I just want to be clear to the community that that's not the case, that we do more because we have more to serve and we haven't actually staffed more in police or fire, if I'm correct, since we've grown the city. I just want to know how many firefighters or police have grown over the last, say, 5-6 years as the city grows.
So real quick, just because it helps me wrap my brain around this, because it's always, baseline's always very confusing, is this maintenance of effort number is to make sure that PSAP is not being used to supplant the general fund. So that's where the bar is set. If we dip down below that bar, now we are supplanting. So that's how it always makes sense to me, because it is very confusing.
Thank you.
So for the fire department, the question was, how many employees have we added in totality, or how many people have we hired? Because it's sort of two different numbers there.
So how many have you hired in addition to what you had the last 5 years?
So really the only additional bodies that we've added are the 12 for the SAFER grant.
The SAFER grant.
Correct. So our staffing has been the same really since the Tubbs fire, and honestly it's really been our operational staffing has been the same since 2007. So it hasn't really changed since then. SAFER was the first time, or the squads were the first time we have added additional resources or additional personnel to our operations staff.
And same for you, Chief Cregan.
For the police department, we've seen highs and lows, and when we studying this, I did a 35-year analysis of the last 35 years of what our sworn staffing was, our civilian staffing, and our base community population, and it's gone high and low. Our peak staffing we've ever had in our department's history was in 2006, and that was with 190 sworn and 91 civilian, so that was our peak. Today, we're at 184 sworn, so we're 6 below, and that was before we annexed Roseland with it, so we're 6 below that, and our civilian staff is at 78, so that's come down more substantially with it. With these new staffing, we'll go back to, if we were to do the 10 sworn cuts and the 4 civilian cuts, we would go back to 1998 is what our staffing would be with it. So we'd have at the time, obviously it was a much smaller population, so we had a population of 136,000. So that would put us at 174 sworn and 74 civilians if we make the cuts that are proposed here today. So that just puts it in perspective with what's going on with us. Our management team, well, we've had some talk about adding this lieutenant position. That's one too that has some concerns. We did our last staffing study, had us in 2021. We did our last staffing study and called out our lieutenant, which is our patrol watch commanders, and they are the managers of managing these more critical incidents that we have and making sure that we reduce the liability for our city and properly manage those incidents. Currently, we don't have graveyard patrol watch commanders, and they called us out saying, hey, that's when your most junior or least experienced sergeants are working with some of the more volatile calls, and you don't have that. So by losing that position, we'd be taking another step back from with our patrol watch commanders.
And just based on the recommendations right now for both of you, which I am not in favor of, by the way, but based on those recommendations, how would that increase the time on priority 1 calls, which are our most critical calls to get to for you, Chief Cregan, and then same for the response? I think Councilmember Rogers addressed that a little bit with the fire department, but I just want to make sure that that's really clear. If we make these recommended cuts, what that would, how that would impact the safety of the community.
Absolutely. For the priority 1 calls is something we very closely track. So every month I get where are we at with our priority 1 calls. When I stepped into the role of chief, it was 3 years ago this week with it, we were at 7 minutes and 7 seconds for our priority 1 call. That was the highest we've ever had in our department's history. So we really worked toward building up the staffing, and finally in 2024, we were able to not only have full staffing of our sworn, but maintain it for the year with it. And we saw some of the direct results of that is that we saw our priority 1 response time dip down into the 6:27s, and then for actually the first 3 months of this year, we've been right at 6 minutes. So you're going to see that go back up about 1 minute back to this low 7s that you're going to see with it. And the priority 1 is just one of the things. You're going to see just a reduction in some of the things, and we've outlined where all eight of those officers are going to come to them. So you'll see some of the impacts with, we'll go back to 6 in our downtown enforcement team with it. We're going to lose one of our motor officers, our motorcycle traffic officers. We're going to lose one of our K-9 officers. We'll lose 2 out of patrol with it. We'll lose our background investigator position. We're going to lose one of our detective positions, preliminary right now at our domestic violence sexual assault team. So those are ones, each one of those teams are going to feel some impact with it, and that's where we're weighing internally, like what are the impacts, how can we come up with strategies to mitigate some of those things. The same with our civilian positions, the dispatcher position. Last year in 2024, our dispatchers took in just over 183,000 calls came into our 911 dispatch center. That's an average of 502 calls for assistance a day that are coming into that dispatch center with it. So they're going to be impacted. Our police technicians are running the front counter, processing the thousands of police reports, citations. They actually take police reports themselves for things like missing persons and stolen vehicles, things like that. So we'll see a reduction in our lobby hours with that our lobby is open to the community with it. And then the same with our field evidence technician and our community service officers. Those both are assisting officers with with taking the more low-level reports of like the collision reports, no suspect then show burglaries, and that helps us with our priority 1 response when officers are available. Our field evidence technicians play another crucial role, which is processing any crime scene that we have in the city of Santa Rosa. So any shootings, homicides, fatal collisions, sexual assaults, they come out and process and have the expertise to do that and make sure that it's properly documented for court, and they can go to court and provide their level of expertise with whether it be DNA collection, whether it be fingerprint analysis, whether it be photos or 3D printing crime scenes, all those things like that. So understandably, there's going to be impacts spread across the organization.
Thank you. Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, I thought you had the same question for me.
Yeah.
Okay. So for us, regardless of how you cut it, a reduction of 1 unit's an 8% reduction in the force that's on the road today. If it's an engine company, it's 10% of the effective firefighting force. If it's a truck company, it's 50% of the truck companies that we have. It's 1 out of the 2. So across the board, there's going to be an increase in response time to all events. Last calendar year, we ran just under 30,000 calls a year for service, so that's incidents, but it was over 35,000 unit responses, meaning, you know, structure fire is 1 incident, but 5 resources go to it. So, you know, truck companies go to all structure fires, engine companies go to structure fires. So we have to look at those 2 numbers. So there is going to be an impact, particularly considering what we've been talking about, where we haven't added resources in so long, and where we've grown and where we need to go. I would reasonably predict there's going to be an 8 to 10% impact to our response times, whether you're looking at decrease in compliance or increase in response time. There's going to be a significant impact. The loss of the truck company also loses that specialty resource. So God forbid somebody's trapped in their car during a car crash, it's going to take longer for us to get jaws of life there to extract somebody. It's going to take longer to put a hole into a roof during a structure fire. It's going to take longer for us to set up a technical or higher low angle rescue with the specialty resource of the truck. So it's not just the response time, it's the response time to certain things that we do as part of an all risk organization.
Just to follow up on that, about how many of your calls a year are assistance with medical calls?
We run about 60, well, in 2024, it was 69%, so almost 19,000 calls a year for service were emergency medical service related.
My understanding is fire often gets there prior to ambulance.
Correct. We have more resources on the road. We're more strategically located, meaning that we don't use dynamic deployment. And actually, part of our role and responsibility in the ether is that we have a first response ALS contract with the current ground ambulance provider, meaning that we stop the clock for them, or reset the clock for them in some cases. So we're used for that and we're paid for that. We bring in revenue for that from the standpoint of that we're providing that service to them, but also from our mission set, we're providing better service to the community. And right now, all of our resources have at least 1 paramedic and are paramedic equipped on every one of our 14 resources deployed on a daily basis.
Thank you both. This next question is actually for City Manager. I see under additional considerations, it's about $3.5 million that we could potentially have in other cuts or to be able to make some different decisions. Would there be a potential to bring back any other additional cuts by tomorrow for consideration from council so that we could, for lack of a better term, sort of pick from a menu of what we feel would be the least impact on the community versus things we feel would have a higher impact?
Yeah, I can work with the departments and see if we can bring back some additional recommendations.
Thank you both.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Please excuse me as I don't have my laptop information available to see the presentation. But at the beginning of your presentation, you spoke about even if we were to balance the budget this year, looking forward, there would be an increase year after year in the thank you, sir, page 18. And could you elaborate on what the reoccurring costs that you foresee making this budget gap increase?
The reoccurring costs are largely driven on the expenditure line item by salary and benefits. We have a 4% cost of living increase built in for fiscal year 26-27, which is in accordance with our labor contracts. and then 3% assumed for salaries in the out years, which is just a guess at this point. And in our revenue line item, our sales tax does not grow at a rate commensurate with salaries, and sales tax being the largest source of revenue in the general fund, what we see is our expenditures as a whole are just outpacing our revenues.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, my thanks to my colleagues for doing a deep dive into this presentation and these issues. Most of my questions have been answered, but I have a few others. Starting with the slide that Vice Mayor Alvarez very helpfully highlighted. I think the point that I want the general public, or that we want the general public to be aware, is that, as you can see from this conversation, the city is very much sharpening its pencils. I think people have a sense for the difficulty of the trade-offs that we're evaluating this year. As my colleague just highlighted, we've got a few more years of this. So even if we make all the cuts that we're discussing today, we're going to be back here in 12 months trying to close a $15 million deficit unless some additional source of revenues appear. So unfortunately, we're not in the situation of making these difficult decisions today and then being able to walk away and have smooth sailing in the years to come. We're going to have even more difficult decisions next year. And I want to make sure that the public has that in their heads as context for the discussions we're having today, for just how challenging the environment is right now. Now, it's certainly not just us. As we look around the community, whether we're talking private sector, whether we're talking our public schools, our universities, we see so many other organizations that are going through this exact same issue. So there's a lot of solidarity right now, but certainly the city is in that mix. With respect to a couple of other questions, I'm glad that my colleagues brought up the issue of surplus funds. We discussed that at length during our last city council meeting, and in our long-term finance meetings, we've certainly had those discussions as well. Scott, did I hear you correctly that whether it's this afternoon or maybe tomorrow, at some point in the near future, we could review those surplus funds numbers again?
Absolutely. And what we plan to do is to come back as early as tomorrow with a history of essentially the reserve balance of the city over the past 10 to 20 years, as far as we can go back as quickly as we can. But what that will show is it'll show periods of surplus. It'll show periods of deficit. Our current period is that of a deficit where our reserves have decreased.
Understood. And part of our challenge today, right, or as we're passing this budget, is to figure out how we give ourselves the best glide path, the gentlest glide path to getting ourselves onto a stable fiscal footing. And with the cuts that we discussed at our last council meeting and are discussing right now, do I recall correctly that this potentially buys us another year where we can use those surplus funds that we have and give ourselves 3 years, was it 3 or 4 years with the proposed cuts to ultimately bring ourselves onto a stable footing?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so at the plan that staff has brought forward to get to a $6.7 million deficit, that would essentially keep the council's mandated reserve level for this coming budget adopted year. It's as what has been wisely brought up by council, our focus though is not just on this year, is the fact that we have an extremely large budget deficit coming the next year after. And so yes, we're challenged in that we've had periods of surplus in the past. Our concern is what we're experiencing this last year, along with the current year that we are currently in, and those giant red numbers in front of us. As I've mentioned prior, there's just no level of reserve that can balance those levels of deficit on a short-term basis, but yes.
Understood, thank you. I have three questions left, excuse me. Could we cut to the slide that detailed some of the homelessness services costs? Megan, I hate to do this to you one more time. The questions are easy, I can offer you that much. So this slide helpfully details some of the homelessness services cuts that we and the community can potentially absorb. And Megan, you were very helpful in how you talked about the impacts of these cuts. And I'm glad you underlined the success of our homelessness services program in the city, how we've seen a decline in homelessness services numbers, how the unhoused population has received better services from the city. Our residents have noticed it. Our business people have noticed it. The city has done really good work. But of course, now we're looking at really, again, sharpening our pencils, trying to figure out what we could afford. To put the number on the slide, the 1.46 million number into context, could you detail the total amount that the city is putting forth to homelessness services programs from the general fund?
So the amount from the general fund, and I believe this was highlighted on one of the earlier slides, is approximately 3.6 million. It's offset by funds from the real property transfer tax transfer that Veronica highlighted early on in the presentation. We receive contributions from the County of Sonoma, Community Foundation, Sonoma County, and then we also have a pilot program where we are receiving revenue from the County of Sonoma and City of Petaluma for the Keep People Housed Sonoma County, so we are simply a conduit for those funds.
Another very successful initiative, the Keep People Housed program.
And sorry, I left off one key point about that program. It's also funded with a rather significant grant from All Home, which is a Bay Area nonprofit.
Absolutely. And those numbers don't include necessarily all personnel or indirect costs. Is that correct?
That is correct, because a key piece of our success with reducing homelessness and its impacts on the community have been our encampment team, and this is a group that goes out weekly on Wednesdays. It's comprised of staff from police, fire, code enforcement, TPW's debris response team, and those costs are carried within those departments, and they all are addressing in the field encampments and helping them from growing and becoming more of an issue within our community, which ultimately results in enforcement from the police and fire departments when we have small fires, and then we have to relocate and address public safety issues that occur.
All the ancillary costs, absolutely. And the numbers we're discussing don't include the in-response program, correct? Because that's being funded still with PG&E money or ARPA money?
Finance can speak to how it's being funded, but correct, this does not include in response. The encampment response team also does not include the in response.
Thank you. And the point I'm trying to underline here, I'd like to underline, is just how robust the city's programs are, and that while we're talking about 1.46 million, that is a subset of the overall homelessness services programs within the city. And an ongoing conversation right now that this council discussed at length during the last council meeting is our discussions with the county that we are having along with the other 8 cities in Sonoma County about how cities, including Santa Rosa, maintain these programs, maintain the services that we're providing for the good of the community, even though most of the cities in the county are going through budget situations similar to Santa Rosa. There is a very lively conversation with the Department of Health Services at the county. They've been good partners, and we have some hope that the county, speaking broadly, the county and all the cities can come to a new resolution for how we provide these services, but do so in a way that aren't so taxing on the individual city budgets. So there is some hope as we look forward over the next 12 months that there might be a resolution there that again allows us to provide these services which are needed, but do so in a more financially sustainable way. I have 2 questions left. And I'm going to put Megan, thank you very much. I'm going to put the city manager and maybe a couple of her teams on the spot, if you don't mind. There was the mention of at least examining fee increases in Parks and Rec to see if there was some way of recovering additional costs. And I thank my colleague, Ms. Fleming, for encouraging the city to be very sensitive about how it looked at those fee increases, because these programs are so important to families in the community. But I don't think I heard even a rough estimate of how much revenue some sensitive form of additional fee increase could bring in. Madam City Manager, would there be again a back of the envelope number just to put things in context for us?
We think we could get to the 300,000 mark, and that is not just fees, but that's also making some internal adjustments with staff as well. I do want Deputy Director to make certain that he is looking at these fees with families in mind. We know costs have gone up across the board for families across the city and across the nation. So we do want to make certain that people can participate, but we believe we can make some adjustments internally and kind of get to the $300,000 savings mark.
Thank you for that.
We wouldn't, I do want to clarify, we wouldn't realize those savings this fiscal year, so it would not take effect until it was approved by councils.
We'll take any revenues we can find for the next several years. Thank you. Additional fee question, I guess. Parking is a perennial issue of interest in the city, and it has come up and it has been asked in the past, well, what if the city handled parking differently? What if perhaps it outsourced parking? If we chose to do that, what kind of estimated effect would that have on the city's bottom line?
Do you have an answer to that question? I do think, do you want to come up, Alan?
Thank you, Mayor. Alan Alton, Chief Financial Officer. So if I'm understanding the question, you're saying that if we outsource the parking operation, what impact would that have on the general fund?
Correct. I think we have 1.6 million transfers out at the moment.
So I would imagine that, remember well, let me put it a couple of different ways. The bulk of the parking operation is funded and paid outside of the general fund through the parking enterprise. So it's through their own fees in that structure. So from that standpoint, would not benefit the general fund at all. Parking enforcement. The parking enforcement is kind of like a middle ground between going out and writing tickets and getting that citation revenue in, and that just goes directly into the general fund. So if that was done a different way, you would want to make sure that the general fund is still picking up the citation revenue that comes in, whether that meant enforcement lived in a different department or a different whatever that may look like. But in overall, the parking fund generally does not help the general fund when you're looking at doing it differently.
But I think there's some opportunities. We have some long-term absences in the department. We can definitely make certain that we maybe onboard a contractor, maybe temporarily, to see if there's some actual savings or revenue that is brought in from that. So, we could do maybe a year pilot contract and bring that recommendation back to council.
So, may I add, that's an excellent point, and she's bringing up a great point that I left off. And what we see in the general fund revenue is actually down in parking citation. The revenue that goes into the general fund is down about $200,000, I think maybe even $250,000, and that's pretty much a factor of us being shorthanded in our enforcement area. So it does have that impact there. So yes, if we were able to shore up our enforcement, that allows for more revenue to come in to the general fund just for that area of the parking fund. So.
Thank you for that. And again, the context, as I suspect people in the audience picked up as they have seen us frantically scribbling numbers, is that folks on the dais are adding together different combinations to see what adds up to $3.582 million, which is, of course, the fire team. So again, back to parking, having another potential option that we can at least examine to see if we can get to that number and protect our public safety departments, fire and police, which, as has been thoroughly emphasized in this discussion, are important to the city. That is helpful. With that, I'm going to close the. Oh, Ms. Rogers, another question from you.
Yes, sorry. So it's for Chief and Chief. Sorry. I mean, the question should be, how many steps have you guys gotten in today? But so I'll start with the questions. One, I wanted to ask, Chief, how do you lose a canine position, and what happens to the animal, and how much do we pay to get, train, and retain the animal?
Right now, we have the 4th canine position is vacant because we knew cuts were coming with it, so I've carefully kept it vacant like that, so it wouldn't be actually cutting a dog. There will be impacts. Those dogs, now we're training our dogs to locate firearms, and in addition to narcotics. So what we're seeing is last year we seized 390 illegal firearms off the streets of Santa Rosa. Unfortunately, many of those results in vehicle pursuits where the firearm is thrown from the window while we're chasing the vehicle because they're worried about getting arrested for the gun. It's difficult when we see it just skipping down the road and it goes in the bushes of finding that gun again. So we use the dogs that go out there and be able to find the guns on the sidewalk or the bushes in lieu of someone walking the next morning. Worst case scenario, if a kid walking to school finds that gun. So there'll be some impacts with that. Also, we use them operationally for burglaries when suspects are hiding in a house, and for officer protection and for narcotic detection with that. So there's a host of those things. So we'll lose some of those capacities, but we won't directly be like basically laying off a canine.
Okay, perfect. And just so you know, I saw Ghost in action, finding a gun, so it was pretty cool.
He's impressive.
You guys already mentioned staffing and how it's changed over the years. Maybe you said it and I didn't catch it, but what is the minimum? Because I know like the state has a minimum, right, of the staffing that we have to have for both police and fire, or am I mistaken?
So there's guidelines on which we need to adhere to. Primarily for us, it's the National Fire Protection Association, and they call out for a full-time professional fire department. We should have 3-person engine companies, 4-person truck companies. So currently we are at minimum staffing. So we have a daily roster of 43 if you include the squads, and that is our minimum daily staffing. There's other metrics that measure your effective firefighting force, and in 2017 during our staffing study we found that the firefighter per capita was already extremely low. It was like 1 to 1,700 if I recall, and so obviously the community's grown since then and our threat matrix has changed since then. So if we're looking at metrics that are used to measure your effectiveness as a fire department, we're already pretty behind the curve.
And Chief?
Yeah, so there's no state mandate by California about you have to have this. There's general guidelines. So there's a national standard that's been for many years saying, hey, to provide a base level, and that's similar to what Fire Chief Wester said, a base level is 1 officer per 1,000 residents is the base level of how you can provide. But then also put the context, you're going to get a base level service. So you're not getting responding to collisions or going to burglar alarms or doing actual follow-up on homicides and things like that too. So but there's no national standard to say you have to be at this point.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to ask about Chief Westrope for other ways of getting revenue. Like not recently, but I heard a lot about responding to like facilities because they don't have their correct staffing, and so that's something that we have to, I say we as if I'm doing it, I know I'm not, but that's something we have to do. So we have to go out and take people off of the toilet, or when they have a fall, or transfer people. Is there any way that because it's due to their lack of staffing we can bill them?
There is. The city manager referenced this. Currently we have a consultant under contract who's going to help us build some different ideas and different options for fee-for-service, particularly revolving around EMS. The initial intent of that was to pay for the squad personnel in perpetuity once the period of performance ends on the SAFER grant. But we think there's other opportunities that exist in the ether as well that we could look at through this consultant firm. So once we're done with the work and work it through the city manager and city attorney, obviously, we'll bring it back to council on different options we have for revenue streams that could be a result of where we're at with our emergency medical services or public assist responses.
Thank you. And is it possible to change our EMS contract to help us so that we can respond to fires, structure fires, and different calls that we have to go to faster and not sit at a scene for waiting on EMS to, am I asking, I mean, I think I'm asking the right question. But
I think I'm picking up what you're,
okay,
what you're
thank
asking.
You.
So, you know, when we moved into this new era of a new ground ambulance provider, one of the main things that we said was, you know, not only was it a new ground ambulance provider, it was also a whole new response matrix, including BLS ambulances, tiered response. There was a bunch of different things that the county did all at once, and it impacted us. And our statement from the get-go was, number one, it's patient or customer service to the end user is not going to change or it's going to get better, and it cannot impact Santa Rosa operations, meaning, to your point, that we're not going to have an engine sitting on scene waiting for an ambulance to show up for X number of time more than we already are. So it's something that we're continuing to work on. We're just now seeing the first compliance data coming out of the exclusive operating area that includes Santa Rosa. Next week, in fact, Sonoma County Fire District EMS will be presenting to you during a staff briefing on the first look at that compliance data. With that, we're doing our own analysis, and it has to be hand tabulated, unfortunately, because we switch systems midstream to figure out what our on-scene times look like. So we're actually right now in the middle of analyzing that to figure out. We're gonna see what the customer service side is, and we're gonna see what our on-scene times are. So we're evaluating those two things, and then of course there's the anecdotal piece of what our firefighters and personnel are seeing on the streets. So we'll continue to roll that information out to you, but it's something that we work on typically on a day-to-day basis. Lately it's been all spreadsheets and numbers, but we are continuing to work on that with our EMS division.
When we look at our building permits, and you know, you get in the elevator and it says, is that fire does that or no?
The inspections?
Uh-huh.
The inspections are done by a third-party entity, just like your fire alarm. It's
So we're
done
already
by
contracting
it's done by the
those out.
contractor, correct?
Okay. And then my last one, and it may not be relevant, I just thought about this though, but what is the impact on insurance rates? Because we are seeing our residents lose insurance. So will there be an impact if we decrease the response time for services?
Yeah, great question. And the short answer is yes, we very much potentially could see an impact to the end user. Any business or resident that has fire insurance, we definitely could. So Councilmember Krepke will like this, but just a real quick background on where we're at. That's determined via the Insurance Service Office's rating. It's a system developed to assess the community's fire protection capabilities. Our ISO rating is based on several factors, including our station coverage, water supply, firefighting equipment, training, community outreach, dispatch, etc. Currently, the Santa Rosa Fire Department has an ISO class rating of 1. We are one of 498 fire departments nationwide that are a Class 1 fire department. We achieved this rating in December of 2016 after previously holding a Class 3 rating. And the big thing is that we're currently under our 10-year review for ISO rating right now. So once your ISO rating is set, you have it for a decade. So a brownout or a blackout could impact our ISO rating with what the fire department, the Department of Insurance rather, refers to as risk location score. Maintaining the strongest fire protection class possible is the key driver of insurance rate for fire coverage for any given location and is ultimately based on the loss history of that location. Those losses can include historic catastrophic fires, which may be beyond the control of the given fire department, but those losses definitely include a loss history that comes from more common structure fires, kitchen garage fires, et cetera, and vegetation fires. That results in the most common payout that insurers make for fire damage claims. So these are the fires where a well-equipped, well-staffed fire department makes a huge difference in terms of overall response and the quality of the response to limit the damage. So per the ISO, and I took a direct quote in doing research on this, the overall quality of response in reducing losses directly impacts homeowners and business insurance rates. So we're in that review right now. An impact to our operational capabilities could have an impact on the end user or the consumer of fire insurance in our community.
Is there a difference between a blackout and a brownout when you look at, because they can't pinpoint where, sorry, I know it's pretty technical, but they can't pinpoint where exactly the response time would increase if it's a brownout, right?
So they're going to look at our total number of personnel and firefighter per capita, but they're also going to look at our entire response matrix. So, you know, a brownout definitely could have an effect. A blackout would have a deeper effect.
Okay. Well, thank you both for answering all my questions.
Thank you.
Are there any final questions from council? All right. So the next step in this conversation is we're going to provide very preliminary, an emphasis on the word preliminary. So for those of you in the audience, for those of you listening online, tomorrow we're going to be doing public comment. We have an entire other day of budget hearings, but for the sake of staff, so that they can correctly aggregate the feedback that we have, potentially polish up some of the numbers for discussion tomorrow and for the final budget in 3 weeks, we're going to provide feedback here. But again, this is preliminary. Tomorrow we will have additional feedback, final feedback, as well as public comment. So with that, we've got some trade-offs in front of us. There's some potential trade-offs. This is the point of this study session, is that we're having a back and forth. We've done this now for 2 hours with respect to our questions. Let's give staff our concerns, give staff our ideas with the options that have been presented to us. Who would like to start? Ms. Rogers.
Mayor, I really have a question for City Attorney. Because seasons of sharing may come up, at what point do I have to leave?
I'm going to recommend that maybe we bifurcate this, so we take the seasons, we take basically the homeless services conversation first from council. Councilmember Rogers can step out when that happens, not just yet. When she comes back, she could certainly weigh in on the balance, not the seasons of sharing item, but the balance of it. And then you can go forward with the rest of your conversation.
Understood. Is it easiest, perhaps, Ms. Rogers, if you wanted to kick off our feedback discussion? Just in case? No? Okay, we'll wait with you.
She would need to go recuse first and have you do that part first and then come back. That's the way the process has to work.
Ms. Fleming.
I'm wondering if, just a friendly suggestion here, if we do take this section by section, that instead of each council member saying what they think about all of them, we could take homeless services and so that we can, because I think that there's a tendency, at least for me, to just sort of give the top lines. But if we want to have a discussion, I'm wondering if you could guide us through that way.
Sure, let's try that. I wonder if they're intertwined enough that it's going to be hard to stick to a particular conversation.
It may be.
But we can give that a try. Any interest in kicking us off?
Well, that's the thing, is that which one do you want to start with?
How about the additional considerations?
Hold on a moment, please.
And again, the implied trade-off here is that baked into this budget draft is the blackout of a fire company. And so the additional considerations were all presented as possible trade-offs. If you add up those additional considerations, all of them, including recreation, homeless services, and the personnel pieces, they add up to roughly the cost of blacking out a fire company.
Okay.
So it's implicit that as we're looking at these other costs, And again, I think it has been implied here on the dais, there is some interest in examining what the other options are besides blacking out a fire company.
Yeah, when I look at additional considerations, though, one thing I do have a question, sorry for not asking it sooner, of the city manager, which is the compensation for executive staff. Does the council have the authority in this action to change our equity? Okay.
You can't do it today. We would have to bring an item forward to make a change, but you can give the feedback so that we know that to add that into the budget and also bring the appropriate item to do that.
Okay, none of these are great things to reduce, and I think that applies to everything that we'll be reducing, but I'm fine taking all of the suggestions off of the additional considerations list.
Thank you. And one point to highlight there with the equity compensation for executive staff, the executive team for the city, and I will particularly reference the city manager and the city attorney, have, as has been emphasized in previous meetings, really shown excellent leadership and unusual generosity in taking themselves out of consideration, voluntarily giving up the pay increases that are contractually guaranteed. I would include the rest of the executive team in this as well. It's a noble and generous gesture during this time, showing how personal the discussions are to the executive team as well as to all the members of the city staff. Ms. Fleming, thank you for those comments. Who else would like to make a mention of the additional considerations? Ms. Banuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm not thrilled, but I'm okay with most of the things on the additional considerations, except I would not like to see the elimination of community engagement. And I just, I'm, as all of us, I'm out in the community all the time, and I get such excellent feedback about our community engagement program. And I think for any city, I think it's one of the most important things you can do is engage the community. And I would really, I don't know how long it would be before we could bring someone like that back. And I'm not even just talking about the individual, just in general, I think it's a very important part of what a city does. Otherwise, the flip side of this is what I heard years prior, where the city is not communicating with us, they're not letting us know what's going on, they don't care about what we think. All those things happen when you don't have representation out in the community. So I think it's a small amount overall, and I would rather not see that in there. So I'll just say that. Thank you.
I've made a note of that. We might as well go right down the list here. Let's go to Mr. Krepke online to get his thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, are we talking about all 4 slides of additional considerations?
We're doing the first one, the personnel considerations.
I would echo Councilmember Banuelos' comments as well. The one thing I would say is, based on what Chief Cregan has said, we've already been dinged for not having enough lieutenants and oversight on our overnight shifts. So I would be concerned about getting rid of the police lieutenant. But if I recall correctly, Chief Cregan also said that cost could be made up through other retirements that are in process. So if that is the case, I'd be okay with taking the police lieutenant off the list because those expenses can be made up elsewhere.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
City Manager, when we look at these additional considerations, are they still keeping within the framework of like HR or fire or police being in that 8% framework, or would this take them over the 8%?
I did not look at it in relation to the 8% because Police was far away from their 8%, so I was just looking at services that could be immediately reduced.
What about fire?
Fire, it's just either or. I mean, I'm just bringing additional recommendations as this body is not, does not want to move forward with the blackouts.
Yeah, I think we can all agree, or I can agree with myself, that police and fire are definitely a part of our core services. And I think we can see that because we received, I don't even know how many emails letting us know that. And I don't want to put more on one department. And if they're not, I know we cannot treat them all equal. I know that part, but I don't want to put more on one department. So I really am interested to know, like, if fire was already closer at the 8%, are they swapping this for the blackouts?
This is a recommendation that I'm looking for, a recommendation from council.
Okay. So I think that I would be okay with all of them. I do think that we need the community engagement. That's a big part of what we're doing and engaging with the community. And that department makes it a lot easier for us to do so and be that liaison and not just, well, I guess that is community engagement, our boards, our commissions, and everything that we're doing. So they are helping us do our job. So I would go with everything except for the community engagement manager. But if I had to, I mean, we would have to do that too. I know we have to make some tough decisions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. For myself, I do agree with the list at a very recognizing the situation that we're foreseeing. But if there is wiggle room at the end of all the cuts, I would love to see the community engagement being replaced. Thank you.
Thank you, and I concur with the comments of my colleagues. I think that community engagement position is important, and it's going to be necessary over the next few years, especially as we have more conversations like this one. And Mr. Okrepke, thank you for clarifying other possibilities around the police lieutenant as police and fire evaluate retirements in the near future. Whatever we can do to make our glide path more gradual and more gentle, we should look at. Let's move on to the next slide. This is the additional considerations for homelessness services. Ms. Rogers, I think you have to recuse yourself or step away for this one. We'll welcome you back in a few minutes.
Can I get clarification on the slide before? So,
please.
Looks like I want to bring back an alternative position for community engagement. Police lieutenant, yeah, I mean, I think we're going to look at replacing some positions through attrition, but I need a yes or a no, what you would like for me to do on the police lieutenant.
Ms. Rogers?
If what Councilmember Okrepke said was correct, that Chief has a workaround for that, is what I...
If there's going to be a retirement amongst that classification.
Chief, can you clarify?
Yes, for clarity on that, and you can ask me if you want more specifics, we have no lieutenants retiring, so we'll be demoting a lieutenant if this happens with it, and then demoting a sergeant back to officer with it. We have no lieutenants that are retiring for at least over a year. The next anticipated one I have is July of 2026 with it that we'll have, so that would result in the demotion. It would result in just one watch commander for the entire weekend shift, so the majority of the weekend will not have a watch commander anymore.
I don't know how many ride-alongs we've gone on, but I don't know that we can have one lieutenant for the entire weekend when it seems that maybe the calls are increasing. There's an increase in alcohol, hanging out, and I'm sure, domestic violence during the weekend, so I don't think that that's a good idea, but.
For my part, I defer to the city manager and to the police chief. I know these cuts were vetted operationally, and if the city feels like they're viable cuts, then given the budget situation that we're in, I would support these. If as we go through, as we talk about some of the other options that we've discussed today, and there become other cuts in other areas, I think that, at least for my part, I just wanted to highlight that I'm open to relooking at some of these. Is that clarification enough?
Actually, no. So, I mean, I want to be clear. So, fire has come to the table, and I know we're going to look at additional revenue measures in the future. So, I want to thank the union for coming to the table. That is long term. If we are not, in fact, going to black out a fire station, we have to make hard choices. I don't want anybody to go home. This is probably the hardest thing I've ever done in my career. I have to look at these people every day. I want us to find solutions that get us to next year so we can sit down and have a larger conversation. So it is a tough choice. I would like to say no to all of these, but I need a governing body that is going to tell me the direction to go. It is true, if we black out a fire station, we are looking at what we're going to do with SAFER. I think the squads have been a good addition, and I think they're going to come to the table to figure out how we move forward. They have not said to me that, no, we don't want to make any cuts. There's not been any union that says, no, we do not want to make any cuts. They understand the situation that we're in. But today we have to make some hard choices. So I need a yes or no on how this governing body would like for me to move forward.
In that context, I support the cuts as listed. Ms. Rogers has stepped away.
Slide, but we're not done. So we're going to go back and we'll see what it all adds up to, what we feel comfortable doing. So I don't want to say, yes, I want to get rid of a police lieutenant right now, when I might be able to make cuts somewhere else. That's where I'm at with it. Okay, now I'm done.
I like that we've added a theatrical aspect to our meeting today. We should use more of the space. All right, let's move on to Ms.
Does the city manager have her direction on that count?
At this time, I'm going to move forward with the police lieutenant. I will be having a conversation with the chief. They do have to do the work. They may present me with additional trade-offs. At the end of the day, my goal is to get to the number.
Okay.
And we support you in that goal. Many conversations to come.
Mayor Stepp, Councilmember Okrepke has his hand raised on Zoom.
Perfect. Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think my comment was not necessarily a classification comment of one lieutenant retiring, but more of other retirements that could cover the cost of having that lieutenant on. So to your point, City Manager, yes, exploring those trade-offs in conversations with the chief would be my preference versus just a blanket get rid of one of those classifications.
Thank you, Mr. Okrepke. Madam City Manager, any response, or is that?
No, that gives me direction. I will work with staff tomorrow to figure out how we can plug the replacement for the community engagement position as well.
Thank you very much.
So I think we're ready to go to the next slide.
We'll head to the next slide. This is the additional considerations around homelessness services. And again, we'll go right down the line. Ms. Fleming.
Yeah, these are all just such hard, just difficult ones, because we know that when we close these, we're going to have great impacts across the city, but I don't see how we keep any of these services available. If there was going to be something that after all is said and done and we have a little bit of wiggle room, I would talk about the warming center, because that's a matter of life and death for many people. Although I know it's not really widely used, I do think that for part of the city to sleep at night. We want to know that people aren't going to be freezing or freezing to death on the streets, which we know does happen. But the other thing is, hopefully that we can get the county to see that when we close these services, that we have been providing something which is squarely within their scope. And while we're happy to do it when we can, we just no longer can do that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Just repeating what my fellow council person said, the reality is I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing that someone's out there freezing to death.
Thank you. Ms. Banuelos?
I hate to look at any cuts in this area at all. I think I don't feel comfortable with anything, but I know we have to do it. And I think what I'm hoping is that this will help prompt the county with our share of Measure O money that's proper. So I'm going to say at this point, I'm really hesitant, but I'm comfortable with this. Knowing, when Megan talked about the impacts, I felt better about it. So, yeah, it's fine.
You stole my thoughts, Ms. Banuelos. I support this as well, and I say that knowing that Jenny Lynn Chamberlain, Executive Director of Catholic Charities, is in the audience, which has done such great work for the city and county. I am going to take heart or have faith in the fact that there are so many conversations with our county partners and our other city partners right now that the County of Sonoma, including Santa Rosa and all the cities, are going to find ways to continue this work in a more efficient and more economically sustainable way. And I'm sure I speak for all of us in saying that we are going to be a part of those conversations and pushing them forward. That's, I think, it for that slide. Madam City Manager, do you need... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Krepke.
You already have 4, so it's fine, but yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Krepke. And I think we can call Ms. Rogers back in to give her thoughts on this item. Is that correct?
Yeah, she can give her thoughts on the item. I'm skipping over seasons of sharing.
We'll give Ms. Rogers just a minute to come back into the room.
To clarify a couple of points on the warming center, how many times did we activate the warming center this winter?
Good afternoon, Kelly Kuykendall, Housing and Community Services Manager. Thank you for the question. So this winter we activated one time for 3 nights and served 137 individuals. It really depends on the severity of the winter that we're having and whether or not it meets our extreme weather warming policy. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think I misspoke your name, Jenny Lynn. Jenny Lynn Holmes, of course. Ms. Rogers, you can be the final comment for our additional considerations on homelessness services.
So you guys pretty much said it, and I know I have to eliminate seasons of sharing, but I'm fine with all of them that are up there. I know we have to make some tough decisions. So I would like to keep the family support. No, the drop-in center. I'm sorry, if we can. And that's because it's a resource center. So it helps, it's not just one program, but it helps people get connected to programs that they need to be successful. So that would be my only, if we can. I know we're picking and choosing and moving around, so.
Point taken. Madam City Manager, any additional clarification needed?
No, we will work to keep the warming center. Again, that requires some additional conversations with the county, and if I have to be honest, I think the county needs to step up and do what they've been mandated to do with the money that they get from the state. So I'll leave that there.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Let's move on to our last set of additional considerations. This is around Parks and Rec. Ms. Rogers, we're going to go right down the line. What's your sense of these programs?
Mayor, just give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I just ran back in here. Just let me sit down for 2 seconds.
Ms. Fleming, you want to start us off?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of all of the suggestions with the caveat that rather than closures of programs, I think we should have full cost recovery. And while it might be significantly more expensive, it will give us a couple of things. One is that it won't collapse the infrastructure around those programs and the people can continue to keep their jobs. And the other is it'll give us an actual honest assessment of how much these programs do cost us and how much demand in the in government, we're not in the business of running business. We're in the business of helping the community. But it is sometimes helpful to understand what true market conditions are. And this is an unfortunate opportunity to do that assessment.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I do agree with that, and actually I would take one step further in saying that all enterprise agencies we would probably look at them or I suggest that we look at them in the same fashion of cost recovery.
Ms. Banuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. I like the idea of full cost recovery. I think that's a really ideal situation. I don't want to see more folks losing their jobs, and I think it is true we're not in the business of making money, but we are in the business, hopefully, of breaking even, and that's the way we would do that. So I would be in favor of that.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Sorry. I'm in favor of full cost recovery, but I'm also in favor of having an option when people register that they can give a little bit more, maybe to supplement or to give to someone that cannot afford it, because I really don't want to be the have and the have-nots, and that is my concern. Is we have some great programming, and I don't want it to be only available to those that can financially pay for it. So if we can implement that, I would be fine, or finding other ways of getting supplemental monies for people that cannot afford to pay full cost.
Thank you. Mr. Krepke online?
Yes, sir. I'm in favor of what my colleagues have said. Increasing fees to try to get to a net neutral area, but make cuts if we have to, if it doesn't work out. I will say this is also an opportunity to plug the need for our Parks Foundation, which hasn't been around for a few years. They can help offset some of these things. So if there's anybody in the community out there that would like to take that on, please do so.
Excellent point. And I will concur with what's been said by my colleagues. Let's see if we can keep these programs in operation by increasing fees. And that concludes our review of these slides. So again, this was a very preliminary discussion for those of you who entered the room recently. There's going to be more conversation tomorrow, but the council wanted to give preliminary feedback to staff based on the report given, based on our budget situation, so that staff can begin, again, redoing some of the numbers. In that light, Madam City Manager, do you have the information that you need?
I do. Are we going to come back tomorrow and talk about some of the proposed slide 20?
Say that one more time.
Are we going to discuss slide 20 at all? I know most you gave the go-ahead on. I think we're still, there are questions on fire and police on the proposed reductions. So those are the two columns that we probably need to make adjustments to. And we can have those discussions tomorrow. But what I'm going to do is kind of put a pin in police and fire, update the additional suggestions, and then see where we are from there. Because I know we have not talked about furloughs. I know furloughs were actually on the table. I know that requires a longer conversation, so probably maybe need some direction to either remove that and have additional discussions with labor and bring that back at a later date. And that can be part of the city manager's kitchen as I have conversations with the labor.
So as has been talked about a little bit on the dais, furloughs is to some extent a placeholder right now because we're not sure the extent to which those are viable. Are you okay leaving that here as a placeholder for now, knowing that we're going to have to go back and confirm whether or not it's viable and what that number actually is?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I just want to make certain that labor understands that we're not imposing this on their members.
Perfect. We do want to make that very clear. This has to be done in negotiation. Any looking to my council colleagues on that particular point, the furloughs point, any additional comments or clarification? Okay. Anything else that the staff needs right now, Madam City Manager? Okay, then we can move on to the next part of our discussion, which is, as I scroll through my slides, Ms. Connor, are we back to you?
Our next section is the Department and Enterprise Funds. So this is where you no longer have to hear from me for a little while, and I turn it over to the departments to come down and go through, starting with City Council and City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Stapp, Council Member, City Manager Smith, respected staff and community members. My name is Lindsay Doherty, and I'm the Administrative Supervisor for the City Manager's Office. I'm here today with Dina, our amazing City Clerk, to present for your consideration the fiscal year 25-26 budgets for City Council and City Manager's Office. So let's dive in. Okay, this is just a basic layout of the City Council, all being represented equally. We can move forward. Here's a breakdown of City Council by program. The slide presents the proposed budgetary allocations for City Council in fiscal year 25-26 as compared to fiscal year 24-25. In the coming year, the administration budget shows a slight increase of 0.7%, so rising to $964,104, while the elections budget can be significantly reduced to $0 because it's not an elections year, so we can put the $600,000 back into the general fund, which is wonderful. Overall, the total expenditures for the City Council decreased by 38.1%. So move on from there. Moving right along to the City Manager's Office. Here's a basic breakdown of positions in our office after cuts that were made at mid-year. Next slide. And here's a breakdown of City Manager's Office by program. So there are two departments being shown here, and this slide outlines the proposed budget for the City Manager's Office for fiscal year 25-26 as compared to 24-25. City Clerk and General Administration are represented as two separate programs here. The proposed City Clerk budget remains unchanged, so we're bringing a flat budget, $81,256, while the General Administration budget decreases significantly to $2,673,517. Consequently, the total budget for the City Manager's Office across the program sees a reduction of 18.7%, and this is despite rising costs across the board for membership goods and services that we've seen here and across departments. So
I will note that the City Clerk's Office salary and benefits rolls up into that general administration budget, and we did reduce our FTE by 1 in January.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next slide. Okay, so here we have some operational highlights for the City Manager's Office this year. Emphasized is the strategy to address the city budget deficit, of course, the transition to a zero-based budgeting model. and the adoption of a data-driven approach for a more effective strategic plan. And some of our key initiatives include the launch of the Santa Rosa Insights public open data portal and dashboard, processing a high volume of public records requests, and Dina will dive into that a little bit more later, and conducting a community survey to assess public budget priorities. This slide also notes collaboration with state and federal lobbyists, navigating for legislative navigation and grant writing, as well as restructuring of the Community Advisory Board, which Gina will also dive into later. So we'll move on from here. Next slide. And then here we have some accomplishments from the city manager's office this last year. And again, you know, these are most of these accomplishments are shared across departments. They're not, as you can see, specific to the city manager's office. So we have highlighted significant accomplishments, including the successful advancement of ballot measures EE and FF, the acquisition of a substantial property for public use, and securing over $17 million in grants for city projects. Noteworthy projects currently under development include the Hearn Avenue interchange and various recovery efforts from the Tubbs fire. Additionally, the slide points to ongoing developments in affordable housing and mutual aid provided to other jurisdictions affected by natural disasters, showcasing a commitment to community resilience and growth. And then moving on from here, I'm going to pass it over to Dina.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me present the city clerk's accomplishments for this most recent year. It is especially fitting during the 56th Annual Municipal Clerks Week, as recognized by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. I will note that both Rhonda and I are certified municipal clerks through that association. As political scientist Professor William Bennett Monroe stated on the breadth of the city clerk's work, quote, "No other office in municipal service has so many contracts. It serves the mayor, the city council, the city manager, and all departments without exception. All of them call upon it almost daily for some service or information. Its work is not spectacular, but it demands versatility, alertness, accuracy, and no end of patience. The public does not necessarily recognize how many loose ends of city administration this office pulls together." And this quote was written nearly a century ago, and it still holds true. And so this is a great transition into the city clerk's operational highlights. So as you can see before you, we support the council on our legislative management. We have facilitated and published no less than 24 regular council meetings in English and Spanish. And we've reviewed over 500 agenda items for last year. That means you also have reviewed over 400 agenda items that have come before you. And city manager and city attorney's office has reviewed over 500 unique items. The city clerk's office is also responsible for the publishing of 28 public hearing notices, 16 ordinances, all in compliance with state and local laws. And we've ensured that those meetings and agendas and minutes are compliant with our Brown Act and open government codes and state statutes. The city clerk's office has also been a part of boards and commission support. We've led recruitments, interviews, onboarding, and trainings for upwards of 45 new board and commission members. We've assisted in the restructuring of, I think, 3 different boards and commissions over the course of the last year. Our city clerk, our deputy city clerk, has expanded outreach to 45 plus community partners and advertised in multiple publications. We maintain compliance with the MADI Act, which is the Access to Information Law regarding boards and commissions vacancies. Personally, through my association with the California Municipal Clerks Association, I continue to track SB 239, which is the future teleconferencing, or has the possibility for future teleconferencing flexibility for subsidiary bodies, which may contribute to a broader participation from previously underrepresented segments of our community who might be otherwise able to serve on our boards and commissions. I too had my hand in our elections. As your elections official, I successfully administered the elections for districts 1, 3, 5, and 7, and measures EE and FF. I didn't do it alone. My deputy city clerk and administrative staff in both the city manager's office and the rest of my team well, we're down to one other person, Lauren, helped facilitate a successful election cycle. And the deputy city clerk and I developed an onboarding process for newly elected council members, so there's an easier runway for council members to get up to speed. In 2024, we responded to over 1,500 Public Records Act requests, including 70 that included voluminous email requests and e-discoveries. And for 2025 thus far, we're on pace to exceed 1,625 public records requests. Our administrative technician and Luke Fazer from our city manager's office also worked with our Zero team to revamp the public records webpage to improve accessibility for members of the public. Other items of note, we completed our biennial update to our Conflict of Interest Code per the Political Reform Act, which are the safeguard laws that protect against personal financial gain for officials. We achieved 97% on-time filing for FPPC Form 700 filers for the annual deadline in April 1. That was a concerted effort by both staff and board members alike to reach that number. I had to review 20% of all on-time filers as required by the FPPC and 100% of all late filers thus far. We've facilitated over a dozen trainings on all of these topics you see before you today in one form or another. In-person trainings, Teams trainings, videos that we've created to make these processes easier for staff and the community. And lastly, I just wanted to, in light of it being Municipal Clerks Week, I wanted to highlight the City Clerk's Office staff, Deputy City Clerk Rhonda Bola, and Administrative Technician Lauren Wiley. Clerk work is not without challenge. Changing laws, limited resources, and staff reductions, and the growing demand for transparency in a digital age all make the work that much more complex. And yet those two show up every day. They embody not only the traits that Monroe quoted earlier, or that I quoted earlier from Monroe, versatility, alertness, accuracy, and patience, but they also show up with grace, with grit, with a firm understanding on governmental deadlines, most definitely a sense of humor, and mostly with a deep commitment to their work and their community and the success of our coworkers. So thank you, Rhonda and Lauren, and for the spirit and heart you bring to my office and to City Hall. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. Any questions at this time? Or just our unanimous thanks for all the work that you do. You're right to praise your team and the work that you do personally. All of us on the dais recognize it. So thank you for highlighting it in this presentation. Madam City Attorney, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Teresa Stricker, City Attorney. I'm here as a department head, to present the presentation for the budget of the City Attorney's Office. We have a relatively small department. I am going to move forward here. This is showing what we currently have. The budget reductions will make a change to this. So currently we have a department of 15.9. We do have one paralegal that has been at 0.9 for more than a decade. It may be closer to 2 decades. And so one of the additions that is happening in our department is we are going to be moving that position to a full-time position. The paralegal anticipates retiring, and so that will change once the paralegal retires. Our administrative staff is being reduced by 1 full-time position, and that is the vacant legal secretary position that we have determined that we can and have and will be improving around that vacancy. Okay, so this is a very high-level look at our program and our department. As you can see, we currently have proposed an overall budget of about $4.2 million. That is a slight reduction, about a $12,000 reduction from last year. Those numbers bake in the reductions that you saw earlier, again, reducing one position, one vacant legal secretary position, as well as cutting our professional services budget that is in our operating budget by a little more than 2/3. So it would be down from 271,000 down to approximately, I think it's 80,000 or 85,000. I wanted to just highlight what our budget comprises and why, even with the addition of those reductions, which feel quite substantial, we only have a 0.3% change, and that's truly because our budget is almost exclusively in salaries. It's the people. Our resource is primarily the people, and so we have had an increase in anticipated salaries with the equity adjustment and the COLAs, as well as increases in a few items like bar dues and excuse me, IT costs that all departments are looking at. And so we tried to keep a flat budget. We made some reductions, but with the increases in salary, the reduction is at the 0.3% rate. And so you can visualize that. I wanted to say, of our $4.3 million budget, $1,001,000 is salary and benefit costs. Last year, our operating budget was $476,000. This year, with the proposed budget, our operating costs will be $298,000. So just wanted you to see that really what we're paying for here is primarily people. So what is it that we do? Well, the city attorney is, as I have explained before and at our last budget studies, at your last reduction study session, I explained that we are truly an internal service department. You have multiple internal services departments here. There's finance, there's IT, there's HR, and, you know, to some extent you have the city manager's office that can sometimes be internal and sometimes be external. So really, we are involved in much of what you see that comes before you. The work we do is really on behalf of our client. Our client is the city as an entity, but on a day-to-day basis, our clients are really the departments. And so the role that we fill is to provide legal advice to all of the city departments, to the boards, the commissions, the staff, and the officials about the work of the city. Additionally, we also represent the city in litigation and administrative proceedings and other types of proceedings. And truly, our work is on behalf of the clients. And so your investment in us is an investment in the clients, in the departments, and in the projects that you really want to see completed. We provide advice to every department. We provide to public safety, police and fire. We provide to IT, to HR. We provide to planning and economic development. We provide to TPW. We provide to housing and community services. We provide to recreation and parks. We provide, I have left someone off the list, embarrassingly, but it's everyone. So here's some operational highlights. Really, we have three prime functions. We have an advisory and a transactional function. We regularly advise on, and I'm not going to read this long list, it's all of the usual suspects and laws that we encounter in providing the kind of work that we do. Some of it is procedural, some of it is very subject matter oriented, and we provide advice on those areas literally on a daily basis. We draft and review ordinances, resolutions, policies, and procedures. We review and sometimes negotiate and draft all contracts citywide and other types of legal instruments, and I'm not going to bore you with the names of all of those instruments. We provide a risk analysis and options to minimize risk. Those conversations happen with all of our team members on a daily basis. And we provide trainings to staff and officials. Some of you may have been to some of our trainings. The second function that we provide in our office is really a legislative support function. You see me here sitting at the dais with all of you. I am here to provide advice. We have lawyers providing advice to a variety of different boards and commissions live and on the spot and during public meetings. We also provide advice on review of agenda, staff reports, and all of the other items that come to you in your packets. And we do have folks who sit regularly with many or most of your Brown Act bodies. The ones that I've listed here are certainly not all of them, but that's the Planning Commission, the Housing Authority, your Board of Public Utilities, and all of your other Brown Act bodies. We don't always staff every single one of every Brown Act body, but it is a goal to try to do as many, if not all of them, when possible. And then we have the litigation function. We represent the city in civil litigation. We address claims, which is sort of the stage before litigation. We represent the city in administrative hearings, pitches motions, and in connection with third-party subpoenas. We prosecute code enforcement matters, weapons confiscation petitions, gun violence restraining orders, dangerous animal conditions, as well as environmental and hazmat violations. We also provide advice to code enforcement staff during their administrative proceedings. So I'm going to name a few highlights from the City Attorney's Office. This is really not intended to list everything that we've done, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of a flavor. But truly, everything that comes to you, every project, every program that is on your council priority list, as well as all of the day-to-day work that isn't really listed on your council priority work because it's just the core work we have to get done here at the city, involves the City Attorney's Office. We are either behind the scenes, sometimes at the table with our client departments. So here are some of the highlights from our office. And truly, you'll see that these are the highlights that you're going to be hearing about from all of the departments here over the course of the next day. So ballot measures EE and FF, Roseland Park Master Plan and the Environmental Impact Report, impact fees and affordable housing waivers, the Southeast Greenway, the acquisition, the conservation easement, which preserves it as a park into perpetuity, and an easement with Sonoma Water to ensure that we have water supply resiliency. Just recently, you adopted a massage ordinance. This year, we adopted a tobacco retailer ordinance and set fees for that ordinance. We adopted permanent resilient city ordinance. We've had zoning code revisions to streamline your landmark alteration permits and create a new combined design review and preservation board. We have assisted and been involved a great deal with updates to city zoning code amendments to implement state housing legislation. We have helped with implementation of wastewater and water cost of service and new rates. We were involved in restructuring your CAB. The Caritas Phase 1 permanent financing for affordable housing development involved our team. And just coming up on your agenda, the work has been done, but you all haven't seen it yet, is the General Plan Amendment and Environmental Impact Report, including a reduction of GHG, as well as zoning code amendments, including addressing that missing middle where you're trying to target to implement the general plan. We've had representation successes. We've successfully represented and defended the city against lawsuits and claims, including those involving catastrophic injuries and civil rights allegations. We've represented the city in all of the different things that I have mentioned earlier in this presentation. We've managed receiverships and nuisance abatements. We've successfully enforced municipal code violations, including short-term rental regulations, vacant building and lot program, and other code enforcement efforts. And we've advised on potential contract disputes and reduced liability risks with our work with your staff and your team. So that is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
It has been a busy year indeed in the City Attorney's Office. Any questions from Council?
Thank you for your
Madam City
time.
Attorney, thank you to you and your team, especially on the litigation side. It's been nonstop. Thanks for all your work.
Well, we are a busy office, and I thank you, and I will certainly let them know.
Thank you. And are we welcoming Assistant City Manager Nutt to the dais or to the table?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. I'm here representing the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office. As the City Attorney said, there are some small departments. We are one of those. We have a total of 8 full-time equivalent employees within the department. Right now, there are 3 communications coordinators. There's 1 community outreach specialist. There's legislative support member, there's an administrative secretary, and there's a community engagement manager. Based on the conversation we had earlier, those numbers are likely to change as we move forward. In addition, just also want to say there are 2 positions that exist as part of this team that exist in the Santa Rosa Water Department, a communications coordinator and a community outreach specialist that support predominantly the water function. We're about a $1.6 million program budget to accommodate mostly staff time and services related to advertising all of our programs and activities. We are taking reductions this year relating to professional services, our print services, and then there is currently an FTE in the list for future reduction. There was a prior reduction at mid-year, which was an FTE communications coordinator position, which is why you see the 17.5% reduction in our total budget between fiscal years. It's a very busy team, a small group of individuals that spend quite a bit of time making sure that our services, that our work and our efforts are shown within the public. They manage all of the citywide communications with the exception of the police and fire departments that each have communication and public information officers within their own departments, and they have protocols for how they put those out. We have protocols within the communications team for all other aspects of work, and they spend an awful lot of time. We're also working to handle and address all of our state and federal grants and our legislation activities. We do our best to monitor all of the legislation that works its way forward, utilizing our outside lobbyists that help us keep track of important things as they move through the both state and federal side of the House. We're responsible for community engagement activities and working with our community partners, and that's that community engagement function. And we've been spending a lot of time over the last year really looking at how we can enhance and encourage more of that within our community. So just wandering through some of the accomplishments, we do put out a weekly newsletter. That weekly newsletter is a collaboration among all the departments, and the 4 communications coordinators that are currently working on this spend an enormous amount of time ensuring that that data, that those articles are well prepared, written properly, and provide enough information that the community gets excited about becoming part of the Santa Rosa's activities. There are 51 that we put out during the course of the year. We usually take a break either Christmas or Thanksgiving time. And there's roughly about 115,000 subscribers to our social media platforms. We also are responsible for being the primary point of contact for all media connections. This would be print, social media, both regional, local, and national media. This team evaluates all of the requests that come in. They evaluate the comments posted on social media, and we look for and create responses to all of those activities so that the city is properly and well represented in our responses for the public. We coordinated the launch of a brand new website. I say brand new. The platform is different than the platform that was there previously, and that took quite an amount of effort to reconstruct and recreate. The teams are actively working to ensure that the content is fresh, it's new, it's up to date. It represents each of the departments within the city in an accurate and definitive way. It provides links that work. We're working right now, for example, with the IT department, and I'm sure you'll hear more from Director Tickner in a little bit later. We're working on how to even enhance the experience further so that individuals coming to our website can actually find what it is they're looking for in a much simpler, easier way. And the communications team's been instrumental in supporting IT and making some of those activities happen. We reformatted the City Connections newsletter to mirror and match the format of the website, and then created a brand book, which you'll be seeing later this summer, that will establish our brand. Each of those products that are put out into the social world, social media or website, all have a branding for the City of Santa Rosa, and it's incumbent on this communications team to ensure that the branding stays intact, that we're utilizing the same products and we have the same look and feel, so that when someone gets something in the mail or social media, they recognize it is us without even having to see the city's name on it. Just to give you a list of some of the events that they supported through the course of the year, I won't go through this whole list, but there's a substantial number of activities that they're related in, not just in producing the media for going into our social media, our print media, and out in our newsletters, but also being present at these sites to ensure that that the tabling at these locations really is engaging to the public. From a community engagement front, that team is a small and mighty team, has been very, very busy. They've worked to create a community engagement work plan with each of the departments to try to understand how does that particular portion of this department work to make sure that the departments are really reaching the public that they need to reach. And that's working in collaboration with the communications coordinators to make sure that the information is properly dispersed. They created a community engagement plan this last year. They established a master calendar of events, and they created a rubric for assessing the events on when we should and shouldn't be participating. We worked with the city manager's office on the creation of a public survey looking at budget priorities, and there was an evaluation associated with that budget priorities. They finalized the Community Advisory Board's work plan. This was, as Council's direction, was a recreation and a redevelopment of the Community Advisory Board, which pretty much broke it down to its base level and required that we recreate what the work plan could look like and how that body is going to act moving forward. And in that process, they delivered. I've got 11 community improvement grants up here on the screen. Since this was actually produced and provided, that number has almost doubled through the Community Advisory Board. In addition, the Community Advisory, or the Community Engagement Manager, actively worked with the Mayor and City Manager and the Vice Mayor on the creation of the community town hall meetings that were recently out and about, and those turned out to be great activities and great events, producing a lot of feedback for the City Council and the City Manager's office, and the Community Engagement Manager was instrumental in trying to organize all the various components of that. And you'll see a few other projects up here that they've been active with. And with that, that is the community or the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office in a nutshell, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Bringing you back to council. Any questions or compliments for the work that that both offices do? Ms. Banuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to ask about the elimination of your AmeriCorps members. I know for many of my nonprofit partners out in the community, they've been devastated by it, and I just wondered how you all were impacted as well.
So I'll start, and then the city manager may chime in. That neighbor-to-neighbor program was something we were just launching in an effort to really try to create a much more enhanced engagement with our neighborhood communities and not just the larger community-based organizations. And so the loss of those two folks really is going to limit our ability to be more micro-oriented in the neighborhoods. City manager, anything to add?
Thank you, and yes, compliments everywhere. I met your AmeriCorps members, and they were so excited to be working with you all when we were at the substation over at the mall, and you know, I think a week later they were let go by the federal government, not by us. So just the work that you're doing in general, thank you so much, and to your team as well.
Thank you for that question, and I'll just add again my compliments. It's a small group, but the long list of accomplishments speaks for itself, as does the council's support during budget negotiations. We and the community see the work that your team is doing, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Human Resources. Welcome to you both.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stopp, members of the council. I'm Dominique Blanqui, Human Resources Director, and this is my Deputy Director, Gobuga Samia, to present our proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. So this is our overview of our department and our positions. And this is our HR by fund, risk management fund. And you'll see some slight changes in percentages. That kind of attributes to a realignment of positions within HR and risk. The ones that were overseeing benefits were moved into the risk budget. And then we also had a mid-year reduction of our organizational development and training position. So that was also a part of that reduction. Again, you'll see fiscal year over fiscal year, the change in the percentages. We'll get into a slide here in a minute on the risk management side of where those increases are. So, risk management programs, they oversee the liability insurance for the city, the property. It oversees workers' compensation. It also oversees all the citywide benefits for the city. Year over year changes, we're seeing an increase in PERS. There's also an increase in other benefits, which was the implementation of the paid family leave. Liability insurance, the market on that, we participate in a joint powers authority, and that has increased with just the losses across the board and kind of the astronomical settlements that we're seeing. And so that kind of sums up the year over year on the budget for the risk management side. And then I'm gonna swap over to Gobu.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Gobu Gasemia, HR Deputy Director. Some of our operational highlights on the slide before you include continuing conversations regarding our class and compensation project that was begun by Gallagher. That is an ongoing project. We have our Employee Service Awards celebrating employees with years of service, as well as our benefits fair and luncheon. We have reduced our workers' compensation hours, returning employees back to work sooner, which is a benefit to the city. We facilitated leadership quarterly development, as well as additional work around policies that has begun and is also ongoing. Some of our accomplishments include finalizing and closing the 12 bargaining tables that encompasses 15 represented units. We have implemented our paid family leave program successfully. That is an ongoing program. We have stabilized our staffing and turnover rates in our department after many years of challenges, so that is a big success for us. We included some supervisory training on cohort 1, and we'll be launching cohort 2 soon, despite the reduction of our OD and training manager position. We have also brought our city into compliance with our harassment prevention training. That is a completed project. We have finalized our presentation of our city equity plan as well.
That kicks us off. Are there any questions?
Bringing it back to council. Ms. Banuelos.
Hi. I just had one question around classifications. How are you all doing in that area? I thought there was some kind of a report that was supposed to be coming out at some point. I know you're short-staffed, but I just wondered what the status is, what progress has been made.
We have held 25 meetings with employees and their labor representatives on the classifications, and we continue to have those meetings. Those are ongoing conversations to be able to implement that work. So the project has continued to move forward.
Just to follow up, do you have any ideas about when it might be completed, or do you have some timeline in place?
It's difficult to define a timeline on classification implementation because there's so many variables that play into the classification concepts, which is changing in terms of budget, in terms of operations. So there's a lot more discussions to be held to move those classifications forward, which we are working on. Thank you.
It's been 18 months of nonstop negotiations or budget preparations. I know you're exhausted. Thank you for all the work. I mean, we saw the fruits of it today. Thank you for everything you do in your office. Director Alton, Scott, you're next. Welcome.
Mayor Stout, members of the council, there's nothing like a warm room and a long meeting to have the finance guys come up and talk. So I'll keep my comments pretty brief here. The finance department has two major funding components to it. We have a general fund and the parking fund, and then we have some smaller other funds there. We have about 62 employees with about 32 or so in the general fund, and then another 28, my math's off, but 20 something in 28 in the parking fund. And as you can see here, not a lot of real growth. I'll kind of go over a couple of things to talk about. Our general fund area, this is reflective of going down 2 positions. We did make as many cuts as possible to our services and supplies, both at mid-year and then for this budget as well. I would say that we probably cut that part of our budget as far as we could, and maybe overcut, and I'm sure that a lot of my department colleagues would say the same thing. That's kind of where we're in the state that we are now, and looking beyond those smaller cuts. We do have a parking district fund. These increases are due to really salary and benefits. I do want to point out that your salary and benefit costs would be, you would see a much bigger increase there. However, even though they are an enterprise fund, they have been very cost conscious in trying to keep their costs down, understanding what their fund totals look like. We have a pool investment fund. The amounts that you see here are just the costs that we pay to manage our investment portfolio. We do have an outside firm that works on that for us. And then finally, we have the successor agency redevelopment obligation that we have. This is, we are just in the role of retiring old redevelopment debt. There was some admin costs that we used to have. We will not have that going forward, so we were able to recognize a savings on that part. So by program, I mentioned already that you can see the reduction in general administration. That is coming from the reductions of the 2 positions that I mentioned. The successor agency costs, talked about that. I do want to mention that in financial services there is an increase, even though we did cut our services and supplies throughout the general fund part, well, actually throughout the whole department, we did need to increase our audit contract, the amount that we budget for that. That is because they are going to need to do additional testing going forward, and that has a cost that goes with it. So we're seeing some of that increase there. And with that, we're looking at mostly just COLA and then net offsets of that from the reductions in our services and supplies. So our operational highlights, like I said, we have a number of operating centers within the finance department. We have an accounts payable area that makes sure that all of our vendors are paid. We have a payroll and benefits group that makes sure all of our people are paid, and a bunch of other things. They're throwing stuff at their screens right now because I'm not giving them their full due of all the stuff that they do. But we deal with the budget and forecasting and investing funds, a lot of which is a topic of concern right now. We have a purchasing group, a procurement area. This is one of the ways that we're able to really minimize the risk that the city has through our procurement standards and our policies. We negotiate best value, and we keep a well-stocked warehouse and fuel area. We have a financial reporting group. That's where our financial statements come from, and the work that we do there helps keep us in line to have a good credit rating and be able to be a well fiscally managed city. And then, like I said, we have a parking department is under us, their own enterprise fund, where they maintain the district, they maintain the assets within the district. They are also ambassadors to the downtown where the district is located. So a few accomplishments that I want to go over, and there's a couple of ones that I want to point out. You know, part of what we do here is move through the tasks that have existed for, you know, eons, but we also try to be creative as possible. One of the things that we did was we created a 115 trust, a different 115 trust to the ones that we created a couple of years ago, but this one deals with our PEMCA, which of course I am blanking on the acronym for that, but it's basically it's our Public Safety, Public Employee Healthcare Act, something like that. It deals with healthcare liability that we have for our public safety employees. They're the only ones that are get that. Creating this trust allowed us the opportunity to actually lower our unfunded liability for that on our books, and as a result, we were actually able to generate about $1.5 million of savings. That's a big deal for a department that well, that was just a big deal. We work to put out a good budget that is best practice. We receive an award for it. We also pay for that award, but we still receive the award. We wouldn't get the good kudos on it if we did not have, if we didn't put together a good publication. We have a new purchasing agent, and one of the first things that she did was to input more training for the organization, and we've started our procurement card reconciliation training, video training, and the like. We assisted with negotiating and costing all of the MOUs that were recently passed. And as we go do that, then we need to go and actually make the MOU changes in our payroll system, which was quite an endeavor at itself. Going on to the parking side, a few things that you know, one of the things, as I mentioned, Chad Hedge, our parking manager, is good at cutting costs within his department, but also in going out and finding grants that will help us move initiatives forward within a parking fund that has very, very limited resources. So one of the things that we have been doing is we've been working with our housing developers in the downtown to find, provide parking permits for them at a cost, of course, but we negotiate those parking permits for them as we are finding out that there is a increased parking need with the developments that are going up. We are looking at ways to have a more cost-efficient and sustainable parking fund. Part of that is through some of the studies that we were able to get through grants through MTC, and we should start being able to report out on those hopefully this summer. And then we also adjusted our operational hours to help reduce staff time and kind of work on cutting costs and creating a better environment for those employees. And finally, just a couple of things to point out with the some of the work that we're doing with EV chargers. We will have EV chargers going into Lot 10. The construction on that should start in August with completion by the end of the calendar year. We are putting EV chargers into Garage 9, which is the one on D Street. So the D Street garage will have EV chargers. And these were done at a much lower cost or completely paid for through PG&E, through some of the grant process that we're going through. The Garage 9 chargers, that work should begin in July and be done, I believe, October. We did also fix a major elevator issue in Garage 12, which is a good thing as well. And as mentioned before, we do have a parking enterprise fund that this is the fund summary for it. We are still having to use reserves in order to balance the budget. However, like I said, we're doing everything that we can do to keep our costs as low as possible, and are looking at ways to increase revenue in there as well, while working with the downtown community to kind of figure out what will work for both. And then before I get into non-departmental, I do want to say one thing. One of the things that I've tried to do in the department is to create a leadership team, put people in there that are the right people to meet the challenges that we have going forward, and that will also hire the staff below them that will be able to come up and meet the future challenges after they're gone. And so you've seen Scott and Veronica, they are a big part of that group, but I also have all of my other leadership team members that are there as well. And then the supervisors that they're over, or the lead workers. All of this is a culture that we're trying to build within the finance department that will create succession planning. And it's something that I'm very proud of. As an internal department, we're not really, the light's not on us too much, but that is something that I think a lot of the departments are going along the same route too. Moving into non-departmental, I drew the short straw on this one. Non-departmental is basically the department that we use for everything that doesn't fit in a particular department. It has a general fund area of it. It also has our pension obligation. Our debt services comes out of it as well. So going through this by program, this is, again, I think the main thing to hit on is you'll see general fund administrative cost plan. This was something that we started doing, I don't know, around 10 years ago, where we show what the cost of service, the almost cost allocation to the other general fund operating departments that bears the cost of the admin group. So you see a big negative there. It's kind of a meaningless number. There's a corresponding revenue amount, so it all adds to zero, but it's there. It looks weird, so we should probably talk about it if it comes up. We have our non-program costs. Those are things where we do have our vacancy credit that we use for what we project to be vacancies. We don't want to overcount our expenditures, so we use a vacancy credit to try to offset that a little bit and make it a more realistic number. That line also has a placeholder for the furloughs that were talked about before. With that, that concludes my summary, my report. And information technology is next, unless you have any questions for me.
Thanks to both of you. Bringing it back to council. Any questions? Again, just thanks for a lot of work. Three of us, in fact, we have, including Jeff online, we have the pleasure of sitting in the long-term finance committee and getting a chance on a regular basis to see the work and the planning that your team does. And again, it's right in the center of what we're doing right now and for the next few years to come. So thank you for having a great team, and thank you for all the work. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Stapp, Vice Mayor Alvarez, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present our IT budget, proposed IT budget for fiscal year 25-26. My name is Brian Tickner. I'm the Chief Information Officer here. So our first slide goes through our org chart within IT. And we currently have 33 FTEs, which is current as well as proposed for next year. You'll notice on the top right, we have a cybersecurity manager that last time we talked was kind of a dream that we were hoping to be able to fill. Thanks to your guys' help, we filled that position back in November of last year, and we've been making some really good strides there. On the left side, we have our IT operations and customer support group. That focuses on IT operations in terms of our network systems analysts, and we have one senior technician that focuses on really our IT infrastructure, servers and the internet, network connections, Wi-Fi and so forth. We have our media services group, who you guys are quite familiar with, probably Brian and Bryson, who are in charge of making sure that our public meetings happen and that we can broadcast to our public channel on the TV, and they also support our internal meeting rooms and the technology within those, amongst many other things. The next group there, we have our help desk and field services. We have a supervisor and really two people who are dedicated to our help desk, but really everybody on this entire chart helps out within the help desk function for the city and for IT. We have 3 IT technicians, field technicians, that one's downtown, 2 are across town, to support the different departments for physical, like hardware, PCs and different things like that. And then we have our PC replacement technician. Over on the application services side, we have our software developers as well as our what we call technology application specialists. The application specialists focus on our large third-party enterprise products like our HR payroll finance system. We have 2 people supporting that. We have 2 supporting our permitting and inspections system, code enforcement systems, and then 1 supporting CIS, our water billing system, and then 1 that helps support the technologies within the fire department. And then we have our GIS team that also has, which is Geographic Information Systems, and a programmer analyst there that helps on the website and our internal INET sites. In terms of our budget, so as a reminder, IT operates as an internal services fund based on cost recovery of this, and we charge the departments for the services and the software licenses and the equipment that each department uses. There's actually 2 funds within IT. One is the Information Technology Fund, one is the Technology Replacement Fund. Looking at the second one first, the Technology Replacement Fund is really dedicated to replacing PCs, laptops, and tablets here in the city. And about 500,000 of that 733,000 number is dedicated to the equipment itself. The rest is around salaries and really operating tools for that group. And then we have a change of approximately $64,000 reduction this year. That is a result of us extending this PC replacement program, where today we have PCs are supported up to 5 years. We're extending that up to 6 years, and we're extending our laptops and tablet support from 4 years to 5 years. And by extending that out, we're able to net a savings of about $64,000 there. On the information technologies, the 6.2% change is almost entirely salaries and benefits related to the MOUs, as well as merit increases, potential merit increases coming up for staff. And with that, this slide kind of goes into it in a little more detail. This combines those 2 funds into one view here, but that $562,000 change is once again mostly salaries and benefits that actually over 579,000 are specifically around salaries, and so we tried to reduce in other areas to be able to lower that as much as we could. And so we did things like looking at all of our software packages. We have 33 third-party software packages. We renegotiated a few contracts. We eliminated licenses where we could. We eliminated phone lines where we could. We cut back on cellular services. We really combed through the budget everywhere we could to try to reduce it in every aspect that was possible. The 1.7 reduction there for our CIP, for IT, our CIP programs are really around technology upgrade. We have about 200,000 there, as well as our aerials that we have somebody fly the city every 2 years to take GIS or pictures, images that are used for our GIS systems. And we have the PC purchases for about $500,000 that I mentioned before is in that budget line item, as well as our PEG projects, our public education and government projects. And unfortunately, those revenues we get from our cable providers, and those revenues are reduced this year, and therefore the reduction here is a reduction in the corresponding expenditures due to that. I'll also point out in the IT development, the $4+ million of that $4+ million, there's over $2 million of that is for these third-party, these 33 or so third-party software products and software subscriptions. And that one's a tough one for us to manage from the standpoint that most vendors require anywhere from a 4 to 5% annual escalator on all of these, and so it's constantly trying to fight a battle there with increased prices, and so we're trying to do what we can to mitigate that. This slide, many of you have seen before. It's our summary of our IT strategic plan that we developed in 2022 as a 4-year plan. So good news there, we're on year 4 of 4 for this plan, and we've made some really nice progress here. Areas in green are how it relates to the current fiscal year's council goals. Digital services is really around our software applications and other data-related technologies, our dashboard sites and so forth. Security includes both physical security as well as cyber security. Hybrid services is really to help our workforce be able to work remote. And as you know, going into COVID and then especially coming out of COVID, that was a big challenge, and we've made a lot of nice progress there. It also allows for things like these hybrid meetings that we're having today. Support and maintenance is really where we spend the vast majority of our time within IT. It's really supporting, maintaining, keeping the lights on, so to speak, with our networks and keeping PCs running and keeping applications running. People and process is really focused around our staffing and organizational needs and policies. And then governance and accountability, we added that as an item to help really add more focus on IT initiatives, to where we have an IT advisory committee that reviews things before we implement them for large projects, for example, to just as a double check to make sure that we're spending our IT funds wisely. This next slide I really like, from the standpoint that it really lets us look at our budget from a different perspective. And although it's labeled by service area, to me, I would call it really, it's by program for what we see as our core 14 services that we offer in the city. And so 100% of our budget is really tied up in these 14 programs. Our biggest ones, as you can see there in the royal blue and the dark blue, that are almost equal in amount and percentage, about 1.8 million each, are our telecommunications and infrastructure. So once again, keeping the lights on, keeping the servers upgraded, updated, and this has some of our cloud presence costs are in there. Backups and phones and really everything that makes up our network infrastructure, our internet structure. And then the dark blue there with our help desk and technical support. And really for IT, that's really the heart of what we do. That's the kind of the customer facing piece that people interact the most with our help desk and technical support. As I mentioned earlier, really the way we're structured is 100% of our people chip in on the help desk and technical support, depending on what the issues are, which lets us really kind of run a little more lean from that perspective. But it definitely has its challenges when you're trying to manage projects and we're needing to pull people in to help with support. But the team does a great job with that, all of that. And just for the sake of time, I won't go through everything on the wheel here, but just pointing out one, for example, like the green there, finance, HR, payroll. So this is a system we call One Solution that's used citywide, but it's focused on the payroll, HR, and accounts payable, accounts receivable, and so forth. For that, we can see here total cost for us is for this next year will be about $933,000. And based on that table there on the right, we kind of have the breakdown. And so what we can also see from that is hardware and equipment at $1 million, internal labor, salary and benefits is about $6.9 million, and software and SaaS, which is software as a service, subscriptions basically, makes up about $10 million. So those three areas for IT, hardware and equipment, labor, and overhead makes up, not overhead, software and SaaS makes up about 88% of our budget. This here's a view of our tickets over the last 5 years or so, our tickets being help desk tickets. As people within departments request assistance from IT, they're asked to put in a ticket or IT puts one in on their behalf. And you can see that this one continuously climbed, I guess 22 and 23. Don't know how that can possibly happen out of 10,000 tickets, but we had the exact same number those 2 years. But then it's increased by another 800 or so this year. And this slide was generated about a month ago, and we were at 3,000 this year. So we're really on track for probably even more this next year with about 12,000 tickets. Some other highlights here. So in addition to tickets, we do what we call as projects. And projects for us are really anything over about 40 hours worth of work that could be hundreds of hours, it could be thousands of hours. And so we have 11 projects currently in progress with another 30 plus that are in different states of moving forward when, as resources allow, time allows, as we do some additional research and so forth. But this reflects really our project dashboard on what we're doing with projects. And then these last two slides around some accomplishments. The green notes how it corresponds to the current City Council goals. I mentioned the nearly 12,000 IT service requests. We've made a lot of great headway with our cybersecurity program this last year, hiring the new cybersecurity manager who's doing a great job. A SIM, which is a security information and event management system, vulnerability scanning, doing additional trainings which are citywide, and working on response plans for that. It was noted earlier, the Santa Rosa Insights dashboard that's on the city manager's homepage can be launched from there. We worked on this last year. We've also taken quite a few strides in a good way with AI, artificial intelligence. City manager, assistant city manager had noted some enhancements coming soon around our website. We're actually using some AI technology there that we're planning on piloting later this month to our main srcity.org website that has some AI technology to better find and summarize information for the public. So we're excited about getting that one rolled out soon. We completed the City Hall campus security camera deployment project. That was has been a year in the making, but we, as you may have noticed, have cameras now around our downtown buildings. Thanks also big help from the facilities group and our electricians here in town, or here with the city, that really helped us be able to get that done. And we've actually, in talking with our risk manager, we've starting, probably not 100% due to this, but we have seen some declines in some of the incidents that had been happening around our campus. We've been noticing that over the last several months, so that's been great there. Complete a RFP process for the new cloud-based permitting system. Great news there is when this slide was put together, we were nearing completion, and I didn't want to hedge my bets on that, and so but everything went really well, and we're actually live on that as of last Monday. So we've been running on the new permitting system for a week plus now. A really fabulous job to our PED team and our team in fire, our IT team, and other departments who helped us get that live. And then the last slide, this one, the first one, unfortunately, you used the wrong word. I was optimistic 4 weeks ago when we put this one together, but received, it's unfortunately that grant, we've been notified, we've been awarded cybersecurity grant, but due to the freezes at the federal level, it's frozen right now. We're told that they're still working hard on it. It hasn't been taken away. It's just frozen right now. So we haven't actually received that money. We have a lot of need for it. We're still hoping to receive that soon, but we have been told we were one of the awardees for it. We've updated, replaced, maintained a lot of our city infrastructure, IT infrastructure. One of the things, the next one there, upgraded the broadcast and AV system at the UFO conference rooms, which is also has a media room there for our backup facility for city council and other public meetings to be able to broadcast from. We won a Government Experience Award for an in-house developed system for stormwater. One of our programmers, Sean Moore, led that along with the team from Water's Stormwater Group. And we've also developed a system called Aware, working with the fire department, Krista Butts in particular, and Paul Lowenthal on this system, which actually is one of the most frequently hit systems on our srcity.org site, and it's the one site where people spend the most time when they come to our website. So it's gotten some really positive reviews on that. Sean Moore was also the lead on that. We also have developed a system for tracking employee injury reports that replaced a really archaic system that we've had around for years now. And Debbie Bird, a programmer analyst, led that along with Jake Bayless. And that went live last week. And then we've also, in the last several months ago, developed a system for code enforcement to track vacant buildings and lots. And those are the slides I had. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Director Tickner, thank you. Bringing it back to council for questions. I don't want to let IT escape without one question, because as you can see from those slides, there's a ton of work that goes on in your department, and like the city attorney's office, like the city clerk's office, often that work is it's behind the scenes. It's never promoted, but it's integral to keeping the city and the community running. Could you just say a few more words about the Aware weather system? It's just an interesting collaboration with the fire department and weather reporting stations.
Exactly. And so that one there is one where there are systems that collect weather information across town that the fire department has deployed, and they are just bringing in a lot of data every couple of minutes. It's checking in on precipitation, weather, wind condition, different conditions, heat conditions, different conditions there. And one of the challenges we had with it is ultimately there becomes literally millions of data points that is just too much to make any sense out of. And so, so it was difficult to kind of comb through all that data. And so with our programmer working with the fire department, they were able to come up with a system to build out an in-house built system that allows really residents around town to kind of get microclimates based on where they live. So you don't just get the weather at the airport kind of thing. You get weather in your neighborhood or in your area of town based on all of that information that's being collected,
including fuel moisture levels, if I recall correctly.
You're right. Fuel moisture is a big one.
Really granular levels around fire safety and vegetation management.
Yeah. And it also has historical data too, so it's not just looking out your window. You can look back for historical data and see different trends, which is really interesting too. Around fuel moisture is a big one.
Well, a good example of all the important things that IT gets its hands into, aside from laptops. And cybersecurity. Thank you for highlighting the fact that we now have somebody running point on cybersecurity for the city, making that person's full-time job. That's critical. So thank you very much for this great report.
All right, thank you.
And with that, we're going to turn it over to Housing and Community Services, Director Bassinger. And just for those of you who are joining us from the community, we're going to go through this report, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to go into our general meeting. We're going to push the fire and police reports until tomorrow. We have as many of you know, we've got another half day of a budget study session tomorrow. We'll do police and fire then. We'll end with housing and community services here. Again, take a 10-minute break or so and come back and go into our general meeting.
Good afternoon, Mayor, staff, and members of council. I'm Megan Bassinger, Director of Housing and Community Services, and with me is Kate Goldfein, ASO for the department. So to start with an organizational chart, as you can see, we're a rather small group. We have 27 FTEs split among 4 program areas. Homeless services, which we just went into much discussion about. They administer the homeless contracts for the city of Santa Rosa and coordinate with the county and other entities. Community services, which provides services such as fair housing, and that is federally mandated and will continue in the upcoming fiscal year. Rental assistance, this is our Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, and then associated services with that program that we'll get more into as the presentation goes on. And then the Housing Trust. And this group administers federal grants, CDBG home, state grants, and then provides loans to our affordable housing developers, which we then see come to fruition as new affordable housing complexes. Also, as noted, they administer the mobile home rent control ordinance for the city. So I'm going to turn it over to Kate, who will be walking through funding.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. As Megan said, I am Kate Goldfein, Administrative Services Officer for Housing and Community Services. I'll review the expenditure slides and then pass it back to Megan to go through our highlights and accomplishments. So this is Housing and Community Services by fund. We are looking at a $62.3 million budget this year, which is an increase of nearly $7 million over the current year. We're going to start with the general fund. We had 2 programs there which were eliminated in the April budget study sessions. That was the legal aid contract and the Secure Families Collaborative Grant. Moving on to mobile home rent stabilization, that is funded by a fee which allows the city to administer the mobile home rent control ordinance. It increased due to contracted salary and benefit increases and citywide overhead cost increases. Moving on to homeless services operations, that does not include the reductions that we just talked about. It is funded currently, as is shown on the pie chart in the top right there. The reason for the increase is wholly based on that it was funded by one-time ARPA funding last year, and that moved back to the general fund this year. In admin, that is primarily citywide overhead, information technology charges, and liability insurance for the department. It is also a very small admin services and supplies budget and a small admin staff budget. That decreased overall while city overhead charges increased overall. Going down the line in our rental assistance programs, this is the department's, by far the department's largest budget. It is wholly federally funded. It is our housing choice voucher program and our emergency housing choice voucher program. We've not yet received our final federal allocations for those yet. We're currently budgeting for an 11% increase in per unit costs, which is based on what we've seen over the last few years. Currently, HUD is funding us on a monthly basis and continues to fund us at a sustainable rate as of right now. We don't know what's coming in the future right now. Finally, the housing trust, the final line item there, that's made up of 15 different federal, state, and local funds. And we have also not yet received our federal allocations there, as Megan just mentioned, of community development block grant or home funding. The increase in expenditures there is due to an increase in revenue in local funding sources. Last year, we received more loan repayments and higher impact fees than we were budgeting. We used to cover those. We used that revenue to cover salary and benefits costs, and then use the rest for new loans. Next slide. This slide shows housing and community services by program, and many of these are a one-to-one match with our funding, but some aren't. So mobile home rent control is a one-to-one match. I just discussed that. The housing trust is nearly a one-to-one match. There are 2 operations and maintenance projects down in the bottom line. The increase you see there is due to the increase in revenue that's going primarily towards more loan product, which will loan to developers. Admin is a one-to-one match, just discussed below. Community services, as shown here, is the legal aid contract, which was eliminated in the April reductions. Rental assistance programs here are a one-to-one match. Homeless shelter operations are nearly the same. There is a O&M project in the last line item. The difference between homeless services here and CIP and O&M projects is that. So Housing and Community Services doesn't have CIP projects. We have a few O&M projects. One is our public services funding, CDBG Public Services, that is our federal portion that's used towards homeless services. We have one housing grant, one state housing grant, and then we have one-time funding for homeless services of $500,000. So I'm happy to answer questions or can turn it over to Megan.
Any questions at this time? We'll continue with the presentation.
All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the operational highlights. So first, we'll touch on the rental assistance division. And again, these are the housing choice vouchers that are administered for low-income households within the city of Santa Rosa. We're currently managing over 25 100 vouchers. This is our traditional voucher, VASH, which is a Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Voucher. We have project-based vouchers, which are site-specific, and those are assigned to developments. We also have what we call port-in. So this is when individuals from other housing authorities move into Santa Rosa, and then we work with that other housing authority to administer the voucher. Tenant-based rental assistance, which is TBRA. This is a program that we carved out of some of our federal resources during COVID to provide additional housing assistance to residents. So again, it's federally funded. And then finally, the emergency housing vouchers. And these, again, were a COVID era, an American Rescue Plan program. The city was provided 131 emergency housing vouchers for homeless individuals. So we administer those. On a monthly basis, we move $2.7 million in rental payments to landlords that are working within our community. So the program not only is benefiting those residents, but also the individuals and entities that own those complexes. We perform re-examinations, so in order to remain qualified for the programs, you need to demonstrate that you still meet the income requirements and that you are complying with various program aspects. So our staff does that on a monthly basis. We also perform inspections of the units. Residents cannot move into the units until those are inspected to make sure that they meet housing quality standards. So every time someone moves or enters the program, our staff is out inspecting those units. We also administer the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, and this is a component of Housing Choice Vouchers that helps individuals who have long-term educational, financial goals, work through those, and as they increase their income, they're able to create a savings account. So it's a very unique aspect of Housing Choice Vouchers that with the ultimate goal of helping people move to self-sufficiency. So we have 44 families that are in that program, and HUD also increased the funding to, I think it's $140,000, but it does greatly assist with staffing costs. Finally, our reporting requirements to HUD are quite robust, so we are reporting on weekly, daily, monthly, and we get audited frequently by HUD, so we work hard to make sure that we remain in good standing with the federal government. And for all of those components, we have a waiting list of over 4,800 individuals who would like to have access to the program. So we do have to keep that waiting list up to date and help those individuals achieve housing. We also have a very active public counter. So in the City Hall Annex, we have a dedicated staff person who works at the front counter providing public information Monday through Friday. As you can see, they've interacted with over 5,500 people in person and fielded in excess of 8,700 phone calls for individuals who are seeking housing, need clarification on their housing assistance. So that's a vital component of what we're doing in housing and community services. Next, I'm going to touch on homeless services, which we did discuss at great length this afternoon. What you can see on the right side of the screen is our encampment map. And so this is something we've worked very hard citywide, and this is our encampment team that I touched on that has representatives from police, fire, code enforcement, the debris response team, who are out in the field weekly addressing the issues associated with encampments and working with our host contractor to bring those individuals into services and housing. So we have over 100 contacts each month. We generally resolve 15 encampments a week through those contacts and about 40 a month. Staff also is on the by names list. So this is a countywide effort, and there's a subgroup that's specific to Santa Rosa that works with homeless service providers and drills down to a name level for individuals to help them seek housing, and it's proven rather successful. As noted here, we had over 16 nonprofit contracts, and then we participate in regional efforts to address homelessness. The Housing Trust is our third major division. This is the group that provides affordable housing loans, administers these federal and state grants, and performs compliance monitoring. So the map that you can see on the right side of the screen provides an overview of the affordable housing complexes throughout the city. The orange dots are the multifamily complexes. You can see through the blue-purple we have senior citizen complexes. We also have some properties that are set aside for individuals with special needs, whether that's physical disabilities, mental health issues, And then finally, the third are the mobile home parks that are subject to the city's ordinance. So the Housing Trust has a loan portfolio that has reached a value of over $200 million. It's comprised of 500 plus loans. We monitor that on a regular basis. Over 6,200 units are monitored for compliance, and this is making sure that the individuals who move into those units meet the income qualifications and are in size-appropriate units, and then on an annual basis that those individuals still are complying with the income requirements of that particular complex. As I noted, we manage state and federal grants from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. One of those showed up in our CIP line item, that is the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant. And then we put all of those funds and resources, which Kate noted, that come from loan repayments towards new construction and rehabilitation. So in recent years, we've completed over 547 units. We have 156 that are currently under construction. We also have ownership units where we provide silent seconds. So that is a loan that's recorded against the property and will be repaid either at refinancing or at sale of the unit. And then we continue to work with developers to preserve or rehabilitate existing affordable housing units. So to touch quickly on our accomplishments, in our homeless services team, we launched the Keep People Housed Sonoma pilot program. This is with All Homes Sonoma and the City of Petaluma, County of Sonoma. We also continue to implement a $2.3 million ARPA-era funding that was provided to continue rental assistance and services for homeless individuals, and that is noted there. We have our encampment resolution funds, and that we touched on earlier goes towards safe parking and associated services, and that's through the state of California. This fiscal year, we awarded $3.1 million to affordable housing complexes. That's creating 130 new affordable units and then working to rehab 40 existing units in the Roseland area. It's the rehab project. We continue to monitor the mobile home rent control ordinance and, as I noted, perform compliance monitoring on over 6,200 units. With the down payment assistance program that was launched a couple years ago, we were able to provide 9 loans to individuals. Again, those loans are secured against the property, so when they are repaid in the event of resale or refinance, we'll be able to recapture and turn those funds back around to another household. We have the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. So as I noted, we have 44 active participants. We were able to bring 20 new individuals into the program. So that was quite an accomplishment and helps keep that program moving forward. And then we've recently had the completion of 3 affordable housing complexes that were several years in the making. We have a Mahonia Glen, which is located in Rincon Valley on Calistoga Road and Highway 12. We have the Cannery at Railroad Square, which just had its grand opening celebration last week. And that was nearly 20 years in the making to get that project to fruition. And then we have South Park Commons, which is the site of the former Bennett Valley Senior Center property, which was recently completed and is leasing up. And so those 3 projects alone are providing over 290 new units, 63 of which have units that are set aside for formerly homeless individuals. So that concludes my presentation. Kate and I would be happy to answer any questions.
You certainly ended on a high note with the mention of all those units coming out online. Thank you for that work. Looking to my colleagues for questions. Ms. Banuelos?
Just one clarification. Thank you for your report, by the way. I know you've been up here several times, so I appreciate it. I just heard that in your presentation that legal aid had been cut, and I just wanted to clarify that we haven't voted on anything, and they're still on the table, so to speak. And I just don't want the public to be confused. So I know that they're there and that it's a possibility, but it has not happened yet. So that's all. I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers?
Sorry, Mayor, it's not a question, it's a comment. I just want to say to all the presenters, our silence is not because we are not very, very thankful for all the work that you do. We just know that we have to get through all the departments, because I'm sitting here with so much gratitude and very, very thankful for all the work that you're doing in the community, as well as I know my colleagues are. So I just wanted to say that, because it seems like we're just sitting up here silent, but we are hearing it, and we do see and hear all the work that you're doing in the community. So thank you.
We can end on that note. I completely agree. Thank you for all the great work.
Thank you.
And with that, as I mentioned, we're going to take a short break. I think I said 10 minutes earlier, but let's make it 15. We'll reconvene here at 4:40. Thanks to everyone for their patience. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you for your patience, everyone. It's been a long day so far. We're going to bring this back into session, though. Madam City Clerk, may we please have the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke is absent. Councilmember McDonald is absent. Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of council members McDonald and Okrepke.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to item 6, which is our report on our study session. Madam City Attorney.
We just held a lengthy part 1 to our study session, and it just ended about 20 minutes ago. And we'll pick up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Yes, it has been a busy day so far, but now with items 7.1 and 7.2, we can take a breath. We have a couple of proclamations on the agenda, starting with item 7.1, a proclamation pertaining to Affordable Housing Month. Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure we have our notes here. Okay. Whereas housing is a human right, yet thousands of Santa Rosans struggle to find an affordable home, and whereas Santa Rosa must continue to put the need for new affordable housing development, as well as the preservation and rehabilitation of existing affordable homes, at the forefront to promote the stability of the community, and whereas the City and Housing Authority have taken meaningful actions to meet the need by providing financing and affordable monitoring for over 6,500 units, overseeing $199 million loan portfolio, and administering more than 2,000 housing choice vouchers, as we just heard. And whereas this fiscal year, the Housing Authority awarded $3.1 million to develop and rehabilitate 170 affordable housing units, and whereas the City and Housing Authority want to highlight the completion of South Park Commons, a 62-unit affordable housing complex that located on a surplus city property, provided $5.8 million and 30 project-based vouchers to ensure the long-term financial sustainability and affordability of the project, and whereas the Department of Housing and Community Services works with many organizations to provide safe, stable, and affordable housing, and whereas Affordable Housing Month is a time to recommit to our mission to promote its awareness, fairness, inclusion, and just housing. Now, therefore, it be it resolved that Mayor Mark Stapp of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire council, recognizes our community and hereby proclaims May to be Affordable Housing Month and calls upon our community to support affordable housing solutions. If I may make a couple of remarks. Promoting the building of housing, both affordable and otherwise, has been one of the great endeavors of my time serving the people of Santa Rosa. And what this proclamation does that I think is really important is at the end it calls upon the community to support affordable housing. And, you know, it may seem that what can any one of us do, but when there is a project in your neighborhood, when your neighbors are talking about it, to say, you know, that you support affordable housing and that people who live in affordable housing are regular people like you and I is really important, and that builds the momentum and the movement, which gets us closer to a community where everybody can call a safe and affordable place home. So with that, I'll turn this back over to the mayor, but I think we have a note here on who's going to...
I can't read it from here, but well said.
You do need your cheaters, don't you? He's getting old.
I'm sitting 20 feet away trying to read size 10 font. I will read that while we turn it over to, I believe it's Robin Zimbler? Is that?
What it's about.
Lauren.
Who?
Oh, Lauren Koenigshofer.
Yes.
So welcome. I did need to read the sheet. So Lauren, welcome. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Lauren Koenigshofer. I'm here from Abode Services and also on behalf of Abode Housing Development along with Freebird Development. So I just want to say a couple things about South Park Commons. It's a 62-unit complex. We have half formerly unhoused individuals and 50% families. We are almost leased up, almost there, super exciting for the community. We especially want to thank the South Park Coalition for supporting us throughout the whole process. especially now that we are in operations. Because of these collaboration efforts, the former vacant city-owned property is now a wonderful, vibrant community to the previously unhoused. I do just want to say from the services side, we're on site now, we run operations, our teams are fully in effect, and I can say that we've officially had our first South Park Commons baby, and she was born to the first resident that moved in to the complex. So I think that's a big milestone for us, and we just look forward to collaborating with the community and just seeing this community thrive. So thank you.
Lauren, thank you very much. And we want to do a photo in just a minute, but first we're going to open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Of course, we welcome Generation H as always.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, council members, and staff. My name is Omar Lopez. I'm the Senior Program Associate at Generation Housing. We want to thank you for proclaiming May as Affordable Housing Month and for your continued recognition that housing is foundational to the health, equity, and resilience of our community. We are especially grateful the city's ongoing commitment to housing as a central priority, one that affects everything from workforce stability to racial equity to our climate and economic future. Santa Rosa has demonstrated that it not just understands the complexity of the housing crisis, but also the urgency of taking action. From your support of affordable housing production to your work on zoning reform and the recent impact fee reform, you've shown a real willingness to lead. As the proclamation reflects, solving the housing crisis requires not just policy change, but collaboration across sectors, agencies, and communities. Generation Housing is proud to be one of the many partners working alongside the city and others to move bold, lasting solutions forward. Thank you again for your leadership and for recognizing that housing is not just a need, but a shared responsibility, one that defines the strength and future of Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Is there anyone online who has a question or would like to speak?
If there's anyone now wishing to provide public comment on Zoom, please raise your hand. This is being activated due to the remote participation of Councilmember Okrepke earlier in today's agenda. Mayor, I see no hands being raised via Zoom.
Thank you. Then Lauren will invite you down front. Let's take a photo. We'll move on to item 7.2, another proclamation for Bike to Work Month and Day. Ms. Benuelos.
It'd be my honor. Whereas the bicycle is a healthy, convenient, financially and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of Santa Rosa's scenic beauty, local attractions, and friendly neighborhoods. And whereas Santa Rosa streets and trails attract bicyclists each year, providing economic, health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. And whereas creating a bicycling friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, growing the economy and attracting tourism, improving safety, supporting student learning, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas since 2001, the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition has been promoting bicycling for transportation and recreation through education, encouragement, and advocacy. And whereas the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, the League of American Bicyclists, and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area will be promoting bicycling during the month of May 2025, and whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Santa Rosa and its visitors can experience the joys of bicycling through free educational programs, challenges, and events organized by these groups. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that Mark Stapp, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, and on behalf of the entire City Council, in recognition of our community, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Bike to Work Month and May 15th, 2025 as Bike to Work Day in Santa Rosa, and urge all residents to participate in this special observance.
And I think we have regular attendee Eris Weaver here to accept the award. Eris, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Eris Weaver, Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. 25 years ago, members of a local cycling club channeled their frustration, their anger, their fear, and their sorrow at the challenges that they were facing on the streets with several high-profile deaths of cyclists struck by cars, and eventually that group became the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. Since then, we have seen a lot of changes. We have, and Santa Rosa is really leading the way here in Sonoma County. We have protected bike lanes. We have more bike parking. We have more separated bike paths being built. And what I almost feel is as important, if not more important, is I get this sense that within the greater community, there is a higher proportion of people who are with us, who can see that making our streets safer so that more people can choose to walk, to ride a bike, to take the bus, isn't just an inconvenience for them, but that it makes everything safer and improves the quality of life for everyone in the community. I gave a talk to a business group the other day, and I started out with saying, okay, here's my hypothesis. Bikes are good for business, true or false? And every hand went up true, which I hadn't quite expected. So that is just a mark of what's going on here. We've had a lot of great stuff going on here in Santa Rosa, and we have a whole lot of different events happening over the next several weeks. This Saturday, the city and Bike Couple Santa Rosa and the Bike Coalition are all together putting on the Bike In block party on 4th Street. Tomorrow is Walk and Roll to School Day, so be prepared for seeing lots of kids, including some doing bike trains on their way to school. And of course, May 15th is Bike to Work Day, where we'll be set up in a variety of places handing out swag and snacks to support people making the choice to get to work in a different way. Whenever I think about you know, the messaging that we put out there in promoting cycling, it's so easy to kind of get into the way it's good for you mode, right? It's good for your health. It's good for your mental health. It's good for the environment. But it also creates community. If you've ever gone on Taco Tuesday, you've seen how just a bunch of people with bikes and tacos can create a community. And it creates joy. Every morning on my commute to work, I get to experience joy. Do you experience that on the freeway? I had to drive to Hillsborough yesterday, and let me tell you, I did not experience joy in that endeavor. So thank you for this proclamation. You all can find more information about what all's happening this month at our website, bikesonoma.org. And I hope to see you all on your bikes sometime this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Eris. Applause worthy, certainly. Any other members of the public in attendance today wish to speak? All right, we'll hold that comment, it looks like. Madam City Clerk, anything online?
If you would like to provide public comment on this proclamation via Zoom, please raise your hand via Zoom. I see no hands being raised, Mayor.
Cal, you're next.
Everyone, it's been a minute since I've been here. Callum Weeks, resident of JC neighborhood.
And also a board member with the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. Today I walked here because, I very much firmly live by the creed of, try to live where you work where you live. The only way we can really create a sustainable future is if everyone can find a safe place to, or a safe, stable and affordable home, and that they have safe streets that they can transit to their place of work. And so I'd just like to echo, the comments of Eris. I think you guys have been doing a wonderful job. I'm really appreciative of Dan, Tarina, and the rest of that crew for all the work that they have and continue to be doing in our community. And yes, we have some tough headwinds coming our way, but I fervently believe we are a very resilient community. We've been through a lot, and we can handle this as well. So thank you very much again for all your hard work, and I really look forward. Oh, and on Saturday, I will be doing our bike smoothie contraption from 4 to 7 at the bike block party. So if you want me to help you blend a smoothie, I encourage you to show up. I will be there with a smiling face and lots of fruit. So come on by and come say hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Cal. Would any other members of the public like to speak on this proclamation?
Hello, my name is Janine Newell, and I've been bicycling for decades, and I'm so grateful and I have so much joy that I can bicycle on the bus, on the smart rail, on the trails, and I'm so joyful for the new bike lanes that we have and all the availability of where we can park our bikes, because I used to tie it to trees and things like that. And so I'm just totally grateful for the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition and for all this support that more and more people are out enjoying the bicycles, and it's a wonderful community. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Janice, are you walking to the podium?
Yeah, I am.
All right, and so this is for the proclamation 7.2, Janice.
Proclamation. So I'm not familiar. No, I know about the bikes, but.
All right, we'll get to you shortly, Janice. With that, we'll close public comment. Eris, let's take a photo on front. All right. So because of the budget study session this morning, we got started with our general meeting a little bit late. As a result, we're gonna move things around a bit. We're gonna go next to our public comment on non-agenda matters. So this is for members of the public who wish to comment on items not listed on the agenda. If you're here, as I suspect some of you are, to make comments on the budget study session this morning, the city's 2-day discussion of the budget, public comment for that will actually take place tomorrow after the conclusion of the study session. So this public comment period right here is just for items not listed on the agenda. And with that, we will open it up. Are there members of the public who would like to speak? Janice, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that on Friday I was really surprised to look at the paper and see that the marble sculpture was being removed from the mall. So I was trying to find out something about it, and I was ending up with dead ends. I went to the Art in Public Places meeting last night, and it is disappointing at this point, but I'm not sure. What I say is sometimes you lose the battle, but you may win the war. And I'm hoping that it's not gone for good. This was a Carrara marble sculpture placed in 1996. It's one of the most elegant sculptures that we have here in Santa Rosa. Kids are not getting art and music, and their sports are pretty good right now. But things in school and appreciation for art has suffered greatly. And this is something that had Santa Rosa in spirit and soul, and it was ours. It was made for Santa Rosa. It should be here. And the reason why we don't have it is because there was not money to excavate it and take it away from the sidewalk, as I am being told. So that said, I'm very disappointed that we didn't know, because it was considered city art, even though it was before the public art proclamation. So I think that had we known, we could have raised money for it to keep it and have it here. But I don't know that it's an impossibility at this point to get it back. And there seemed to be no designation as far as where to put it. So I think that could even be something that was like a competition with the city of where do we put the hand now that we have it back. And it's something that people come from far away. They want to see that hand. And to have a marble sculpture of that quality is very unique, and it's like something from Greece. And if you know what's happened to mid-century or any other kind of art, Middle Eastern art, much of it has been destroyed. So anyway, it's just for your awareness, and I hope that possibly we have an inroad to get the hand back in Santa Rosa where I feel it belongs.
Thank you, Janice. Would any other members of the public like to speak? Please. Absolutely. In fact, I've got names in front of me. Is it Doug? Let's go Doug, Matt, and Sarah.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that you're okay with me speaking today. However, this is somewhat related to the budget issue, and the reason I would like to speak today is because I'm actually working on the piece of equipment you're requesting to downstaff. As a firefighter for you and the city of Santa Rosa, I'm writing to express my deep concern and professional opposition to the current budget proposal that would eliminate one of your two truck companies.
Doug,
Yes, sir.
unfortunately, we can't take public comment on that item. We do have to reserve, we do have to push that until after the remainder of the study session tomorrow.
I will not be available tomorrow because I'll be working 24 hours on that piece of equipment. I won't be able to participate in this particular thing. I do happen to be off today and available to make comment right now.
Unfortunately, we can't make an exception for that case.
That would be great. Okay.
You can provide a written public comment to the comment email address that is located on the agenda, and it will be posted online post-meeting.
All right.
And
I
sent
will
to
do that
council for
then.
consideration.
Okay.
You also could ask a friend to read it for you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Doug. We'll go to Matt and then Sarah and Carl. And we can use both lecterns just to keep ourselves on track.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay. Good evening, council, city manager, mayor. My name's Matt Finnegan. I've been one of the Teamster representatives representing close to over 500 of your employees for the last 10, 12, 15 years. What I want to inform you about today is some of the history on how labor relations and the council making drastic decisions with funding has happened in the past. So going back 8 or 10 years ago, we routinely had financial check-ins with the city, and if there was issues, the city would bring them to us prior to whatever this decision-making process is, the study sessions and whatnot.
Matt, with apologies, I think we can't take this comment right now.
Well, so I think you can, because I'm not, you don't have anything on the agenda about union relationships and the process and how we got here, and I think you need to hear it.
If I'm reading our city attorney's logic correctly, I think it's because the whole point of the budget study session was because it was negotiation with labor groups, and that's the part of the public comment we have to push till tomorrow. Madam City Attorney, is that correct?
My point is that we have been excluded from the discussion, and now you're doing that exact same thing. So the employees have showed up here to let you know they need to be involved in the process and to...
I'm going to... Mayor, I'm going to suggest we take a brief recess.
So let's take a recess of 5 minutes. I can assure everyone in the audience that members of council are very interested in this discussion, but we've got to take it tomorrow. So the budget study session begins at 9 a.m. So at the end, let's take 5 minutes so I can have a conversation with some of you directly. We'll recess for 5 minutes. All right, folks, welcome back. So the situation is as it was before we took the recess. We aren't able to take public comment on the study session. That will take place after the tomorrow morning's discussion, which starts at 9, probably will go to something like noon. This was noticed ahead of time, but obviously creates inconvenience for many. That's why many of you are here tonight. As I mentioned, every person on this dais, including executive staff from the city, want to hear the words that you came with. The two options in our present circumstances are for you to submit them in writing, and those will be read, or to have somebody appear here in council tomorrow and read your statement for you, or to appear by Zoom, because we will have Zoom comments active tomorrow. Those are the three ways that you can be heard again tomorrow. But we can't take the comments right now. And we are aware that there are hard feelings about that. We acknowledge that. It's something that we're going to take into consideration in future meetings, but that's the way that it has to work at this point. So we're going to go back to public comment on non-agenda matters. Anything pertaining to the study session, budget study session from this morning or for tomorrow is off limits, but any other items not on the agenda are fair game. Having said that, are there any members of the public who wish to speak? And I see we still have Carl, Adina, and Jeff listed. Let's use both podiums.
All right, can you hear me?
Carl, is that you?
That's me, Carl.
Carl, go for it.
All right, Carl Carr, a business agent with Operating Engineers Local 3, representing units 3, 13, and 16 here in the city. I wanted to discuss tonight just the process of informing the public and the media and the affected employees before they notify the unions about what's going on with furloughs and layoffs. It's something that is just so backwards. They should be letting us know. We should be partners in trying to figure out what the answer is going to be, and we're not even being allowed to be partners.
Carl, I'm sorry. We got to stop this. Thank you. Thank you. That's what tomorrow's public comment is going to be all about. We appreciate the passion. Adina.
Good evening, Council. My heart goes out to the individuals that are here this evening and cannot be heard because I'm also a former government employee who no longer is employed because of the same reason. And that being said, I think there are issues that this council's not aware of that are coming down the pipeline drastically. I know that Councilwoman Rogers, who is running for Senate, has expressed interest in learning more about this matter because it is so critical. So we are about to lose approximately 26 billion gallons of water due to the Potter Valley Dam decommissioning and the lack of diversions. And so the Cloverdale Council has been very outspoken about this, as have our neighboring partners in Lake County. And so because of the diversions, that's going to affect not only Potter Valley, but all the way through Santa Rosa. And so when we were applauding our firefighters, over the past few years for saving us during these troublesome times, I don't think that a lack of water will be productive for our community, nor will a staff shortage within the fire department. So my heart does stand with your fire department. I really hope that you can do the right thing. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Jeff Bitt. Jeff, are you here and still interested in speaking?
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Jeff Bittner. I'm from the Laguna Treatment Plant as one of the mechanics. I'm here, I want to talk about the alarming condition of the maintenance and mechanical stuff out at the Laguna Treatment Plant. I haven't seen a council member out there, and I believe that all of you guys, if you come out for a tour, you might be surprised at how alarming the condition of the place is. We have not been the priority for quite some time. And if you look at what's going on out there, you're going to find out we need to be the priority, or as it breaks, it will become the priority. We have lost more than 6 key people in the last 6 months, and yet to hire any of those positions back. We have lost many, many people with the institutional knowledge that you will never get back. And if you continue this behavior, I'll just retire. It doesn't matter. I'm old enough. But what I can tell you is when sewer's running down Main Street, you'll start listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Chandler Jordana. I am the Director of Operations and Fundraising for the Sonoma County Secure Families Collaborative, which was mentioned earlier as potentially receiving budget cuts during the Human Services section, and I would just like to encourage the City Council to please reconsider this potential budget cut. More than 20% of Santa Rosa residents are immigrants, and that only accounts for the portion of the population that is officially counted by the census. That doesn't account for undocumented people, nor does this account for mixed status families or those living with immigrants. So we then estimate that more than 1 in 3 Santa Rosa residents are either immigrants or live with an immigrant in this city. We are requesting $50,000, which was the same amount of support we have received in the past, and which, as you've noticed from other...
With apologies, this does pertain to our budget discussion tomorrow as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, apologies. Thank you for speaking. Again, we'll have public comment tomorrow. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none present, do we have any online?
If you'd like to provide public comment via Zoom on non-agenda matters, please raise your hand. I'm seeing no hands be raised, Mayor.
All right, we'll conclude this part of we'll conclude this iteration of public comment for non-agenda matters, and we're going to go next to our public hearing, which is item 16.1 regarding the Bennett Valley Golf Course fees. Thank you all for being here.
Can you hear me? There we go. Good evening, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. I'm Jen Santos, the Parks Deputy Director. And with me tonight, I have members from our golf operating management company, Touchstone, James Birchall, Vice President, Touchstone, and Greg Anderson, our General Manager out at Bennett Valley Golf Course. And so tonight we're going to talk about raising fees as we've done each year for the past few years as part of our regular attempt to meet our, to bring our fees up to current market rates and be competitive in the market rate. We do understand that there is some interest from the council potentially, or the community from potentially seeing higher rates of fees or a different fee structure, and we're available to have that discussion as well, or to listen to the questions. We do have an opportunity one more time to return to council if that is the desire of the council as well. But tonight we're going to go through our presentation to show you what the recommendations for the fees are to meet our budget goals, and then we'll go from there. So just a reminder for us all, I know we are pretty familiar with the golf course, but this is an 18-hole golf course with a driving range and also a restaurant and event center being run by Touchstone. And before I turn it over to Touchstone, I just wanted to add that they are doing an excellent job. They're very good. They're very good with fiscal transparency, with fiscal responsibility. They're very much an extension of city staff. They are making really sound decisions when it comes to what should we update at the golf course, and those updates are usually related to how can we increase revenue at the golf course. What can we do to make it better for golfers to come to the golf course, for people to enjoy the restaurant, and for people to have their events at the golf course. With that, I'll turn it over to our Touchstone team.
Thank you, Jen, and members of the council and Mayor Stapp, thank you very much. I'm James Birchall, Vice President of Operations for Touchstone Golf. We wanted to just remind everybody of the fees structure that has been in place at Bennett Valley. From 2011 to 2022, there were only 3 minor fee increases over that time span. When Touchstone Golf came on board in 2022, we quickly analyzed the competitive market and looked at the structure of the fees at Bennett Valley and recommended to council and staff that we start increasing to get closer to market value and improve the financial stability of the golf course. The first year that we did that was in 2023 of an average rate of about 10% across the board, which was still below the market value, but really helped us position the golf course as the best value golf course in Sonoma County. And the results were good. We saw an increase of our fees of about $100,000 over the first year from those increases. We did get feedback about doing a study on how many residents and non-residents played the golf course, and due to the fee structure, we could not do a great analysis at that point. So our next recommendation that came was to structure a resident and non-resident fee structure, and that went into place this fiscal year. What we have found is that about 65% of the rounds played are residents from Santa Rosa. So our residents, your residents, are utilizing the golf course very significantly. 35% right now are non-resident play. And so that, with that new fee structure that went into place, we did do a fee increase, but also saw another $100,000 increase in our green fee revenue year over year with the new structure. So what we are proposing in 2025 is to continue to position the golf course as the best value golf course in the Sonoma County. This has rate increases of about 2 to 4%, maybe 5% with a specific rate category, but that's for a non-resident rate. These rate increases are really significantly helping the financial performance of the golf course and be more self-sustainable. On the next slide is just our sample of a snippet of our fee structure compared to the competitive market set. And we are asking again from about a 2.5% to 5% increase at specific types of categories, and this is on our weekday play. We also have Friday and weekend rates available in the packets that you received, as well as our membership program doing a 15% increase for the membership rates. We also have a proposal for the next fiscal year to keeping up with CPI indexes and keeping the golf course sustainable and profitability growing year over year. What we wanted to show here is just the rounds performance that has happened over the last 10 years. When you can see in 2020 and 2021, the significant rounds growth that happened from COVID-19. And then our involvement starting in 2022, where we did see rounds did decline. We did experience significant weather impact in the first 2 years of our involvement at the golf course, or 3 years, to 55 and 54,000 rounds. During those winter months, there were times when we only could do, I don't know, Greg, 10 rounds a day when our average is normally over 100. The 24-25 projected number when we put this presentation together, we thought was going to be 54,000. We're now trending to almost 56,000. We've had a very mild winter this year, which has helped our rounds growth, and we're continuing to see that for these next 2 months, which is the prime time of our golf season is this spring. So we're really excited about the 24-25 season. Some highlights that since the last time we've been out here that Bennett Valley has been awarded. The Press Democrat in 2024, Bennett Valley Golf Course was awarded Golf Course of the Year for the county. And just this year in 2025, North Bay Bohemian voted Bennett Valley the best golf course in the county. We're super excited. The programming and the team has done just a phenomenal job of bringing recognition to your golf course. We also are, I don't know, Jessica, has the voting ended yet? Not yet. So there's still time to vote for 2025 for the Press Democrat. So please take a look at that as well. We did establish the and non-resident fees as was suggested by council and by the community. So the residents are now getting the best rate at their local golf course. The competitive set, as I said, has done a wonderful job for revenue growth, and we are on track right now through this fiscal year to be $100,000 ahead of prior year with our green fee revenues with this established resident and non-resident rate. We did invest in a new golf cart fleet, which has helped us with our tournaments and fundraising efforts for golfers. We now have a full fleet that makes revenues generation as well. We are 30,000 over prior year revenues with golf cart revenues. The programming at Bennett Valley from golf to non-golf events is bar none. The team just does a wonderful job between our Golf Ops 36 programs for adults to learn the game of golf to juniors playing. We've built a great relationship with the Boys and Girls Club in the county and bringing young youth to the golf course that have never played golf before. And then I can't go without saying the Food and Beverage Department is done a phenomenal job of bringing people to the golf course. This holiday season, we had a tinsel takeover of our restaurant that was fully decorated in holiday decor, and we had people from the public, from the county, throughout the Bay Area coming to experience the amazing drink menu that we had, the food service that we do, and we booked a number of events from that event that we did over the holiday seasons. We just finished Easter brunch, and we had kids and youth there. Over 200 people came from the community to have brunch at the golf course, at the restaurant, and we have about 175 for this Sunday for Mother's Day brunch as well. So it continues to be a valuable asset in the community. Our junior golf programs is taking off. Chase, our instructor, is doing a phenomenal job with junior golf programs and camps. And through last summer to this summer, we're expecting to have over 100 kids go through the program. So we're really excited about the junior golf programs at Bennett Valley. And one last highlight, and I think Doug is in the audience as well, our great superintendent, Doug Wiggers, not only is just done a phenomenal job with the maintenance of the golf course, maintaining the budget of the maintenance department and keeping excellent golf course conditions, but he is really a really great leader for us and for his team. And he was awarded the Superintendent of the Year for Touchstone Golf out of all our facilities, and so we're very proud to have him on our team at Bennett Valley Golf Course. So just a review, the review of the proposed updates and rates. We need to continue to put upward pressure on the rate structure. We have to continue to keep up with the market and offset increased expenses between wages, utilities, and just general operating expenses. What we've seen from these rate structures and the rate increases is that we have not seen any decline in usage of the golf course. And in fact, we are seeing this year probably increased usage. The revenues continue to increase to help the golf course become self-sustained and pay for its operating expenses. We are in full agreement that we can do more and want to do more, but want to make sure that the golf course doesn't lose its position in the market. We are bringing more people here because it is the best valued golf course, and the community is using it, non-residents are using it, and it continues to be the best value. So we're very proud of what we've been able to do in these first 3 years. I will turn it over to Jen to finish it up.
Thank you, James. So with that, it is recommended by the Recreation and Parks Department that the council hold a public hearing to discuss increasing golf fees and by resolution approve revised Bennett Valley Golf Course fees to supersede and replace the Bennett Valley Golf Course fees and requirements set forth in resolution number RES 2024-062, effective on July 1st, 2025 for the Bennett Valley Golf Course. And with that, myself and the experts here with me are available for questions.
Thank you all. I'm going to bring back to council for questions. Looking at my colleagues. Well, I'll ask one at least. So I was glad to see that in spite of the increases, the Bennett Valley Golf Course is still below market with respect to its peer competitors. Is that right?
We are on par. Just a few of our rates are below, but yes, we are still slightly below some of our competitors.
Excellent. And it is a beautiful golf course.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. May I?
Please, I have one more question, but go right ahead.
Well, I just want to say that I have had a good experience out there. It's really nice, and your golf pro is really good with kids. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Back to the fees, which if you've been paying attention to today's meeting, you'll know it's been a hot topic for us. We're obviously looking at all revenue sources. Is there an estimated amount of money that the existing fee or that these fee increases are expected to bring in for the course?
Just these fee increases, it's around $150,000 over prior year.
Interesting. And is that including the estimate or the estimated 56,000 rounds of golf? That's nice to hear that we're coming in above expectations.
It wasn't in our plan because we were taking the data from every year that we've been in operation from a rounds performance. And so our budget is a little more conservative for the 25-26 year because of the historical rain that we've had in the winter months. We didn't want to put to a budget that was overinflated and not be able to obtain. It is more of a normalized winter weather that we budgeted for. So there is opportunity for growth, but if it's a bad weather, it could be worse. So we went right in the middle of our plan for our budget cycle.
That makes sense. And thank you for that ballpark estimate for the amount of revenue that these fees will generate. That's good news. No further questions from me. With that, we'll open up public comment, or the public hearing rather. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Ooh, one moment. There we go.
Catherine Conrado.
Please.
Yes. So I would just like to say that in a past life, I also lost my job during hard budget times, so I understand how that feels. But I'm retired, and I have lived here for about 15 years. I've played all the public golf courses around because private golf courses are not an option for me. They're not in my budget, and I trust the management to have made good decisions about fees, and I'm willing to sacrifice. I can't believe I'm saying okay on a budget increase, but I mean a fee increase, but I'm willing to do that for the sake of the continuance of the golf course. I've seen it over the last few years, and this is the first time that sometimes I have trouble finding a place to park. So I know that there's a lot of activity and a lot of events, and they work very hard on our behalf, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Janice?
Yes. I grew up with the Bennett Valley Golf Course, replacing the dairy essentially in that area. And I golfed there once when I was a kid, but I had brothers and a father that golfed there often, and my dad was always involved with the Kiwanis Club and other things in the city. But it is a beautiful golf course, and about 4 years ago, I was taking my mother every week out to lunch. Sometimes I'd make food, sometimes I'd take her to a restaurant, and we often went there, even during COVID, and it was just beautiful, and it's still just as nice as I remember it, and improved as well. And, I think it's great. I think it's terrific that it's really going as well as it is. And that's all I'm going to say. I support it. But I also think that there should be some help when we have residents that are like this woman was speaking, and maybe a senior discount for people that are in a certain level or something like that, just to be able to have a broader base of participation.
Thank you. Are there members of the public here in chamber? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, do we have any online questions?
Now is the time on Zoom to raise your hand if you'd like to provide public comment for the public hearing on the Bennett Valley Golf Course fee increases. I'm seeing no hands raised via Zoom.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for any final comments or discussion, or a motion from Ms. Rogers. Oh, Ms. Banuelos, apologies.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. There are discounts for seniors, is what I'm seeing. So, yeah, okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
We do have senior resident and non-resident senior.
Right, and in fact, you have several different levels, which I really like. So, yeah, this sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Just want to say congratulations on the Best of Awards. That's really awesome. Congratulations, Doug. And also, the Mother's Day brunch, is that closed right now?
We could get a few more in maybe if that happens.
So I wanted to encourage people to go to the website and sign up for the emails, because it really does, you guys have a lot of programming and things that are going on at the golf course, and you won't really know if you don't get the emails. So also really wanted to point out too that the moms can golf for free if they have a paying another paying person that accompanies them. So it's a way to get more people just to look at golf and see if it's something that they like, because for the moms it's free, so they can go do it for free. And with that, I would like to adopt resolution entitled Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving revised Bennett Valley Golf Course fees, and waive further reading of the text.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second by the Vice Mayor. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmembers Okrepke and McDonald are absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes.
Thank you very much. And clearly you have some golf course fans on the council. So thank you very much for making for this motion, or for this resolution, and for being here tonight. And with that, we are going to cut back to our regularly scheduled meeting. Item 8.1, our Community Empowerment Plan update. I'm assuming this is Ms. Horta?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Ana Horta, Community Engagement Manager with the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office, and I will be presenting the Community Empowerment Plan update. Yesterday, May 5th, several city departments participated and tabled at the Rosa and Cinco de Mayo Festival. This safe, family-friendly event was a great success and a vibrant celebration of the Latino culture. The Santa Rosa Fire Department will be participating in several community events this month. On May 7th, they will attend the Santa Rosa Junior College Public Safety Training Center Fire and Emergency Medical Service Job Fair at 5743 Skyline Boulevard in Windsor from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. On May 12th, they will host a community presentation at Sequoia Gardens HOA, 433 Fulton Road from 6 to 7 p.m. On May 15, they will host another community presentation at Valley of the Moon Rotary, 7902 Oakmont Drive from 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. And on May 28th, they will attend the Roseland University Prep Portfolio Day at Roseland University Prep, 1931 Baiwana Drive from 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. On May 17, Recreation and Parks will celebrate Kids to Park Day with a self-directed scavenger hunt at Howard Park, 630 Summerfield Road. Pick up the scavenger hunt instructions near Howard Park Snack Bar that day between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. Also on May 17th, the city will be participating in the Rose Parade and Festival. The parade begins at 10 in the morning on 4th Street, marching from E Street to B Street. The parade will be immediately followed by the festival at Old Courthouse Square until 4 p.m. On May 21st, attend the Santa Rosa City Works Festival to celebrate Public Works Week and learn how our infrastructure supports daily life in Santa Rosa. The festival will be held at Old Courthouse Square from 5 to 8:30 p.m. Finally, on May 31st, Santa Rosa Fire Department and other city departments will be tabling at the Sonoma County Pride Festival held on Old Courthouse Square, 50 Old Courthouse Square, from 11 in the morning to 5 p.m. And that concludes the Community Empowerment Plan update for May. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Bringing it back to council. Any questions or comments? Ms. Benuelos, anything? Let's see. Well, let's open up to public comment first. Anyone in the chambers? Seeing none. Anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
If there's anyone on Zoom wishing to provide public comment on the Community Empowerment Plan, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised, Mayor.
All right. Well, then I'll just mention that thank you again. You have a busy agenda every time you're here with great community events, and we all see you out there all the time. So thank you for all the work. We'll move on to item 9, our city manager and city attorney's reports. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The city is joining the Metropolitan Transportation Commission in all jurisdictions in the 9 Bay Area counties in celebrating the month of May as Bike to Work Month, where we challenge each other and bike to wherever. This celebration started in 1994 to celebrate biking as a fun and healthy commute option and recreation activity. Each year, the celebrations get bigger and more fun. This year, the city will host the 2nd annual Bike and Block Party in partnership with Bikeable Santa Rosa and Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. Feel free to stop by with some free family fun on May the 10th from 2 to 7. The event will be held at 4th Street between B Street and Mendocino Avenue in Courthouse Square. And you can also participate in the Bay Area Bike to Wherever Day by pledging to ride your bike. City staff will be celebrating this day with an Energize station, and Dan, you'll have to tell us what an Energize station is, on the Prince Memorial Greenway near Santa Rosa Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
I have no report this evening.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 10, statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Any additional statements of recusal or abstention? Seeing none.
Mayor, respectfully, can we open it up for public comment on the city manager's report?
Oh, of course. Apologies. All right, back to our city manager and city attorney reports. Any members of the public wish to speak? Anybody online?
I see no hands being raised via Zoom, Mayor.
All right, no one here, no one online. Thank you very much for that reminder. All right, so we're back to, let's see. Now I got off my statements of abstention and recusal. There were no statements of abstention or recusal. So we will move on to item 11, mayor's and council members' reports. Are there any reports this evening from members of council? Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. So just wanted to say that I had the privilege of attending the Cal City's City Leaders Summit at the end of April, where I was able to meet and advocate with our current legislators, one of our own, Chris Rogers, and Senator Pro Tem Mike McGuire. And I was also able to meet with Cecilia Aguilar Curry, just to advocate for the things that we need in Santa Rosa and how we can work collaboratively to make it happen. It looks like we're all having some budget shortfalls. On April 26th, I was able to stop by the Santa Rosa Earth Day on the square, the Earth Day on the Greenway, which was a creek cleanup, attend the Rites of Passage brunch, and along with Mayor Stapp, attend the Sikh Temple opening weekend, which was a lot of fun, very enlightening for me because I had never been in a Sikh temple, so that was great. Yesterday, May 5th, the WACTAC met. The water advisory, the Sonoma Water provided a water supply update and discussed the benefits of forecast informed reservoir operations, which allows for more water to be stored in both Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma. As a result of this groundbreaking work, significantly more water can be stored in both reservoirs, and Lake Mendocino is at the highest record storage for this time of year within the last 20 years of data collected. So that's pretty exciting when we just came out of a drought. Sonoma Water provided an update on the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership activities. And on May 10th from 10 to 4, they will be hosting the annual Eco-Friendly Garden Tour, showcasing local gardens and sustainable landscaping practices throughout Sonoma and Marin counties. There will be 19 locations, and 7 of which are in the city of Santa Rosa. So to find out more information, you can go to savingwaterpartnership.org and register for these events. Sonoma Water also noted that the new biological opinion for the Russian River was issued on April 29th. This regulatory document will allow the Army Corps and Sonoma Water to continue to operate both reservoirs while maintaining compliance with the Endangered Species Act. There's a lot. More information of the new requirements will be provided by Sonoma Water at a future meeting. They also provided a federal affairs update and noted that the Trump administration is proposing to cut funding for the Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Fund and cut staffing support for the California-Nevada River Forecast Center. States are looking at options to continue these programs and technical resources. Further, the staff noted that they are seeing proposals for the upcoming budget next year that include $300 million in cuts to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and $1.4 billion in cuts for the Army Corps. So respectively, for the next few years with our current administration, it looks like we'll be having a lot of cuts coming up that will definitely impact the work that we have been doing in this area, but all over the nation. So prepare for that. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. I attended the Sonoma County Homeless Coalition meeting, I think it was a couple weeks ago, and just had one thing to report out from that, and that was that the coalition approved $6 million in homeless services funding for the upcoming fiscal 2025-2026 year as part of its annual local notice of funding availability, NOFA. And this year's NOFA had approximately $1.7 million less in funding available compared to the fiscal year 2024-2025 NOFA, resulting in funding reductions across the continuum, which is unfortunate. But on a better note, just wanted to mention that I attended the opening of the cannery, which many of you all were there, many of the staff, and I have to say it was really, it brought back memories seeing folks from my days as a planning commissioner, people like Chuck Regalia and Wayne Goldberg. I was like, boy, yeah, I'm really old. I remember those guys. But it was fun to see everyone, and it was really quite a nice event, and I'm hoping Vice Mayor talks about it a little bit too, because he gave a great speech. And then finally, I just wanted to mention Cinco de Mayo yesterday, and thank you to Anna for being there. She was great. And thank you to all the city staff and everyone that helped us put that all together. It was great success. Wanted to thank the mayor and the vice mayor for being there yesterday and speaking to the crowd, and you both were really great. And overall, we're really pleased with how it went. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming?
Yes, thank you. I wished I could have been there. I had a work conflict for that, for the opening at Cannery, but what a big deal that is. At any rate, I have been really busy traveling I went to Petaluma last Friday to work on the integration of mascots, which is coordinating 101 service between Golden Gate, Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit, Petaluma, Sonoma, and Santa Rosa city buses. And it looks like we're pretty close on really improving options for people along the corridor. We're a little bit, the funding is tight, but we think we can do it. And this is going to make it a lot easier. Additionally, SMART's going to pick up a bunch of daytime routes. So if you're like me and you go into the city for MTC in the morning, you can't get back in the afternoon unless you take a 2-hour bus. It's not great, but that's going to change next year, and we'll be able to get down to the city and get back any time of day, which I'm really looking forward to. And then yesterday I went over to Napa to meet with the North Bay commissioners. Our new chair, Sue Nowak, and our vice chair, Stephanie Moulton-Peters, came up here to do a regional meeting. And we were able to talk about our local projects like our Hearn Overcross, our Bike Ped Overcross, the stations that are going to go into Healdsburg and North for SMART. So lots happening on the transit front. It's really pretty exciting.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I begin, I definitely want to congratulate Councilmember Manuelos for a great event yesterday, along with your team. I know that everybody put in the work and made it happen. And Rosa definitely appreciates the love of over 16 years of celebrating Cinco de Mayo in Roseland, so I do appreciate it on behalf of every person from Roseland. For myself, I just wanted to report out that I had both the privilege and the honor to represent us as the city of Santa Rosa at 2 groundbreaking events, one being the Cannery and the other one being Tierra de Rosas there in Roseland as well. And it's great to see all these homes coming online and look forward to seeing many more in the future.
Thank you. And on my part, I'll mention just 3 quick events. On the 23rd, we had the Engineering Contractors Association Public Officials Night that several of us attended. It was Santa Rosa, as always, is well represented in that room. The one point I would like to add, as long as I have the city manager and Dan Hennessy and Jason not present, is that I'm tired of seeing other cities win the big award. All right, tiny bridges in the town of Sonoma should not compete with the capital projects that we have underway here. And in 2026, I would like to see us put a better foot forward. That is my request made here in public. On the 26th, we had Earth Day. So thank you very much to city staff, well attended downtown. Thank you for all the booths. Now, I'm sorry that Anna's not here to accept the praise. She always does a great job. And then I just wanted to add my appreciation and compliments to Councilmember Banuelos for Cinco de Mayo. It's an intercity partnership with Sylvia Lemus and the city of Cotati. Obviously, there's a lot of city of Santa Rosa assistance with that event. It brings out a huge number of people. It was so much fun to be there. So thank you for all the years that you've spent helping to build that. Much obliged. And with that, we'll go to public comment. Any members of the public present in chambers to make comment? Seeing none. Any members online? Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands be raised via Zoom for public comment on the mayor and council members' reports.
All right, then we'll move on to item 11.2.1, chairperson appointments for boards, commissions, and committees. I have the pleasure to make one announcement for a chairperson for the Design Review and Preservation Board, and I'm hoping that the council by motion will approve the selection. My nomination is for Adam Sharon to chair the board of Design Review and Preservation. I had the pleasure of serving with him on the design review board years ago, along with Drew Weigel. And so I think that as we start that group, he is going to be, as we try to blend together the technical needs of that group and also the community input, that he's going to be a good person to help do that. And before asking the council for approval, I want to open this up to public comment. Ms. Rogers?
Yes?
Oh, sorry, I saw laughter.
Oh, yeah, because you open it up for public comment.
So I think we do public comment and bring it back for an official motion. Is that correct?
Yep.
Seeing no one in chambers, Madam City Clerk, anyone online?
I'm seeing no one raise their hands via Zoom for public comment on 11.2.1. Lingering for a moment on the hands, and I see none.
Thank you. All right, so now I'm going to bring it back to council, and preferably Ms. Rogers, since she threw me off my game. Could I get a motion?
Did I really? I want to make a motion.
For Adam Sharon?
For Adam. Can't you make your, I want to make a motion for, I can make it? I want to make a motion for Adam Shearing to become the chair as as recommended by Mayor Stapp.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, we have a motion and the vice mayor is seconded.
I'd like to make another motion.
Please.
Adam is great. He's wonderful. I was the first person to appoint him. Melanie Jones-Carter has been the current chair, and I think she does a great job. And I think that given all that the board has been through, that we could use. Melanie's been doing this, and I think doing it well. And also, I think that she brings a different perspective to it, and it's unusual to have a woman of color in charge of a design review board. So I'd like to make that substitute motion, or what is it? Friendly? It's not a friendly amendment. It's a substitute motion.
It's a substitute motion at this point.
It's on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Interesting. More drama than expected. So, and you do make a compelling argument. So, in the interest of full disclosure, Drew and Melanie and Adam all put their names forward, and I have no objections to any of them, frankly. The concern I have with this board is that this board is suddenly a more technical board than really either of the two boards before it. And so you've got this mix of community voices that are passionate, but not necessarily trained in particular areas. And then you've got these highly technical voices. And so my sense is that as a council and as a city, as we get this off the ground, it would be helpful to have somebody who has both a lot of technical experience, but also is a good diplomat, can bring together, can include voices that are not from the technical side of things. And in my experience working with Adam, he brought that to the table. But obviously, we have multiple voices on that board that would do a nice job. So I'm certainly not advocating against anybody.
Adam would be a fine choice. I think that Melanie, what I like about Melanie is that she has decades of business leadership experience and has been doing this job now for the last 2 years. So I figure if she wasn't doing a good job, we'd know about it and it would have come up to our desk. But she's pretty good at bringing folks together. And no, she does not have the technical expertise at this, but clearly that hasn't been an issue so far.
I defer to council's wisdom. Oh, Ms. Rogers.
I just want to make a comment, and I appointed Melanie as the chair, and she did a great job. She attended all the meetings and received praise from all the people that were on there with her. But she is very engaged, very, very engaged. So I was deferring to the mayor making the recommendation because I feel like that is what I should do, is support you in making the recommendation. But I would not be upset at all if Melanie was the chair.
I don't think any of us would be. So this board, all of us have a vested interest in seeing this board succeed. And if the majority of council thinks that somebody else should be chair, then let's have that vote.
Mayor, for clarification, council policy dictates that the mayor appoint, council approve the appointment of the chairs for boards and commissions.
So in a situation like this, what's the process?
You would either need to suspend your rules, which requires a majority vote, and then whatever motion is on the floor, currently it's the substitute motion, or the mayor needs to make a nomination, and then the council can vote on that nomination.
If I were the mayor, I would take a straw poll and then nominate that person.
My thoughts exactly. All right, straw poll for Adam to start. This is straw poll for Adam. So, all right, straw poll for Melanie. There we go. All right, so I will withdraw my original nomination. I will replace my nomination of Adam with a nomination for Melanie, who, again, to be clear, just in case she's watching, I am wholeheartedly in support of. So, and with that, may I have, do we need another motion, or with the existing one? We need a second motion, right? Yeah, all right.
Let's take a refreshed motion.
So I would like to make a motion at the request of Councilmember Fleming, or at the request of the mayor.
Oh, no, you own this one.
Oh, I would like to make a motion to appoint Melanie Jones-Carter as the chair.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second.
For clarification, City Attorney, per the council policy, it says mayor appoints, council approves. So should the language state the mayor or Councilmember Rogers approves Mayor Stapp's selection of Melanie Jones-Carter to serve as chair of the Design Review and Preservation Board, with a second by, I believe I just heard Alvarez, or Fleming, pardon me. Is that
And waive further
adequate?
reading of the text.
It would be a motion to approve the nomination made by the mayor. You would be making a motion to approve.
Can I say that?
You can just say yes.
I said that's okay.
Okay. So that's the motion on the floor, and the second, or do we still have a second?
Yes, we still have a second.
Yes.
All right. So, Madam City, we have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the vote?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmembers Okrepke and McDonald are absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes.
I like that our group can add drama even to expectedly dry items. All right, so we're going to move on. Oh, this is perfect. We're going to move on to item 11.3.1, a letter of support for HR 2269. So I thought this was a hazing ritual when I first read about it. But in our legislative platform, there is currently not sufficient direction to authorize our advocates to, or authorize me to sign a letter that that pertains to the policy issue around flushing wet wipes down the toilets and the long-term effects on our sewer systems. So I'm here tonight, and I just want to make sure that the Press Democrat understands that this is what we're doing, since I'm assuming they're online, that I'm asking for permission from my colleagues to send a letter of advocacy pertaining to wet wipes being flushed down the toilet. And now I'm going to call for public comment. Janice, you're not going to speak on this item? All right. Anything online, Madam City Clerk?
No, sir.
Then I'm going to bring it back to council for a motion. Oh, that's good. Yeah, think it over, Janice. Make sure you don't let this one slip by.
All right, you ready?
I'm going to bring it back to council for a motion.
Okay.
Make it a good one.
Make it a good one. So I want to say I support HR 2269 because consumers deserve transparency when it comes to the products they use every day.
And we need a second.
This legislation ensures that packages are appropriately labeled and not misleading, especially when it comes to items like wipes that can have serious environmental and infrastructure impacts. It's really real when you have to clean out your septic or do something like that because your kids or someone else read that they're flushable because they are not. Clear labeling is a common sense step towards protecting our communities and empowering consumers to make informed choices when they buy a product. And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the letter of support for HR 2269. Thank you.
Please tell me there's a second.
I'll second that. Is it number 2 or is it a second?
This has not been one of my favorite council meetings. I want that recorded in the minutes. Madam City Clerk, we have a motion. We have a second.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers? Aye. Councilmember Okrepke and McDonald are absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes.
Thank you so much. We will move on to the approval of minutes. Are there any adjustments to the minutes?
Mayor,
Yes?
I'm over here. It's been a long day, I know. I just want to say I was absent on April 1st, but I was able to listen to the meeting as it was going on, so I will be voting on this item.
Thank you very much. If there are no other changes, we'll call for public comment on this item. Any members of the public in chambers? Are there any members of the public online who wish to comment?
I'm seeing no hands be raised, Mayor.
All right, then we will adopt the minutes as submitted, and we will move on to consent. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 13.1, motion, contract award, B Street and 3rd Street right-hand turn pocket improvements. Item 13.2, resolution, approval and issuance of a purchase order for the purchase of Toyota Tacoma SR pickups utilizing the pricing from California statewide fleet vehicle contract. Item 13.3, resolution, California hybrid and zero emission truck and bus voucher incentive project applications. Item 13.4, resolution, declaration of Zero Coffee Lane, APN 058-033-014 as surplus. Item 13.5, resolution, approval of memorandum of understanding with the County of Sonoma Probation Department for extension of the Violence Prevention Partnerships Guiding People Successfully program. Item 13.6, resolution, accept grant of public sanitary sewer easement over public sewer main at 5107 Middlebrook Court and approve summary vacation of existing public sanitary sewer easement.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do any members of the public wish to comment? Seeing no one in chambers, anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, I'm seeing no hands be raised via Zoom.
All right, bringing it back to council for a motion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move items 13.1 through 13.6 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Ms. Rogers. Madam City Clerk, when you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmembers Okrepke and McDonald are absent. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show these resolutions pass with 5 affirmative votes.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to jump ahead to item 17. We have a number of written communications listed. And we'll open up public comment on non-agenda matters. Our second public comment on non-agenda matters for the evening. Are there any members of the public here who wish to make a comment? Seeing none in chambers. Anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
No.
Thank you. Then we are officially adjourned. Thank you, everyone.